The pale-faced, ghostly figure of the female corpse replied in a wavering voice. To forge a good identity, pass the Intis Group's interview, and become an employee of the company and a colleague of Zhou Mingrue. Interacting with Zhou Mingrue daily, starting off polite and distant, then gradually getting familiar, subtly seducing him in our daily interactions until he falls in love with me. I will become his girlfriend, and in the future, enter the marital hall with him. Through prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or sickness. Whether he is male or female, I will always accompany him, never leaving, forever and ever. Listening with a slightly agape mouth, the sickly Franca gradually felt bewildered. Isn't this character's script a bit off? This is neither an urban fantasy nor a suspense horror. It's turned into a pure romance novel. Is this intended to immerse Mr. Fool in a blissful, sweet love life and a peaceful, warm urban environment? Unwilling to wake up? Is the celestial worthy being this down to earth? Is this a large-scale Truman Show for Mr. Fool, isolating him from reality? When she heard the part about whether he is male or female, Franca suddenly snapped awake. There is a conspiracy here. There are sinister plots hidden within, with another purpose. Lumion and Franca had similar thoughts, but Franca's mind was more active. Lumion was more concerned about another aspect. The task of the reanimated female corpse did not include inducing Mr. Fool to drink the witch potion. Does this mean someone else is responsible for turning Mr. Fool into a demoness? At this point, Franca quietly said, "The method in the script does seem feasible, to influence Mr. Fool or Zhou Mingrue, a person so cautious and careful. The only way is to work on falling in love over time. Only through the calm, genuine, day-by-day interaction can connections and trust be built. And for this kind of task, the most suitable executor is indeed a demoness. Secondly, a baby Cupid. No wonder they need to revive or awaken this female corpse. Charm can blend into many little details of daily life without being detected. Indeed, following Madame Susie's reminder, we also seem to be able to only gain Mr. Fool's trust through similar means. Only we don't need to use charm, but then the risk of exposure would be too great." Jenna weighed her words in agreement. Prolonged, repeated contact with Mr. Fool would easily be noticed by the celestial worthy. Lumion did not respond to Franca and Jenna. He needed to hurry up with the spirit channeling. Looking at the floating female corpse illusion, he carefully asked, "Are you a marionette?" Lumion had not experienced the battle with the female corpse's physical body, the two disease bombs explosions, or the discussion about a marionettist with Franca and the others, so at the time he did not search the 30 to 40 meter area around the surveillance room to see if there were any Beyonders hiding, until on the way back in the car, after exchanging details of the battle with his teammates, did he consider the possibility of a marionette. However, not actively searching the 30 to 40 meter area around the surveillance room did not mean he was not wary of other enemies lurking nearby. That was a basic quality of a hunter. At the time, he simply did not detect anyone hiding in the vicinity. This made him uncertain about Franca and the others' suspicions. Their doubts might not be true, just as the reanimated female corpse did not have powers granted by the door pathway. The ghostly female corpse with its sinister black hair replied in a hollow voice, Yes, she's really a marionette?" Lumion was stunned for a moment, then urgently asked, "Who is your manipulator, and where are they?" This time, the female corpse illusion did not respond, but slowly raised her head, gazing towards the vast, dark sky of the mirror realm. Lumion and the others may have been influenced by the remnant spirit of the corpse, or perhaps stimulated by the change in the mystical environment caused by this action, and they actually experienced a slight hallucination. Vaguely, they seemed to see ethereal, dense threads emerging from the corpse's body, extending upwards towards the heights, and similar illusory threads floating from their own bodies too, also drifting up into the dark, cloud-shrouded night sky. They also seemed to see the individuals in the city, each of them sprouting numerous, dense illusory threads, connecting to somewhere in the night sky where the moon and stars were obscured by clouds. Lumion was greatly shocked in both mind and spirit by this scene, but his observational abilities as a hunter still allowed him to notice one detail. The illusory threads emerging from themselves and the female corpse had a fairly obvious difference. Theirs floated and swayed, as if only attracted and drawn towards some unseen thing high above, without actually deeply integrating into the darkness, while the female corpse's threads were taut, seeming to merge into the unfathomable blackness. As for the threads of the other people in the city, Lumion could only vaguely sense them, unable to see them clearly. Combining the currently available information on the full pathway provided by the major arcana cardholders, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony immediately came to the same judgment. The heights represented Mr. Fool, as well as the celestial worthy, and the resurrected female corpse was the celestial worthy's marionette. No wonder we couldn't find the marionettist controlling her in the vicinity. Jenna had just had this thought when she quickly realized a problem. No, that can't be right. If it were like that, we would have already been locked on to by the celestial worthy and kicked out of the dream, and even if we weren't kicked out, we would definitely be under restrictions. Shifting gears, Jenna came up with a possibility. The celestial worthy is also in a slumbering state, largely in a dazed, unconscious condition, controlling the marionette, only becoming aware of the corresponding situation when stimulated or when the marionette actively reports back. But can an unconsciously controlled marionette exhibit the kind of behavior we saw earlier? Apart from being a bit extreme, obsessed with dealing with us, not leaving in advance, the reanimated female corpse is no different from the real person. At this moment, the female corpse illusion began to fade, about to disappear. The spirit channeling was almost over. Grasping the last bit of time, Lumion asked in an urgent tone, "Who gave you humanity?" Jenna immediately understood that Lumion had the same thoughts as her. He was also very curious about the humanized behavior of the reanimated female corpse or marionette. The pale-faced female corpse illusion grew fainter and fainter, only the empty voice echoing. It was Mr. Fool and the Great Mother. Ah! In her weakened state, Franca's self-control slipped, the exclamation escaping her lips. This sounded as if Mr. Fool and the Great Mother had given birth to her, like she was their child. Lumion ended the spirit channeling and turned to his teammates, saying thoughtfully, "I think I can understand the meaning of that last sentence. She should have previously made contact with Mr. Fool or one of his incarnations, a demoness of despair. Mr. Fool's subconscious would instinctively weave an identity, appearance, and personality for her based on the image in his memory. And with the Great Mother's awakening, or rather, giving her new life, she naturally acquired humanity and became a unique marionette capable of autonomous action according to the mission assignment. The Oracle's corpse being sent to the Mushu Hospital morgue is also to create a similar marionette? Does Mushu Hospital not only have the Mother Tree of Desire, but also the presence of the Great Mother? I knew it! Franca had wanted to clap her hands, but after raising them, she had no strength left. Mushu Hospital may also have the power of the Order of All Extinction. Turning his gaze to the tattered yet enchanting female corpse, Lumion observed for a few seconds and said, "No powers from the door pathway dissipating, nor any decay boons dissipating. I don't know how they did it. She didn't show any corresponding abilities in the battle. Were those 2 disease bombs pre-made with some kind of tool? Too bad we didn't get to ask about the marionette transformation of one of the disease bombs." Franca grew increasingly fearful of Mushu Hospital. She didn't even dare imagine what Lumion would have encountered if he had gone down to the B1 of Mushu Hospital. Searching the body, Lumion found no other items, then stood up and said to Ludwig, "If you promise to listen to Jenna's orders from now on, I'll reward you with this corpse." "Okay, I promise." Ludwig had a completely carefree expression, not caring at all about the future. Lumion's true purpose was actually to destroy the body and eliminate any trace, as this was the celestial worthy's marionette. It had to be completely destroyed before the celestial worthy's intermittent awakening, leaving no evidence to avoid drawing attention and anomalies. Seeing Ludwig rush towards the female corpse, Jenna supported the sickly Franca, and along with Anthony, quickly exited the mirror realm and returned to the rental unit. Standing beside Ludwig, Lumion asked in a flat tone, "If this corpse is real, would you be able to restore to sequence for after eating it?" "No, unless you give me the other one too." Ludwig looked at Lumion with longing. He was referring to Voisin Sanson's body. A few days ago, he had received an arm as a reward for his good performance in studying, exams, and homework, so he had fully recovered to the Sequence 5 depriver level before entering the dream. Ignoring Ludwig's plea, Lumion asked instead, "What is your Sequence 4 called?" Ludwig began gnawing on an arm, answering in a muffled voice, "Sea monster." The next morning, Franca found that her severe illness had not yet recovered. Her forehead still felt feverish, her body weak, and she almost couldn't get out of bed. Lumion used the simplest magic mirror divination method to confirm that this was just the lingering effect of the negative effect, and she would be ill for about half a day, not because the healing agent had not worked as it should. He then told Jenna, "We'll take turns. You take care of her and Ludwig in the morning, I'll do it in the afternoon. Now I'll drive with Anthony to contact the major arcana card holders." Okay. Jenna had also been somewhat corrupted the night before and needed more rest as well. Downstairs, getting into the car, Lumion, mimicking Franca, placed his phone on a specially bought holder and opened the navigation app. Then, under Anthony's gaze, he used voice input to enter the destination, Star Dream Provision Store. In the rental apartment, Jenna cleaned up the table, picked up the soy milk and meat buns she had specially left for Franca, and said to Ludwig beside her, "You can start studying now." Ludwig's expression changed a few times before he argued, "What's the point of me studying? If you want to gain knowledge, eat scientists. If you want to gain abilities, eat beyonders." Jenna smiled faintly and said, "Studying may not be important for you, but it's very important for us that you study." Ludwig, already inarticulate, was left completely speechless by Jenna's frankness. After some consideration, Jenna added, "Although we don't know the exact process, and you've probably forgotten too, the fact that you were sealed by the Church of Knowledge is as solid as steel. And what's the biggest difference between you and the clergy of the Church of Knowledge? It's the attitude towards learning." Ludwig was left feeling a bit confused. Reluctantly but resignedly, he sat down at the table and opened his textbook. Jenna returned to the master bedroom, casually closing the door behind her. Franca struggled to sit up halfway, stuffing a pillow behind her back, and said in a low voice, "You're deceiving Ludwig again. Trying to defeat the Church of Knowledge through studying is like competing against them on their home turf, under their favorite rules. How can we win that way? The best approach is to play to our own strengths." Hee. Demonesses are indeed supposed to be good at deceiving people. Many demonesses had experienced deceiving others' feelings to digest the witch potion, and some of them even became emotionally invested themselves, ultimately having to force themselves to separate. So they also had their share of pain. Jenna laughed. "We have to give him some reason, and he's just looking for a reason too." Jenna paused, then said thoughtfully, "Besides, I think studying does have an effect on Ludwig. You saw him during last night's battle. He was completely monstrous. But in our daily interactions, I feel that apart from his ability to eat, love of eating, and need to eat, he's just like a normal little boy in every other way. This is partly due to the Church of Knowledge's seal, but it's also likely because he's learned rules, morals, and common sense about human society through studying." As she spoke, Jenna brought the plastic cup of soy milk to Franca's lips, letting her take a sip, then handed her the meat bun, watching as she bit into it until she reached the filling. Franca had never enjoyed such treatment before, and her heart was instantly filled with warmth. She nodded thoughtfully. "You mean studying is one of the ways for Ludwig to integrate into human society? That studying has given him some humanity?" "Yup." Jenna continued to feed Franca her breakfast while casually chatting with her. At the end, she even used a wet wipe to clean Franca's mouth and washed her face. After finishing these tasks, Jenna took the trash and left the master bedroom. After bustling about for several dozen seconds, she sat down next to Ludwig, as if supervising a child's study. After watching for a while, she took out 2 packages from the traveler's bag and placed them on the table. They were 2 bags of simply packaged Rice Crisps. As Ludwig looked over in surprise, Jenna said with a smile, "If you can pass my test later, these will be yours. Do you prefer spicy or original flavor?" "I like both." Ludwig lowered his head again, his gaze unusually focused. I prefer the original flavor. Jenna tore open the packaging and popped 2 pieces into her mouth. Chewing. Ludwig's head snapped up to look at her. His mouth half open, expression bewildered. Isn't this my reward? I'll eat a bit while you're studying. Don't worry, I'll save some for you, Jenna said with a smile. Franca, lying on the bed in the master bedroom, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this conversation. She suddenly realized that although Jenna usually seemed very mature, she was actually just a girl fresh out of college by her real age. It was perfectly normal for such a girl to enjoy snacks, and now she finally had the opportunity. The smile on Franca's face gradually softened as new dialogue drifted in from the living room outside. This is a corn soup-flavored puffed snack. These are cucumber-flavored potato chips. These are chocolate wafer cookies. These snacks aren't plentiful because they're not as cheap as staple foods, but they're all prepared for you, as rewards for studying hard and doing well on tests. You eat less. I'll work hard. Leaning against the pillow, Franca slowly developed a strange feeling. She was the sick father, and outside were the gluttonous, study-averse child and the mother supervising the child's homework. If one ignored phrases like, "The corpse's finger is also your reward for today," it was really such a warm and beautiful day-to-day life for a family of 3. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of horns blared constantly behind and beside the gray sedan, urging Lumion to drive faster, but Lumion remained calm and completely ignored the noise around him, keeping the vehicle moving steadily at the lowest speed allowed on the current road section. As a new driver, safety first, Anthony sat in the passenger seat, constantly scrolling through his phone, looking at local news. What are you looking for? Lumion glanced at his companion out of the corner of his eye. Anthony shouldn't have reached the stage of being addicted to the internet yet. After all, he had only just learned how to use it. Anthony turned his head and said solemnly, I still feel that several details from last night's battle seem increasingly odd the more I think about them. Such as, Lumion focused on driving. Anthony said carefully, the second security guard who self-destructed. His state before the explosion was very similar to that of a marionettist himself, but he just exploded like that. The ability to swap positions between a marionette and its master? You suspect that there was indeed a demigod-level marionettist assisting the celestial worthies marionette at the scene? Lumion understood what Anthony was trying to express. But we were aware of the situation within a range of several dozen meters and found no traces. Could it be that this demigod-level marionettist was in a state where we couldn't see, hear, or touch them? That's the most terrifying part. And if there really was such a marionettist present, why didn't he save the reanimated female corpse afterward? And why hasn't he spread information about our appearances and characteristics since then? Anthony returned his gaze to his phone. Lumion nodded slowly and replied, You're scrolling through reports and private rumors related to last night's incident, checking if any of our information has leaked? Yes, Anthony said, his finger constantly sliding across the screen. The current circulating story is that workplace conflicts led one of the security guards to bring in detonators, killing his colleague and himself in the explosion. Anthony stopped mid-sentence. He frowned slightly. I've come across a strange local news item. This morning, a madman was found near the garbage collection point close to Moon Plaza. A completely irrational madman unable to communicate. Then, he was sent to the hospital for treatment. Near the mall? A madman? Lumion also noticed the oddity of this news and keenly asked, Which hospital was he sent to? Could this madman be the marionettist who was hidden last night? Did he not intervene in the later battle because something happened to him? What happened? Why did something happen? The news doesn't say. Anthony continued scrolling through reports on this matter. Lumion maintained his speed and took another 10 minutes or so to reach their destination. After finding a parking spot and struggling to park the car, he and Anthony walked towards Star Dream Provision Store, located at the corner of the street. The shop had no lights on, and it was narrow and dim inside. The moment Lumion entered, it felt like he had gone from morning to night. He glanced at the tall, long shelves on both sides filled with peculiar goods, and walked to the cashier counter at the very back. Behind the counter sat a woman wearing a black dress. She leaned against the wooden cabinet behind her, head lowered as she played with her phone. In front of her was a tablet playing a TV series. Lumion politely said, "Hello, I'd like to send a letter." He was actually saying he wanted to send a letter in a provision store. The woman in the black dress playing with her phone didn't find it strange. Without raising her head, she asked, "Where to? And to whom?" "To the Cathedral of Serenity, to high-ranking Deacon Leonard Mitchell." Lumion took out the letter for the major arcana card holders. The woman in the black dress still looked at her phone, her voice gentle and calming as she said, "There's a silver-rimmed black mailbox on the third shelf to the right. You can put your letter in there. Come back tomorrow to collect the reply." "Thank you." Lumion quietly sighed in relief and turned towards the shelf. What caught his eye wasn't a toy mailbox, but a brass-like book and a silver mirror with black pupil-like orbs on both sides. Lumion quickly scanned the shelves and also found classic quill pens, various strange dice, and other items. If it weren't for the shop owner being on her phone and watching a tablet, he would have thought he had returned to the real world, back to Trier. The style of these items was quite different from the Dream City, more like things from the northern continent. After placing the letter in the silver-rimmed toy mailbox, Lumion turned to the side and asked the shop owner, "May I look at the goods here?" The shop owner's voice carried a hint of amusement. "These are all for sale." "For sale?" As a demoness, Lumion first picked up the silver mirror with ancient patterns and a black gem on each side. In the mirror, Lumion's face quickly appeared. Light blue eyes, clear and deep. A slightly thin face, almost perfect. Lips neither thick nor thin. Pale in color yet moist, with a hint of radiance. This was his female form. "It directly shows my demoness state. This mirror indeed has magical properties." Just as Lumion had this thought, he saw the surface of the mirror ripple like water, outlining rows of blood-colored words in ancient Faesac. "I am the Great Erodes. I can answer any question you ask, but you must also answer an equal number of questions from me, in the presence of at least one witness. If you refuse to answer, or if you lie, you will face punishment." Erodes, the Great Erodes? Lumion knew this name. Franca had mentioned it before. This was Mr. Fool's magic mirror, most accurate in answering questions. But each of its questions would cause the diviner to suffer social death. Mr. Fool's magic mirror is actually in this provision store in the dream? What does this represent? What does it symbolize? Lumion couldn't help but glance again at the shop owner, the woman in the black dress playing with her phone. After brief consideration, Lumion calmly said, "My question is, regarding the matter of awakening Mr. Fool, what do you want to warn us about?" The surface of the magic mirror claiming to be Erodes rippled with aqueous light, and the surrounding darkness became hazy. One by one, ancient Faesac words that seemed to be dripping blood quickly appeared on the mirror. "Beware of the night. Beware of the night." Lumion repeated this answer while instinctively looking outside the Star Dream provision store. At this time, the August sunlight was bright and brilliant, reflecting golden light off many glass windows across the street, unconsciously making people feel certain and secure, while also instinctively dreading the heat. Lumion quickly recalled his experiences of the past 2 nights, realizing that neither night had been peaceful. The first night, the dream image of Oracle Danitz was murdered, and the orderly at Mushu Hospital revived the corpse of a demoness of despair. The second night, they encountered the reanimated female corpse in the monitoring room. A fierce battle ensued, and they nearly made the local news headlines as a major case involving guns, explosives, and biochemical toxins. Fortunately, to avoid causing panic, the police did not disclose specific details and only launched a secret investigation. In comparison, nothing major had happened during the 2 daytimes. The only anomaly was the revival of the Oracle's corpse, which had walked into Mushu Hospital without causing much commotion. Daytime is relatively safe, while night is more dangerous. During the day, Mr. Fool's power is dominant, while at night, the celestial worthy's consciousness is more active. Lumion briefly analyzed the answer from the magic mirror Erodes. At this point, The blood-colored words on the silver mirror's surface twisted and writhed to form new content. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Lumion nodded fearlessly, while Anthony beside him remained silent. On the magic mirror, new words began to form one by one. Regarding your sister Aurora, Lumion's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and at the same time, the words on the mirror's surface suddenly blurred, rearranging into new content. After becoming a demoness, do you want to be fucked by men? No, Lumion answered briefly and decisively. No punishment appeared. Lumion murmured in confusion. The question is so simple? First, it suddenly changed the question, then asked one that he currently had a clear conscience about. How could this create social death? On the mirror's surface, waves of light floated, and several lines of ancient Fasak words that seemed to be dripping blood appeared. The Great Erodes is very friendly to everyone who enters the dream and wants to awaken Mr. Fool. I see, this magic mirror is very loyal. Just as Lumion finished this thought, he saw the words on the mirror change. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. That also counted as a question. Lumion hadn't expected his mutterings to become a question. He hadn't even demanded that the magic mirror erodes answer. On the surface of the antique silver mirror, a bloody question appeared before Lumion's eyes. What does it feel like to wear women's underwear? Still quite friendly indeed, Lumion answered expressionlessly. Constricting, a bit tight, not very comfortable, but it gives a sense of stability and security. Considering that the magic mirror erodes had only answered beware of the night for the first question, Lumion felt that asking more questions now wouldn't yield much more information. So he put the antique silver mirror with black eye-like gems on both sides back in its original place. He thoughtfully looked towards the cashier counter and asked the shop owner, "How much is this mirror?" If the price was right, perhaps he could buy it. As Mr. Fool's personal item, the magic mirror might provide important information at crucial moments later on. The shop owner in the black dress finally raised her head. For some reason, Lumion felt the sunlight outside suddenly dim a little, as if large clouds had drifted by. The interior of Star Dream Provision Store became even darker. In this environment, Lumion, with his night vision, could still clearly see the shop owner's appearance. Her eyes were a rare pure black, her face extraordinarily beautiful, but she didn't look like a local. The shop owner smiled and answered Lumion's question, 5 million. How much? Lumion blurted out, and even Anthony's expression changed slightly. 5 million. The shop owner repeated the price. I have to think twice even about spending 50 now, and you're quoting me 5 million. Lumion abandoned the idea of buying the magic mirror erodes. He knew that this price was actually very cheap. This was Mr. Fool's personal item, the Great Erodes, its true value definitely worth 5 million, or even far exceeding this price, but one had to allow those without money to grumble a bit. With an attitude of gaining knowledge, Lumion pointed to the brass-like book. How much is this? 9 million. The shop owner answered politely. Lumion couldn't ask further. He now only knew one thing. This brass book was more valuable than the magic mirror erodes. The shop owner added with a smile, most of the items in the store are antiques and related to mysticism, so they're not cheap, but you can choose to rent them, calculated by the day. Rent. Lumion pointed at the magic mirror erodes in surprise. How much to rent for one day? 220,000. The shop owner's voice was as gentle as a serenade. 220,000. This isn't much different from buying it for 5 million. We can't afford it either way. Lumion first grumbled to himself. Then, based on his rich dream experience and a demoness spiritual intuition, he muttered softly, saving up 5 million to buy the magic mirror and saving up 220,000 to rent it for a day. Both have corresponding symbolic meanings. The shop owner didn't seem to expect Lumion to rent or purchase, and lowered her head again to focus on her phone. Lumion indeed didn't have the ability to rent or buy now, so he and Anthony walked towards the door of Star Dream Provision Store. After a few steps, He suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, "Has anyone rented the magic mirror before?" The shop owner raised her head again, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. "Yes." Lumien's pupils suddenly dilated. "Who? Someone really rented the magic mirror erodes in the Dream City? What did they use it for?" The shop owner answered with a faint smile, "It's my duty to keep my clients' privacy and secrets." In Lumien's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. He finally didn't pursue the question further and turned to walk out of Star Dream Provision Store. Just as they approached where they had parked, Lumien and Anthony saw a foreign man with brownish-yellow hair crouching beside the gray sedan their team had rented, looking left and right, occasionally taking a photo. Seeing the car owner's return, this foreign man slowly stood up. He was about the same height as Lumien, wearing a pair of plain glasses on his nose bridge, with some light yellow stubble on his face. His chest muscles were developed. His arms were thick, stretching his blue shirt to near bursting point. He wore faded jeans and carried a black travel backpack on his back. "Why are you photographing our car?" Lumien asked cautiously. He now had a kind of illness where he felt that every person in the dream had a corresponding identity and symbolic meaning. The foreign man said, "Such a vintage car is rare to see. It fills a gap in my knowledge." "Knowledge?" Lumien asked puzzledly. "Is this guy studying cars?" The foreign man smiled and said, "I'm an international student, studying at the university here. I really like this city. I like everything here. So when I don't have classes, I carry my bag and phone, walk around and take photos everywhere, recording every detail that makes up this civilization." "I see." Lumien felt this guy was a bit strange, but as he was still in the first stage of observation, he didn't want to have too much contact with him. At this point, Anthony suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The foreign man glanced at Anthony and smiled as he answered, "Stiano. What about you guys?" "Li Ming." Lumien gave his fake name for the Dream City. Anthony also introduced himself, and Rueda. After chatting for a few more sentences, Stiano, this foreign man, continued to wander aimlessly with his backpack and phone. Once in the car, Lumien fastened his seatbelt and looked at Anthony. "Why did you ask for his name?" Anthony rarely took such initiative. Anthony thought for a moment and said, "He gives me a strange sense of familiarity. I'll use hypnosis to ask my subconscious later, to see where this sense of familiarity comes from." Lumien nodded and started the car. Halfway through the drive, Anthony suddenly came out of hypnosis and said to Lumien, "I found the source of the familiarity. I get a similar feeling every time I enter a Church of Steam cathedral." He was originally a Steam believer. The corresponding dream image of a high-level figure in the Church of Steam? Although Lumien had disguised himself as a Steam believer before, he had hardly ever entered a Church of Steam, so he didn't have the same feeling as Anthony. Maybe Anthony wasn't too sure. At noon, in the rental apartment, Lumien said to Jenna, who was supporting Franca as she came out to eat, "This afternoon, you and Anthony take Ludwig to check out dream tutoring classes in person. I'll stay home to take care of Franca." According to the information provided by the major arcana cards, Mr. Fool also enrolled in this tutoring center. This is one of the best ways for us to naturally and normally come into contact with Mr. Fool. Moreover, we can observe the impact of the Oracle's death on this tutoring center. Franca spoke up. "It seems a bit strange that the Oracle, as an adult man, was reported missing after just one night of not returning." Jenna thought for a moment and said, "Maybe Mr. Fool's subconscious thinks this matter is urgent." "There might be other reasons." Lumien glanced at Ludwig, whose face had soured upon hearing about the tutoring center, and said, "Jenna is responsible for communication and probing, Anthony for observation. I'll leave this matter to you guys." Unable to drive, Jenna and Anthony chose to take public transportation with the child to dream tutoring classes. They made a comprehensive travel plan and prepared spare change for unexpected situations, rather than relying solely on mobile payments. After they left, Lumien helped Franca back to the master bedroom and glanced at the large ice blocks in 4 basins, chuckling. "This isn't much worse than air conditioning." The only issue was needing to refreeze the water periodically, which consumed some spirituality. But for demonesses, creating frost was an ability that used very little spirituality. Plus, it effectively solved the problem of limited refrigerator space. Yeah, air conditioning is so expensive. Franca leaned against the pillow and sighed sincerely. I never imagined being a demoness would be so practical in daily life. Lumion sat on the edge of the bed and casually asked, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better. This morning I was so weak I could only walk slowly," Franca answered honestly. "Since becoming a Beyonder, this is the first time I've been so seriously ill. As expected of the negative effects of a demigod-level item." Lumion sked. "But I heard from Jenna that she had to feed you breakfast, and when you needed to go to the restroom, you called her to support you. Where was the slow walking?" Franca wasn't embarrassed at being exposed, and chuckled. "Can't I enjoy being carefully looked after as a patient?" Lumion pressed his hand to his own forehead, then felt Franca's. "Your temperature has indeed come down, but you can continue enjoying being cared for until you're fully recovered. Does that mean I can boss you around?" Franca suddenly got excited. She recalled her university days, when every day a lucky roommate would be ordered to get food for the whole dorm, and she was the luckiest one. Seeing Franca's eager expression, Lumion smiled and took out a yellow peach from the traveler's bag. "Didn't you say yesterday that you missed the taste of yellow peaches? I happened to pass by a fruit wholesale market on my way back and bought a bag. I just mentioned it casually." Franca was a bit surprised, her eyes curving slightly. Lumion formed a small fruit knife from frost and swiftly peeled the yellow peach clean over the bedside trash can. He then cut off a piece, skewered it with the ice knife, and held it to Franca's lips. Looking at the juicy and tempting flesh, the crystal-clear fruit knife, and Lumion's slightly smiling face, Franca suddenly felt the atmosphere was different from when Jenna cared for her in the morning. The morning felt like a sick father watching a gentle mother urging a gluttonous child to study, while now it feels like a sick wife. "You're not eating? If you don't eat it, I will." Lumion appeared to take back the piece of peach and put it in his own mouth, with the attitude of brotherly interaction. Franca snorted and quickly opened her mouth to bite the piece of peach. She chewed and swallowed, then said rather nostalgically, "It's the taste from my memories." As she ate the peach Lumion fed her, she brought up their previous topic. "What do you think is hidden in B1 of Mushu Hospital?" Lumion considered carefully before saying, "My contact with Narration and other devils left me a deep impression of one sentence. The entrance to the abyss is not only in some place in the real world, but also in everyone's heart. We can all fall into the abyss and become devils not on the devil pathway. So I suspect the mother tree of desire, standing at the top of the devil, wraith, and baby Cupid pathways, is using her control over the abyss to turn Mr. Fool's psychological dark side into Mushu Hospital. Then, the Great Mother and the deity worshipped by order of all extinction used the psychological dark side to infiltrate a bit of their power, gradually eroding the dream. The influence of the abyss is from bottom to top, from the depths of the heart to the surface. Reflected in the specific symbol of Mushu Hospital. This means remodeling from the underground floors to the ground level. You mean the underground floors of Mushu Hospital have become a small-scale abyss? A more complex and terrifying abyss? Franca swallowed the peach in her mouth and asked thoughtfully. Lumion nodded, skillfully cutting another piece of peach and bringing it to Franca's lips. Currently we can see the power of the mother tree of desire, the Great Mother, and that deity of order of all extinction. The others are unknown for now. These evil gods should only be able to influence part of the dream. It seems they intend to help the celestial worthy. Franca bit the piece of peach with her teeth and asked puzzledly. Lumion considered for a moment before saying, "That's how it is now, but it may not be the case later. Madam Magician told me privately that these evil gods don't actually like the celestial worthy that much. If given a choice, their instinctive desire is to use the celestial worthy to pass through the barrier, but not let the celestial worthy truly awaken. Perhaps in this dream battle, if Mr. Fool is strong, they will definitely help the celestial worthy. If the celestial worthy gains a big advantage, they might secretly sabotage the celestial worthy's plans. Moreover, they themselves are chaotic and insane, and may do things we can't understand at any time. The marionettist who should have appeared last night didn't truly show up, perhaps for this reason. In short, what the evil gods would most like to see is both Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy continuing to sleep, indulging in this dream city. Hearing this, Franca was suddenly moved. She cast her gaze towards the window filled with brilliant sunlight, towards the distant high-rise buildings, and said in a low voice with self-mockery, "If my dream was like this, if the people I care about were all here, I might also indulge in it, not wanting to wake up." At dream tutoring classes, in front of the reception desk, Jenna held Ludwig's hand and handed the flyer given by Oracle Danitz to the dark-skinned male receptionist. "I'd like to know more details about your courses." The dark-skinned male receptionist's eyes lit up and he put on a smile. "Ma'am, what does your child want to learn? Could you first introduce all the courses?" Jenna hadn't decided yet what class to enroll Ludwig in. The male receptionist was stunned for a moment, then muttered, "Before, I would introduce first, then ask the customer what they wanted to learn, but I was criticized by several customers. They told me to ask about their needs first, then give targeted introductions. How is this wrong again?" Without needing Anthony's observation results, Jenna began to feel this receptionist wasn't very bright, and seemed a bit stupid. She pondered for a moment and said, "Our child only has time on weekends. Please introduce the weekend courses." According to the information, Mr. Fool had enrolled in this tutoring center's weekend business English course. The male receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, took out some materials, and began detailing the weekend courses his company offered. After listening for a while, Jenna found that only the beginner English class had a similar schedule to the business English class. She turned her head to look at Ludwig's pained expression, then picked up the beginner English class materials and said, "It's still $6,666 after the discount? Can it be cheaper?" Even at just $6,666, it was a very large expense for Jenna and the others. They had borrowed some more money through another app yesterday to scrape together enough without affecting their daily lives. "Well, only our principal has the authority to give further discounts. I'll get her." The dark-skinned receptionist hurriedly went down the hallway to the office to fetch the principal. She was a beautiful woman with dyed brown hair, an oval face, and clear blue eyes like spring water. She wore an elegant women's blouse paired with a dark pleated knee-length skirt, exposing her fair, long, and straight calves. Principal AI is exceptionally learned and talented. Not only is she good at English but also French. She can also paint, appraise antiques, play various musical instruments. The dark-skinned receptionist went on and on with his introduction. Jenna could see that Principal AI was a bit embarrassed and uncomfortable with the praise. At the same time, she noticed Ludwig's expression change, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. "You want to take the beginner English class?" Principal AI interrupted the receptionist's introduction and turned her gaze to Ludwig. "Yes." Jenna nodded sincerely. Principal AI looked at Ludwig and said, "Starting at this age has already missed the best phase for language acquisition, but as long as you're willing to learn, any time is a good time. It's never too late." 5,000, the lowest cost price. We can't delay the child's education. This should have been a sales pitch to get people to enroll, but Jenna actually heard sincerity in it. She felt Principal AI was genuinely considering the child's education. As expected of an archbishop of the Church of Knowledge, former treasure hunter and pirate admiral, Jenna recalled the contents of the file and nodded painfully. "All right, we'll enroll in the class at this time slot." Seeing what Jenna was pointing at, Principal AI couldn't help but frown. "Anderson's class. Is there a problem?" Jenna asked curiously. "Anderson is very suitable for teaching young children, but he tends to let them develop bad study habits. If we weren't short-staffed, I wouldn't let him teach the beginner class." Before Principal AI could finish speaking, a man turned into the hallway. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a white shirt and black vest, with his hands in his pockets. He smiled at Principal AI and said, "Edwina, did you just mention my name?" In the Dream City, Edwina was Principal AI's English name. Principal AI composed herself and pointed at Ludwig. "This little friend wants to enroll in your beginner class. Is that so?" Anderson walked up to Ludwig and squatted down without concern for his image, questioning his potential student. "Do you like learning English?" "No." Ludwig shook his head quickly. Anderson continued asking, "Then do you like learning French?" "No." Ludwig continued shaking his head. "How about Mauritian Creole?" Anderson persisted. Ludwig shook his head again. "No." "Then do you like learning to paint?" Anderson changed the question. Ludwig shook his head without hesitation. "No." "So what do you like?" Anderson wasn't upset at all. "I like eating." Ludwig was very honest. Anderson smiled and stood up, saying, "How about this? Study cooking with me, and at least you can be a chef in the future." If it were someone else, they would definitely think Anderson was mocking their child for having no talent for studying. But Jenna just wanted to say he had a keen eye, immediately seeing Ludwig's essence. "You know how to cook?" the dark-skinned receptionist asked very hostilely. Anderson laughed. "I'm very good at roasting rabbit. Danitz originally wanted me to teach him, but..." At this point, Anderson sighed. "He's the Oracle's roommate, the first to discover the Oracle's disappearance?" Jenna's spirits suddenly lifted. Jenna, holding Ludwig's hand, deliberately fixed her gaze on Anderson's face. "I heard that Mr. De, who gave us the flyer, has gone missing. Is there any news?" Principal AI, whose English name was Edwina, suddenly looked gloomy. "He was killed." "Oh my goodness. Did something really happen to him?" Jenna had already rehearsed how she should react when inquiring about such matters, and even used the catchphrases popular among ordinary people in the Dream City. Before leaving home, she had deliberately applied makeup to make herself less attractive, to avoid becoming the focus of passers-by. The dark-skinned receptionist nodded gravely. "We went to the police station to identify the body. Although he liked to show off, was a bit impulsive, and loved attention, he was truly a very, very good person." "Why would someone murder him?" "Robbery," Jenna offered a guess. "His phone and valuable belongings were still on him." Principal AI denied this possibility. "Let's wait for the police investigation results. Hopefully, the murderer will be brought to justice soon." Her expression was a bit sorrowful, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter further. The foreign teacher, Anderson, then said, "The night before last, before he went out, he told me he'd ask me how to pursue girls when he got back. I waited for him until dawn, sent him messages but he didn't reply, called him but he didn't answer. I thought at the time he shouldn't have had a romantic encounter unless he paid for it. But he was very stingy and saved all his money, saying he wanted to buy a house. You felt something was wrong, so you called the police?" Jenna showed a look of sudden realization. At the same time, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Even though you're talking about a sad event, why do I feel like you're mocking the deceased? Is this really Anderson Hood, once the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea?" The information provided by the major arcana cards mentioned that the principal of dream tutoring classes, AI Nana, corresponded to the pirate Admiral Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina from a few years ago, and the foreign teacher Anderson Hood corresponded to Anderson Hood, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea in reality. Of course, this title was now disputed, with Lewis Barry having quite a few supporters. Anderson nodded. "Yes. Reporting to the police must be timely. If he really encountered problems, the police might have been able to save him in time. If he was indeed just fooling around with paid women, the police could have caught him in bed. Who knew, Sai? Are you really concerned about the Oracle, or do you have a grudge against him?" Jenna couldn't tell for a moment whether Anderson was joking or not. Moreover, it's not appropriate to joke about such a tragedy. Jenna asked a few more questions indirectly, roughly confirming that Anderson had reported to the police less than an hour after the Oracle's death, and the police had taken it seriously, not dismissing it with the usual adult males must be out of contact for 48 hours excuse. They had started searching near the late-night food stalls just after midnight. "This is close to what we speculated. Mr. Fool's subconscious probably considered this matter very important, or in his subconscious, the oracle was quite important, so the police acted unusually and started the investigation immediately. Jenna didn't dwell on the oracle's death, and began paying and filling out forms to enroll Ludwig in the weekend beginner English class. She knew that in such scenarios, one should avoid touching on or asking about others' sorrowful matters, especially those involving death, unless the other person was willing to talk about it. After leaving dream tutoring classes, on the way to the bus stop, Jenna looked at Anthony, who hadn't said much and seemed to have gone unnoticed by Principal AI, Anderson Hood, and others. Did you observe any unusual details? The key figures at dream tutoring classes basically match the descriptions in the file, and their attitudes towards the oracle's death are normal. Anthony had prepared his thoughts, but I felt that some of Anderson Hood's words just now were a bit over the top, hiding some subtext, as if he wanted to tell us something. Before Anthony could finish, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. I heard you mention my name. Jenna and Anthony turned around simultaneously to find that Anderson Hood had somehow also left dream tutoring classes and was only 4 or 5 meters away from them. Jenna thought for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We were discussing how you don't seem to be very sad about Mr. Da's death, and even seem to be mocking him." Anderson smiled and looked around before saying, "Because I feel that the people around me have been acting a bit strange lately." "Strange?" Jenna asked puzzledly. Anderson lowered his voice. "Don't you suddenly have this feeling at some point? The people around seem to be acting out different scripts to cooperate with you, but occasionally they overdo it or are not meticulous enough, making you notice something is off, making you feel terrified, like it's not real enough. Before, they all performed very well, but recently, the flaws have increased significantly. Has Anderson Hood perceived the essence of this dream city? But he's just a dream image, not a real person's projection. The major arcana card holders said that the real Anderson Hood doesn't have any special items or connections, so he can't enter Mr. Fool's dream. He now seems like a character in a book who discovers that he's just a character in a story. Jenna was shocked and found it incredible. Seeing Jenna stunned, Anderson laughed. "You believed it? Looks like the story I made up isn't bad, and my acting isn't bad either." After saying this, Anderson waved his hand and walked towards the nearby convenience store. Behind him, a group of students who had finished class poured out of dream tutoring classes. Jenna and Anthony exchanged glances, neither angered by Anderson's prank, but rather feeling that he really had something unsaid. This person, who should only be a dream image, seemed a bit special. Looking at the students leaving the building where dream tutoring classes was located, Jenna withdrew her gaze and continued walking towards the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she curiously asked Ludwig, "You seemed a bit scared when you saw Principal AI." Ludwig mumbled, "She was one of my former teachers." "Ah, Ludwig's teacher from the Church of Knowledge, no wonder." Jenna suddenly understood. In the rental apartment. After listening to Jenna and Anthony's account, Lumian considered for a moment and said, "Currently, we're still in the observation stage of key figures. Don't further contact Anderson for now. After we finish the observation phase, we'll find an opportunity when there are no other teachers or students from dream tutoring classes around him to probe him." Franca, who had recovered her health, also regained her normal thinking ability. "You suspect that Mr. Fool enrolling in dream tutoring classes caused problems for some of the teachers and students there, and the Oracle's death is a continuation of these problems rather than the beginning?" And Anderson also became suspicious because he noticed some small inconsistencies. "This possibility is quite high." Lumian stood up and said, "I'm going to cook now." He walked towards the kitchen, and Jenna naturally followed to assist. Lumian had already steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker. Now he put the rice into several large bowls and added spicy sauces like lao gan ma. "After Ludwig finishes these, he'll be about 70 to 80% full, and then he can eat dinner normally with us," Lumian casually said to Jenna. Jenna helped carry 2 bowls of rice, nodding seriously. "Yes, the food for Ludwig should be divided into 2 types. One for filling his stomach and one for tasting delicious flavors. It can't just be for filling his stomach." "You seem quite concerned about him?" Lumion picked up the remaining bowls and chuckled. Jenna laughed self-mockingly. I feel a bit guilty, I guess. After delivering these bowls of rice to Ludwig, Lumion washed the rice cooker clean and steamed another pot for himself and the others using the quick mode. When we have money, we should buy another rice cooker, Lumion muttered as he took out vegetables and meat from the refrigerator. Jenna took them over, washed the vegetables under the tap, and used her demoness powers to control frost to defrost the meat. She washed one item and passed it to Lumion, who used knives formed from frost to chop and slice. The two chatted casually, occasionally falling silent to listen to how Franca was teaching Ludwig to watch cartoons in the living room, without slowing down their food preparation. Jenna glanced at the sky outside, tinged with golden-red afterglow, and said, "We probably won't go out at night for now. What's the plan for tomorrow?" During the observation phase, they had to be extremely careful. Since the magic mirror erodes had hinted that there were problems at night, they wouldn't go out after dark for now. While quickly slicing with his ice knife, Lumion looked down at the increasing pile of shredded meat and said without hesitation, "In the morning, we'll go to Star Dream Provision Store to get the reply from the major Arcana card holders, and observe the police station nearby while we're at it. In the afternoon, we'll observe one of the most important targets, Mr. Fool's friend Peng Deng." Jenna knew who Lumion was referring to. Peng Deng was a very special person in the Dream City. He was a good friend of Mr. Fool, that is, Zhou Mingrui, but there was no corresponding person for him in reality. Following the logic that characters closer to Mr. Fool should be more important, Peng Deng should have a high status and position in the real world. However, the major Arcana card holders and other coin holders had never found out who he represented or symbolized. At the same time, they hadn't found any problems with Peng Deng in the dream. Lumion nodded and continued, "Based on my experience, a character in such a position must have a strong symbolic meaning. We just haven't found the approach or method to interpret it yet. One reason why Mr. Star became a key focus and was kicked out of the dream by the celestial worthy might be his strong connection to Mr. Fool's Angel of Time, a decryption expert. If he truly came into contact with Peng Deng, he might see something. Right?" Jenna finished washing all the vegetables, shook her hands, and let the water droplets turn into frost and float down. The next morning, at the entrance of Star Dream Provision Store, Franca, feeling a bit fearful yet somewhat expectant, followed Lumion inside. The magic mirror erodes had indeed left some psychological trauma on her, but she was also quite curious about the brass book, which was much more expensive than the mirror, and the true identity of the shop owner. At first glance, Franca noticed that Star Dream Provision Store really did resemble an antique shop from the northern continent, with very obvious mystical elements added. The only things that didn't fit this style were the shelves themselves and the mobile phone the shopkeeper was fiddling with, along with the tablet placed in front of her. "Good morning, ma'am. We're here to pick up a reply," Lumion said very politely as he approached the counter. The shopkeeper, dressed in a black dress and fiddling with her phone, pulled out a letter from under the counter and placed it on top. "Thank you," Lumion said as he took it, without opening the letter on the spot. Franca then pointed to the brass book. "Ma'am, may I flip through that book?" "Go ahead," replied the black-dressed shopkeeper without looking up, and without cautioning Franca not to damage the antique. Franca walked briskly to the shelf on the right and picked up the book that looked as if it were forged from brass. The cover was cold and hard to the touch, clearly made of metal. Franca quickly flipped through it, finding that the inside pages were still paper, but completely blank. "Nothing special," Franca muttered to herself. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she suddenly saw lines of text appear on the blank pages. But these words vanished in an instant, too fast for even a demoness eyesight to capture the specific content. "Am I seeing things?" Franca patiently waited for 20 to 30 seconds, and again saw new text appear in the brass book. But she still couldn't make out a single word before the corresponding content disappeared. In this situation, even the dream divination method couldn't be used afterwards to recall the specific images. "There's definitely something strange about this," Franca thought to herself as she returned the brass book to its original place. At the same time, Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a dark greenish-black figure flash by behind the shelf. It was a snake that had grown white feathers and small wings. Franca was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, turning to warn the shopkeeper. "Ma'am, there's a snake in your shop. Be careful. No need to be afraid." The black-dressed shopkeeper raised her head, revealing her beautiful face. "That's my pet." "I see." Franca let out a sigh of relief. Along with Jenna and Anthony, who were browsing around the store, she followed Lumion out and back to the gray sedan parked nearby. They used frost to forcibly lower the high temperature inside the car caused by the sun. After sitting in the driver's seat, Franca frowned slightly and said, "The snake I just saw looked a lot like a feathered serpent from the death pathway. Well, a miniature harmless version." The shopkeeper couldn't be keeping a mythical creature from the death pathway as a pet, could she? A complete mythical creature would represent an angel level, Lumion calmly said as he opened the letter in his hand. "It's not impossible. Besides those with special items and connections, those that can enter the dream are at least true gods. Were we just dealing with a true god? And she even answered my question?" As Franca was still in shock, she saw a person carrying many bags walk up to the driver's side and knock on the window. "Can I help you?" Franca cautiously rolled down the window. The person had an ordinary appearance and wore a smile, holding out what was in his hand to Franca. "Wanna buy something? The latest models of bugs and pinhole cameras." Franca's mouth twitched. "Bro, that's illegal." The man tried to continue his sales pitch, but Franca put on a stern face and firmly refused. After closing the window, Franca started the car, while Lumion began examining the reply from the major arcana card holders, mainly written by Meta Magician. At this point, Franca suddenly paused. "Don't rush. Let's first make sure there are no bugs or pinhole cameras installed in the car." With everyone suppressed to sequence 7, relying on the demoness's spirituality and divination could indeed effectively prevent mystical eavesdropping and peeping, but they had completely overlooked the scientific aspect before. Lumion and Jenna could understand what bugs and pinhole cameras were used for. One relied on a hunter's observation skills to quickly search for unusual traces, while the other used magic mirror divination to check on the situation by questioning her own spirituality. "There aren't any," Jenna reported her divination results. "That's good." Franca breathed a sigh of relief. "From now on, we must remember to guard against scientific methods. It's fortunate that the dude selling contraband items reminded me. Otherwise, we might have been caught off guard at some point." At this point, Franca turned her gaze to the rearview mirror. She saw the man who had been selling bugs and pinhole cameras turn a corner at the end of the street and disappear. Could he be an ally? Deliberately coming to warn us? Franca mused perceptively. Lumion pondered for a moment before stating, "Probably. Who could it be?" Franca asked, focusing more on driving as she looked at the road ahead. Soon, she parked the car in a roadside spot diagonally across from the police station. Lumion created a medium-sized screen out of frost and displayed the reply from the major arcana card holders on this mirror for easy viewing. After confirmation, the demoness of despair beyond her characteristics, related materials, and special mirror world fragments you obtained are all real. Don't get excited yet. This doesn't mean every Beyonder in the Dream City can produce Beyonder characteristics. It must be someone like you whose consciousness directly enters. In other words, if you die in the Dream City, affected by fooling, your bodies in the real world will also die, producing Beyonder characteristics. This feedback to the Dream City will then graft the Beyonder characteristics onto the recipient, achieving the effect of turning fantasy into reality and reality into fantasy. You should already understand my meaning. The resurrected female corpse is roughly equivalent to a real consciousness entering. As for her name and background, you should ask Ludwig. I'll just briefly explain that she was once equivalent to the celestial worthies marionette, so she still is now. Don't ask why, don't ask about high-level matters of the seer and marauder pathways. In any case, through this connection, and through the identity Mr. Fool's subconscious wove for her in the dream, she entered this dream and was given new life by the Great Mother, gaining humanity and consciousness that are unlike a marionette. Back to the issue of the Beyonder characteristics. If you use it to concoct potions and perform rituals to advance to demigod in the Dream City, your bodies in the real world will also become demigods. Remember, under the influence of abilities like fooling, false dreams may become true reality, and what you consider real may become false. Moreover, the Dream City is currently restricted to Sequence 7, so the mental effects of potions and the minimum requirements for rituals will also be suppressed to this level. For example, a plague that originally needed to infect 30,000 people and bring them pain and despair might now only need 300 infected. Taking a risk in B1 of Mushu Hospital might be enough to complete the ritual. Doesn't this make you think that works? But I must tell you, a price has already been exacted for what fate bestowed. Advancing to Demoness of Despair through this method carries extremely large hidden dangers. Subsequently, extremely great difficulties will need to be overcome to truly count as a sequence for demigod. Think about it, in the Dream City, all the various problems brought about by consuming a demigod potion are actually restricted to Sequence 7, so they can be endured relatively easily, and Sequence 7 level rituals can be used to assist advancement. But upon leaving the dream and returning to reality, those problems suppressed to Sequence 7 will break free from the fooling and instantly return to Sequence 4 levels. At that time, the corresponding person will likely lose control immediately. Of course, this is not unsolvable, just very difficult. Not as simple as performing a complete ritual in reality. The only method we can think of now is to fully digest that Sequence 4 potion before leaving the dream, before this dream is no longer maintained. This digestion will be grafted onto reality, allowing the vast majority of hidden dangers suppressed to Sequence 7 to be resolved in advance. When the person returns to reality, they will be a Sequence 4 demigod in good condition. Reality will have been truly fooled at this moment. The difficulty with this method lies in the fact that how long the dream can be maintained and when you will be locked onto by the celestial worthy and directly kicked out are not things you can decide for yourselves. It's full of unknown risks, and it's extremely difficult to obtain a good opportunity and enough time to digest the potion. Reading to this point, Franca, Lumion, and the others looked at each other, speechless. Is that even allowed? They had originally thought that using false angel qualifications and sealed angels to simply act out roles and quickly digest potions was already the limit of exploiting rule loopholes. Who knew that, after reading all these words about fooling and grafting, they felt their brains had been fooled. You can really truly advance in the dream. The potion can be fooled. The ritual can be fooled. The mind can be fooled. Even the boundary between fantasy and reality can be fooled. Of course, it's also possible that only we ourselves are fooled, believing we've truly completed the advancement and become demigods when in reality we've just developed a mental disorder. Haha! Everyone's been fooled. Everyone's been fooled. Franca couldn't help but go a little crazy in her mind. Is this the terrifying aspect of great existences? Jenna took a small breath. Lumion chuckled. Many things we consider unbreakable and unchangeable may just be playthings for great existences. They can make them round if they want, or flat if they want. Franca mumbled along. Through this letter, they truly and concretely felt what it meant to be a great existence. They continued reading the letter displayed on the ice crystal screen. After reading the previous part, haven't you had this thought? In the future, after Mr. Fool wakes up, couldn't we ask him to use similar dreams to help lower the difficulty of rituals and advancements, allowing those in need to become demigods and giving them enough time to digest potions in the dream? First, we must be clear that Mr. Fool alone would find it difficult to accomplish this, because such a real dream, a dream that allows fooling to blur fantasy and reality, comes from other domains. Second, not every demigod will eventually be able to digest their own potion. They will live their entire lives in a dream, and if the dream cognition is not restored to Sequence 4 levels, their lifespan will also be suppressed to the corresponding mid to low sequences. But if the dream cognition is restored to Sequence 4, those problems hidden by fooling will erupt again. Third, is it really appropriate to cause Mr. Fool to sleep for several years, over 10 years, or even centuries to help one Beyonder advance? Finally, the acting out of many potions will tend towards evil. If you really want to create a large-scale plague in Mr. Fool's dream, not to mention how easily the celestial worthy would notice, Mr. Fool would be the first to kick you out. Why do I feel like Madame Magician is hinting at me? I really hadn't thought of that. This dream is just like reality, not at all like a game. How could I have antisocial thoughts? Even in games, I only stopped being humane after getting bored with normal gameplay, Franca muttered to herself. After discussing matters related to the reanimated female corpse, Madame Magician affirmed Lumion and the others' current strategy. She said one major reason why previous gold coin holders failed to find a way to awaken Mr. Fool was that they were too eager to contact the target person, resulting in being locked onto by the celestial worthy and kicked out of the dream, or fully restricted, only able to make some contributions in accumulating intelligence. At the end of the letter, Madame Magician told Lumion and the others that some gold coin holders could still enter this dream city, but they could not communicate with Mr. Fool or intervene in any events. However, they could act as human cameras, helping to collect information on certain occasions. The content displayed on the ice crystal screen ended here. Lumion flicked his wrist, burning the letter, and turned to Ludwig. The background of the reanimated female corpse. Ludwig was staring longingly at a snack shop on the street, and reluctantly recounted the information he obtained from the corpse. Panatia, a member of the demonist sect, nicknamed Nation of Despair Nightingale, was one of the perpetrators of the Great Smog of Backlund incident. She became the marionette of Antigonus, a great noble of the Tudor Empire, in a secret town on the way to the nation of the Evernight. At that time, Antigonus was in a state of madness, mentally closer to the celestial worthy you guys talk about. For the top level of the Marauder pathway, the Despair Nightingale is indeed equivalent to the celestial worthy's marionette. Lumion nodded slowly after carefully listening to Ludwig's statement. His gaze turned to outside the car window, watching people coming and going at the entrance of the police station, and he said as he pondered, "Fooling, grafting, dreams, reality. I don't fully understand these concepts, so I can only trust Madame Magician's explanation for now. What puzzles me is why the celestial worthy had to bring the Despair Nightingale marionette into the Dream City, rather than using her virtual image here. It couldn't be just to give us Beyonder characteristics and special mirror world fragments. Could it? Indeed, Franca agreed, also finding the celestial worthy's choice in this matter incomprehensible. Since Panatia was the celestial worthy's marionette, her corresponding dream image should also easily become the celestial worthy's marionette again. In her subsequent tasks, the role she played did not require her to be a real demonist, judging from Panatia's reenacted script alone. An illusory demonist belonging to the Dream City could equally fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. The celestial worthy chose a more complicated method over a simpler one, which had to imply hidden reasons. These reasons might be crucial. Anthony, sitting in the back, followed up with his analysis of the character's psychological state. If the description in the information and Madame Susie's reminder are correct, Mr. Fool's dream image is very cautious and careful. So sending a demonist to approach him with reasonable excuses and in a gradual manner, cultivating feelings through daily, moderate interactions to dissolve unfamiliarity and wariness, might not be the best choice. Because demonesses are too beautiful, it would instinctively make someone who considers themselves ordinary draw a line in their heart, feeling that it's not something they could obtain. Lumion, Jenna, and Franca, the three demonesses, all looked at Anthony simultaneously. Anthony paused for 2 seconds before continuing. If I were to arrange it, I would find a way to turn one of Zhou Mingrue's current female colleagues into a marionette. That colleague should preferably be very ordinary, not a beyonder, and not particularly pretty, but still have her own charm from certain angles or expressions. After she becomes familiar with Zhou Mingrue, arrange for her to drink the assassin potion, gradually and unobtrusively enhancing her charm, allowing love to develop slowly. Lumion's eyes flickered a few times, but he remained silent. You spectators, Franca sighed sincerely. Indeed, better at writing scripts than the celestial worthy. She had just seriously thought about it, and felt that if it were her former self before transmigrating, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Then why did the celestial worthy have to bring his own demoness marionette into the Dream City, and even use the power of the Great Mother to give her new life? Jenna repeated Lumion and Franca's previous confusion. After a brief silence in the car, Lumion thoughtfully said, "Don't you think there are too many demonesses appearing in this matter?" "What do you mean?" Jenna vaguely guessed what Lumion wanted to say. It was the dream symbolism he had been emphasizing several times every day recently. Lumion slightly curled his lips. As a team coming to the dream to awaken Mr. Fool, the number of demonesses among us is abnormally high, exceeding half. And the main opponent abandoned the simple approach, chose the complicated one, and even brought a demoness marionette belonging to himself here. The major arcana card holders have said that Mr. Fool has authority over fate, and that celestial worthy must have it too. The lucky coins ultimately gathered in our hands, bringing us to this dream city. Doesn't this symbolize the choice of fate, symbolizing that it will be a demoness who awakens Mr. Fool? Similarly, it will also be a demoness who helps the celestial worthy achieve victory. I had previously felt that the pathways chosen by the lucky coins this time were too monotonous, and the appearance of the reanimated female corpse deepened my suspicion. Then why must it be a demoness? And why must it be an external demoness with real consciousness? Jenna mused along this line of thought. Perhaps figuring out this question would reveal how to awaken Mr. Fool. Lumion chuckled. For now, I can only think of two reasons. First, a real demoness symbolizes real calamity, and real calamity will bring great changes to the dream city. Where there's change, there's opportunity, maybe good, maybe bad. But this doesn't explain why there aren't as many hunters, as hunters are also symbols of calamity. Second, some crucial thing. A path leading to Mr. Fool's awakening can only be completed by a demoness of a not low sequence. It could be both reasons, Franca said, while worrying about the air conditioning costs and considering switching to ice blocks for cooling, but also concerned about being detected by beyonders in the police force. She continued observing people entering and leaving the police station. Thus, they observed and discussed intermittently until noon. During this process, Lumion and the others saw Officer Deng and his fiancée daily leave hand in hand to find a restaurant for lunch, and also saw key figures like Old Neil who bore the title of Interpol officer. Their observations largely matched the descriptions in their information. Didn't see Mr. Starr. Franca withdrew her gaze, preparing to drive onto the road. He's probably out investigating the case at the mall's surveillance room. Lumion had noticed this information while scrolling through his phone earlier. Franca didn't say more and drove the car to the new urban district, full of high-rise buildings and a modern atmosphere, parking opposite a building over 100 meters tall. Their next observation target, also a key suspect, Peng Deng, worked here. Just as Franca parked the car, Lumion and the others saw the target approaching from a distance. He was a young man with an unremarkable appearance, holding an iced coffee and looking down at his phone. Every time Jenna thought he would bump into pedestrians or obstacles on the road, Peng Deng, without raising his head, would skillfully maneuver around them. Almost simultaneously, Peng Deng's information flashed through Lumion and the others' minds. Peng Deng, 24 years old, from the same hometown as Zhou Mingrue, classmate from kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school, schoolmate in high school, currently an interior designer, living in Heroin community next to New City Garden. He has a girlfriend named Niezhun, living in the high-tech zone, planning to move in with Peng Deng after their current lease expires. Currently sharing rent with a foreign worker named Grisha, who has an eccentric personality, is paranoid, and has crude manners. Lumion carefully observed Peng Deng, who was wearing a light-colored shirt with sweat seeping through the back, not missing any of his movements or facial expression details. Only after Peng Deng walked back into the building did Lumion withdraw his gaze and ask Anthony, "Did you notice anything?" Anthony shook his head. "That's normal. If it were that simple to discover problems, the major arcana card holders would have had results long ago." Lumion wasn't disappointed. He said to all team members, "We're not sure if Peng Deng will go out in the afternoon. Let's go observe his girlfriend and his roommate for a while first. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there's a possibility of contacting Mr. Fool at the tutoring class in the afternoon. We need to quickly go through all the listed personnel that need observation." Jenna and the others had no objections. Franca tried to start the car but couldn't complete the ignition no matter what. The rumbling sound failed to transform into a steady hum. Damn it! The car broke down. Franca slapped the steering wheel, unable to hide her frustration. At this moment, only one thought appeared in Lumion and Jenna's minds. We'll have to pay for repairs. Immediately after, Lumion furrowed his brow. Isn't this too coincidental? The car breaks down right after we observe Peng Deng. Indeed, there were no signs of trouble before. Franca also began to find this suspicious. Would approaching Peng Deng with ill intentions lead to misfortune? But the major Arcana cardholders who had previously observed Peng Deng hadn't mentioned any similar situations. This is an anomaly. Let's record it, Lumion said to Anthony. He opened the door and got out of the car, habitually wanting to check it himself to see if he could repair it. But after standing in the sun-scorched area, he remembered that he had no understanding of the structure of internal combustion engine cars. The only thing he could do was bang on the hood a few times, hoping that vibration and luck might somehow make the vehicle fix itself. I'll call the car rental company, Franca said, picking up her phone from the holder. Just then, an enthusiastic voice came from the roadside. Hello, Lee. And what's wrong? Lumion and Anthony, who had also gotten out of the car, looked towards the street and saw it was Stiano, the foreign exchange student they had met yesterday, who was suspected to be the dream image corresponding to a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam. The car broke down. Lumion pointed at the gray sedan. Stiano, carrying a travel backpack, brightened up. Maybe I can help you fix it. When Stiano volunteered to help, Lumion's thoughts raced. He smiled and said, Thank you so much. Stiano took off his backpack and, like a magician, pulled out one car repair tool after another. He opened the hood of the gray sedan. Seeing this, Franca couldn't help but wail inwardly. No, it was only going to cost $1,000 or $2,000 to fix before, but now it might cost several thousand after he's done. She could guess why Lumion was willing to let Stiano help. The information provided by the major Arcana cardholders didn't mention this high-ranking Church of Steam members' projection in the Dream City. He didn't seem very important or related to Mr. Fool's Awakening, yet he had encountered the team twice by chance. This indicated either an arrangement of fate or that he himself harbored something special. Observing him more at this stage might provide useful guidance at a crucial moment in the future. For the demonesses, this was both a conclusion from logical reasoning and a prompt from spiritual intuition. Never mind, this is just a dream, not reality. As long as Mr. Fool believes that the Church of Steam and Machinery's high-ranking members are good at repairing machines, then Stiano should be able to fix the car. Franca comforted herself, quietly producing ice cubes to dispel the heat invading the car. Soon after, Stiano raised his face, with traces of light yellow beard, avoiding his oil-stained palms, and used the back of his hand to push up the plain glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He said to Franca inside the car and Lumion outside, It's fixed. Really? Don't lie to me. Franca tried it and found that the vehicle could indeed start again very smoothly. Lumion took out a bottle of mineral water filled with Hunter Demonis branded boiled water, and provided a stream of water for Stiano to wash his hands and tools at the roadside sewer opening. After the other party had cleaned his hands and put away his tools, Lumion expressed his thanks again and took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and said with a smile, Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need any help in the future, you can always find us. Haha. As long as it's within our capabilities. Stiano looked at Lumion seriously, then smiled and said, Okay. He then took out his own phone, allowing Lumion to add him as a WeChat friend by scanning the code. After scanning, Lumion found that the other party's nickname was Electric Power Energy and Information Technology. Feels weird. Lumion waved goodbye to Stiano, returned to the gray sedan, and showed this gentleman's WeChat to Jenna and the others. Franca glanced at it and said amusingly, This nickname sounds like a university course. Check out his moments. This was the first non-team member friend Lumion had added on WeChat, completely forgetting that Franca had mentioned they could look at moments to gather information. He quickly tapped on Stiano's avatar and then went to his moments. Today, The professor's understanding of the concept of information is rather biased. Information is also energy, and energy also contains information. One of the essences of each existence is the aggregation of corresponding information. Yesterday, found an old car. The mechanical aesthetics fascinated me. August 13th. I created a wonderful machine. Only 3 days of moments are visible. A wonderful machine? Lumion murmured puzzledly. How wonderful can it be? As a local in the Dream City, no matter how wonderful the machine he creates, it shouldn't be able to exceed the limitations of the dream itself. He does indeed seem like a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, and also shows a state of striving to learn and think after coming into contact with more advanced civilizations. This should be the underlying logic when Mr. Fool's subconscious wove this image, Franca casually said as she drove the car back onto the road. In the time that followed, they observed key targets such as Peng Deng's girlfriend Nyejin, Peng Deng's roommate Grisha, Zhou Mingrue's roommate Mobit, and others. As it was nearing the end of the workday, they returned to the building where Peng Deng worked, patiently waiting for him to finish his day's work. Peng Deng appeared just after 6 p.m. and chose to take the subway back to Heroin Community where he rented. Franca drove the car with Jenna and Ludwig to wait at the destination in advance, while Lumion and Anthony followed into the subway station. Along the way, many women cast glances at Lumion, seemingly struck by his handsomeness, even though Lumion had made himself look a bit uglier before going out. Of course, a few men were also sneaking peeks. Meanwhile, Peng Deng was focused on his phone, not caring at all whether there were any beautiful women around, let alone someone of the same sex who was merely charming. A normal level of handsomeness isn't enough to be approached or attract too much attention. Unless there's an added gimmick, it won't become a trending search or headline. Lumion felt a bit relieved. Anthony, beside him, was naturally ignored by those around them. Thanks to the hunter's tracking skills and the demoness ability to hide in shadows at any time, Lumion easily followed Peng Deng to the vicinity of Heroin Community. The latter didn't go home immediately but turned towards Onkong North Road, walked to near New City Garden, and entered a restaurant called Yujo Small Dishes. Lumion looked left and right and saw Franca roll down the car window and wave to him and Anthony. After they got in the car, Franca asked with concern, "Did you gain anything?" Lumion first shook his head, then muttered puzzledly, "Now I'm more curious about what's on his phone that he can keep looking at it constantly." He was looking at it while riding the subway, while on the escalator, and even while walking. "You don't understand." Franca sighed. Jenna, looking at the Yujo Small Dishes restaurant, recalled, "This is the restaurant where Mr. Fool and Peng Deng often eat. If we wait a bit longer, Mr. Fool might come too. Should we observe their interaction?" Lumion glanced at the sky outside. "We can. It wouldn't get dark until after 8 p.m. in this Dream City's summer," Jenna tersely acknowledged. "Then I'll buy a roast duck for Ludwig, so he stops complaining about being hungry." She had already found dinner for Ludwig earlier, at a fruit with roast duck shop on the same side as the car, with a paper sign saying, 30 yuan each. Lumion looked at Ludwig, whose mouth was dripping with suspicious liquid, and said with a smile, "Make it 2. We'll try some too." Time ticked by minute by minute. Lumion and the others had tried the roast duck and eaten steamed buns, but they still hadn't seen Mr. Fool's dream incarnation, Zhou Mingrue. Meanwhile, Peng Deng had finished his meal and was returning towards Heroin Community. Maybe Mr. Fool wanted to try something different tonight? Franca dipped the last piece of duck meat wrapped in pancake into sweet bean sauce and brought it towards her mouth. Gulp! She heard a clear swallowing sound. Glancing at Ludwig's face full of desire, Franca sighed and handed over the food in her hand. Lumion withdrew his gaze from outside the window. He might have gone to do something else. I didn't see him return to New City Garden. Should we continue tailing? Jenna pointed at Peng Deng's retreating figure. Lumion shook his head. It's getting dark. If we keep following, something unexpected might happen. Franca said in an agreeing tone, The major arcana card holders also mentioned that one of the most likely signs of Peng Deng being problematic is that he has never met with Mr. Fool, that is, Zhou Mingrui, after dark. They're childhood friends, so it's very normal to have a late-night snack together or watch a movie. Mr. Fool has initiated invitations many times, and Peng Deng himself has also invited Mr. Fool, but they never managed to meet up in the end. Every time it was because Peng Deng had something come up. Either his girlfriend wouldn't allow it, or his girlfriend suddenly got sick, or his roommate broke the door lock and they had to wait for a locksmith to come open the door. But when they choose to have meals or go out during the day, they always succeed, and that girlfriend who always obstructs Peng Deng occasionally participates too. Combined with the magic mirror's hint to beware of the night, these details seem very strange. Lumian nodded. Back at the rented apartment. Seeing Lumian staring at the increasingly dark sky outside and falling into deep thought, Franca asked curiously, "What's on your mind?" "I'm thinking of going out tonight to move around like ordinary people, to see if we encounter any more anomalies or problems," Lumian said consideringly. He wanted to test the boundaries of the night problem a bit before officially contacting Zhou Mingrui tomorrow afternoon. They hadn't gone out last night, and everything was normal. Like ordinary people. Franca's eyes twinkled slightly, and she said to Lumian and Jenna with a smile, "Let's go watch a movie." Lumian and the others already knew the concept of movies and were curious about it, so Franca's suggestion was unanimously approved. Franca immediately smiled like a fox who had stolen a hen. "Let's go to a different mall. We can also scratch some more lottery tickets. Then we'll have money for tonight's movie tickets and popcorn, right? We can't go to the same place, it would attract attention." Hearing the word popcorn, Ludwig, who had been uninterested before, suddenly brightened up. In another mall, Franca, satisfied with winning over 2,000 in prizes again, led her teammates towards the cinema on the 4th floor. Passing by the 3rd floor, they saw a long queue forming at the entrance of a very artistic-looking bookstore. A book signing event? Franca, who was curious about everything and interested in everything since coming to the Dream City, pulled Jenna over to see which author it was. Romance novel queen, Salted Fish Without Dreams, author of the original Great Pirate series novels. Franca read out the keywords on the pull-up banner. "That pen name is so strange," Jenna expressed her feelings. Franca smiled and said, "This is only ordinarily strange. Later, I'll help you download an app and show you how the pen names of those web novel authors are each stranger than the last." As she spoke, Franca tried hard to stand on tiptoe to look at the author who was signing books. Lumian walked to her side and also cast his gaze into the bookstore. A few seconds later, as the author raised her head, Lumian and Franca's expressions froze simultaneously. "What's wrong?" Jenna noticed their abnormality. Franca answered with a strange expression. "I don't think my eyes are playing tricks on me. How can she be a romance novel queen?" "Who?" Jenna asked puzzledly. "Madam Magician," answered Lumian in a suppressed voice. "What?" Jenna was shocked by Lumian's answer. Madam Magician's image in Mr. Fool's dream is the romance novelist Salted Fish Without Dreams? Although Jenna had previously seen characters like Emperor Roselle as a company CEO, in news reports, and Vice Admiral Iceberg as a cram school principal, she had never actually interacted with those famous figures in reality. But Madam Magician was someone she had truly met, talked to, and sought advice from. How could such a powerful angel, a holder of a major arcana card, and one of Mr. Fool's followers, be a romance novelist here? This suddenly highlighted the absurdity, distortion, and ridiculousness of the dream. Jenna's position didn't allow her to see through the crowd to the author's appearance, so she turned her gaze to the inside of the bookstore's glass wall, where the silhouette of the person signing books was faintly reflected. Jenna's eyes, disguised as deep brown by lie, instantly became profound, as if hiding mirror after mirror within. Through the mirrors, she clearly saw the author's figure. Long, slightly curled hair dyed brown, wearing a colorful spaghetti strap dress with layered fabric, tassels, and batik, exuding a strong exotic style. Combined with her beautiful face, it gave off a free and casual aura. It was unmistakably the major arcana card holder, Madame Magician. It really is her, Jenna whispered. Lumion stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the crowd queuing for autographs. Hiding a mirror in his hand and speaking in a low voice, he muttered as if to himself, based on our observations and the information provided by the major arcana card holders, when Mr. Fool's subconscious weaves dream images, it significantly references the characteristics of the corresponding real-world figures. Emperor Roselle was the ruler of a country, so in the Dream City he became the boss of a large company. Vice Admiral Iceberg is a demigod of the Church of Knowledge, fond of teaching, and long-educated pirates on the Golden Dream. So in the Dream City, she became the principal of a cram school. Are you suggesting that Madame Magician's real identity is more or less related to being an author? Franca, also in the mirror maze, quickly understood what Lumion was trying to express. Lumion's gaze swept across the banners reflected in the mirror maze, stopping on a description. He asked Franca and Jenna in a low voice, "What is the Great Pirate series about?" "I'll search it up," Franca said, taking out her phone and tapping on the screen. As she searched, Franca's expression gradually became strange. Jenna, suppressing the urge to search for related content on her own phone, asked curiously, "Got anything?" The Great Pirate series is about legendary pirates active at sea. Each volume has a different theme. The volume of the third part is Crazy Adventurer, and the story takes place between the adventurer Gairman Sparrow and three beautiful female pirates: Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, and Vice Admiral Ailment. Franca summarized the key points to her companions with complex emotions. Jenna was stunned upon hearing this. Although Lumion had some guesses and suspicions before, he couldn't help but interrupt Franca. "Isn't this part of the content of the Great Adventurer series?" "Apparently so," Franca agreed. Lumion looked again at the banners reflected in the mirror maze and the queuing crowd, saying as if in thought, "Mr. Fool's subconscious has woven Madame Magician's dream identity as the original author of the Great Pirate series, specializing in romance. The Great Adventurer series from the real world is partially reflected in the Great Pirate series in the dream. The Great Adventurer series has a strong romantic element, with the interactions between Gairman Sparrow and the female pirate admirals described rather ambiguously, but left unclear. The Great Adventurer series has turned many famous pirates into comic characters or protagonists of sensational rumors, and even includes introductions to mystical knowledge and the privacy of two oracles. Yet the author Furzwall has never been visited by any pirate or warned by the church. Hearing this, Franca had already drawn a conclusion and said softly, "How would the pirates dare? Seeking out the Angel of Stars for an explanation would be like delivering oneself for a bounty." Madame Magician is Furzwall, the author of the Great Adventurer series? Jenna asked herself incredulously, then answered her own question. "I always thought she didn't do book signings for fear of exposing her whereabouts and being revenged upon by pirates." Jenna suddenly turned to Lumion. "Didn't you say Madame Magician was an angel from the early 5th epoch, over 1,000 years old? Why would she suddenly decide to write novels?" "That was just my guess. Perhaps Mr. Dorr lived long enough and only perished in recent years, and Madame Magician was his youngest student," Lumion said, finding this both shocking and strangely amusing. He continued carefully, "Also, haven't you noticed? Because of the popularity of the Great Adventurer series, Mr. Fool's avatar Gairman Sparrow has gained a large number of worshippers. To use a term I heard before, Gairman Sparrow has acquired many anchors." Was the Great Adventurer series written by Madame Magician at the behest of the Church of the Fool, as a form of evangelism? Franca had a sudden realization. Lumion nodded. "And perhaps Madame Magician's current sequence requires her to play the role of an author." "It's possible." Franca suddenly became excited. "Next time we meet Madame Magician, we should ask for her autograph." "Wow, would an angel's signature have some special effects?" Before she finished speaking, Franca and Jenna simultaneously turned to Lumion and asked in unison, "What about those letters from before?" Lumion said with considerable regret, "I burned them." Jenna shared his regret but said with anticipation, "When we return to the real world, we can ask Madam Magician about the future developments of the great adventurer, when the next book will be out, and if Frank Lee, the first mate of the Admiral of Stars, is really that exaggerated." As they chatted, Lumion dispelled the mirror maze. The three of them glanced at the long queue for the book signing, then turned with Anthony and Ludwig to the nearest escalator and went up to the 4th floor. "What movie should we watch?" Franca scanned the promotional posters, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "Let's watch The Great Pirate 3. "All right," Lumion agreed immediately. It would be a good opportunity to see what Gehrman Sparrow looks like in Mr. Fool's Dream. Franca, who had just won a significant amount from lottery tickets, generously bought 5 seats in a row, 3 buckets of caramel popcorn, and 5 cups of iced cola. Ludwig had a bucket of popcorn to himself. Franca, Jenna, and Lumion shared one, and Anthony and Ludwig shared another. After entering the cinema and finding their corresponding seats, before Franca could allocate, she found that Lumion and Jenna had left a space between them for her. "I thought Lumion would sit in the middle himself." Franca sat down happily between Lumion and Jenna. Ludwig sat right next to Lumion with Anthony on Ludwig's other side. Crunch, crunch. Ludwig kept tossing popcorn into his mouth, occasionally sipping his iced cola, completely ignoring the images on the screen. After a few minutes, the opening credits began. Howling winds, a dark sea surface, waves sometimes rising high enough to seemingly touch the sky, sometimes sinking into huge maelstrom. Jenna's gaze was immediately captivated, as if she herself were in this terrifying scene showcasing the power of nature. "The special effects are not bad," Franca commented briefly. She wasn't as impressed as Jenna because she had seen many blockbusters before her transmigration. Moreover, during the marriage of the sea ceremony in Port Santa, she and Lumion had personally witnessed and experienced an even more exaggerated maelstrom than a shipwreck, which was beyond comparison to these special effects. Lumion's gaze focused on the 3 pirate ships sailing out of the storm and the female pirates standing at the bow. "That Vice Admiral Iceberg looks about 70 to 80% like Principal AI from Dream tutoring classes." Jenna recognized one of the female pirates, as she seemed to be modeled after Principal AI Nana from Dream tutoring classes. Hearing Jenna's words, Lumion slightly furrowed his brow. The Vice Admiral Iceberg in the movie looked very similar to the demigod he had seen in the dungeon of the Church of Knowledge. Was that the former Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina? Lumion suddenly realized. The casting for this movie is quite true to the original, Franca sighed. Then, her gaze froze, and she pointed at another female pirate, saying in a low voice, "Who do you think she resembles?" Lumion fell momentarily quiet before responding, "Ma'am Hermit." Ma'am Hermit's true identity is the Admiral of Stars. No, Queen of Stars Catlia? No wonder the latest installment of The Great Adventurer described the events between her and Gehrman Sparrow so cautiously. Jenna murmured. They all fell into silence again. At this moment, the scene changed, and a man appeared amidst the storm and lightning. The man wore a black trench coat and a half-top hat, standing on the surging waves, slowly raising his previously lowered head. In Lumion's eyes, this man seemed to be carved from Zhou Mingrue as the original prototype, but sharper and colder. Even wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he could make people involuntarily close their mouths. Gehrman Sparrow, the protagonist of this installment of the Great Pirate series, Gehrman Sparrow. With this, the opening credits ended, and the main feature began. The initial close-up focused on a fish being roasted, with various spices being sprinkled on it. Ludwig, who had spared a glance at the movie, suddenly raised his arm, pointing at the roasted fish on the screen, and said to his godfather, "I want to eat that." "Heh, ordering a meal now?" Lumion chuckled, grabbed a few pieces of popcorn, and stuffed them into Ludwig's mouth. "Not bad. A qualified popcorn flick," Franca remarked sincerely after exiting the cinema, savoring the experience for a few seconds. Beside her, the dispersing crowd poured into the now-closed mall, walking towards the still-operating elevators under dim lighting. Jenna remained silent for a moment, then said with a mix of longing and dejection, "With movies now, Will anyone still watch plays? Understanding why Jenna would say this, Franca replied in a comforting tone. People still watch them. Plays and operas have different characteristics and charms compared to movies and TV shows. A large portion of people will still appreciate them, they just won't be the mainstream of society anymore. And besides, Franca deliberately lightened her tone. Theater actors are actors, and TV and film actors are actors too. Jenna immediately fell into contemplation. That's true, but the performance setting has changed, and many acting techniques need to be altered. Otherwise, they'll seem exaggerated. As the dispersing crowd thinned out, Lumian thoughtfully said, if the power of the mother tree of desire can penetrate Mushu Hospital, wouldn't actors be easily influenced? Franca hesitated for a moment, then sighed. It's possible. Some of them live lives of debauchery and overflowing desires. Lumian nodded, holding Ludwig's hand as he followed the audience ahead towards the elevators still operating for cinemagoers to leave after the mall's closure. Along the way, Franca found the environment very dim, with the few lights still on only illuminating the path and obstacles enough to prevent tripping and collisions. It has the atmosphere of a bizarre story. Franca hadn't forgotten that their outing tonight was to test the boundaries of the phrase, beware of the night. From the information provided by the major arcana cardholders, she knew that Sequence 4 of the Seer pathway, which was also the Fool pathway, was called Bizarro Sorcerer. So, she deliberately used bizarre to describe the story rather than ghost. Hearing this, Jenna, already highly alert, became even more vigilant. Lumian, acting as if nothing was wrong, led Ludwig into the elevator. But when Franca and Jenna followed, he kept pressing the door open button and turned to smile at the others in the elevator. Sorry, I still have a companion who hasn't come in yet. The departing audience instinctively looked outside the door, finding the elevator lobby empty and no footsteps approaching from afar. Their hearts suddenly suspended. Lumian released the button and smiled at everyone. All right, he's in now. The gazes of others in the elevator suddenly froze. They hadn't seen anyone enter the elevator. Slap! Franca patted Lumian's shoulder, saying amusedly, feeling happy about playing a prank, aren't you? After entering the Dream City, influenced by online information and daily environment, she gradually recovered the tone and manner of speaking of a local. After the playful scolding, she quickly apologized to the others in the elevator. I'm sorry, my friend's brain often has spasms. Please forgive his poor mental state. The initially angered audience members, seeing such a beautiful woman sincerely apologize, felt embarrassed to make a fuss, but still turned their gaze towards Lumian. He should apologize himself. Lumian immediately bowed slightly. I'm sorry, my joke went too far. The people in the elevator looked over Franca and Lumian, some feeling sorry that such a flower had found a mentally unstable young man, others thinking the young man's face was wasted and wanting to crowdfund treatment for his brain. At this moment, the elevator doors slowly closed, descending. Suddenly, the lights inside the elevator started flickering. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Franca and Jenna were reminded of the phrase, beware of the night, while others recalled Lumian's prank earlier. Fortunately, the flickering lights didn't affect the elevator's operation. Some audience members left on the first floor, while others, along with Lumian's group, went to the underground parking lot. Back in the rented gray sedan, Franca didn't remark that everything was still normal. It was just an interlude within an interlude. She firmly resisted any behavior that might raise flags. She turned to Lumian and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly pull that prank earlier?" Lumian chuckled. At that moment, I suddenly thought, what if Anthony's psychological invisibility became uncontrollable? Wouldn't something similar happen? So I tried it out. Hearing Anthony's name, Franca and Jenna quickly turned to look at the back seat. Seeing Anthony, they both quietly sighed in relief. Thank goodness he did get in the car. I remember him getting in, Lumian continued. Besides, a not-too-excessive prank like that in a relatively enclosed environment like an elevator, combined with the night factor, might allow us to experiment with some things without drawing too much attention. Did you find out anything? Franca pressed. I'm not sure if the subsequent flickering of the elevator lights was a product of the experiment, Lumian replied thoughtfully. Does that count? Jenna felt it was just a simple mechanical failure that didn't lead to anything unusual afterward. Lumian chuckled. Don't you think the elevator light flickering made it feel more like a bizarre story? The prank I pulled was also intentionally developing in the direction of a bizarre story. Franca, who had driven the car out of the parking space, suddenly realized. Is this based on the description of Bizarro Sorcerer in the materials, to see if it could trigger the instincts of the dream subconscious and bring about certain controllable changes? This is more likely to happen at night, which belongs to the more evil and unpleasant side of the dream. Lumian had similar thoughts before going out. They didn't dare to do more experiments and returned to their rented community by car, fearing to stimulate the celestial worthy and draw his gaze. Nothing happened along the way. Back in the rental apartment, Lumian looked around and said, preliminarily, it seems that if we don't interact with Mr. Fool and important dream figures, or investigate mystical issues, it doesn't seem likely for us to encounter anomalies even if we head out at night. Of course, this is just the result of one night's experiment and can't be turned into a conclusion yet. It needs to be repeated multiple times for verification. Franca and Jenna sighed in relief, their spirits less tense. Ludwig's face showed joy. Does that mean we can go out for barbecue now? Franca glanced at the naive little boy and grumbled inwardly. The main reason we don't take you out for barbecue at night isn't beware of the night. It's poverty. Weekend in the rental apartment. A blackboard formed of frost was attached to the wall, its surface pinned with sketches and photos, each surrounded by sticky notes of different colors with words and descriptions. These sketches and photos corresponded to different target personnel. White sticky notes contained the squad's observations, and for comparison, relevant content from the materials provided by the major arcana cardholders was excerpted and recorded on light green sticky notes, placed adjacent to the white ones on the frostboard. Having his Conspire ability suppressed to sequence 7, Lumian stood before this frost blackboard in order to reduce the burden on his brain, rubbing his chin and looking back and forth, trying to find potentially problematic details that the major arcana cardholders might have missed. No particularly valuable findings except for that unfortunate incident. Franca shook her head after reviewing 7 or 8 times. Anthony nodded in agreement. Jenna looked at her phone and said, we should go to dream tutoring classes now. Ludwig, who was watching cartoons and constantly ordering, based on the cartoon content, immediately looked crestfallen. Lumian withdrew his gaze and stuffed the frost blackboard into Jenna's traveler's bag. After parking the car diagonally opposite dream tutoring classes, Lumian led Ludwig out of the car. He said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, from now on, keep your distance from me and Ludwig. Don't call, don't send messages. Ludwig and I won't be coming back tonight either. We'll regroup with you tomorrow morning after confirming there are no issues. Franca and the others nodded solemnly, without objection. This was because Lumian might soon encounter Mr. Fool's dream image, Zhou Mingrue, at dream tutoring classes and have a brief exchange, which could potentially be discovered by the celestial worthy and result in being kicked out of the dream. Therefore, the team had to split up to avoid one person's ejection affecting the entire team. Each person could only be kicked out of the dream 3 times. Absolutely no waste allowed. After closing the car door, Lumian held Ludwig's hand as they crossed the street at the pedestrian crossing and entered dream tutoring classes. Welcome, Li Lu, said the dark-skinned receptionist, recognizing Ludwig. He didn't have a strong impression of the little boy, but rather of his mother. Ludwig's face darkened, and he didn't respond. The dark-skinned receptionist turned to look at Lumian. He needs to sign in. You are. I'm Li Lu's father, Lumian replied calmly. The dark-skinned receptionist was stunned. It's one thing for Li Lu's mother to look young, but how is his father also so young? Early love, early marriage, early childbirth, right? After signing in, Lumian was led by the receptionist to the door of the beginner English class. The foreign teacher, Anderson, was already standing at the front of the classroom, a handkerchief covering his left fist, smiling at the room full of children. Guess what I can make appear? A flower. a ping-pong ball, a panda. The children happily played along. Anderson removed the handkerchief, revealing nothing. I made air appear, he announced loudly. The children let out mocking sounds, but Anderson remained smiling. He saw Lumion and Ludwig at the door and walked over, saying to Lumion, "Are you here for the beginner English class too? Although you're a bit old and your brain might be set, it doesn't matter. Wanting to learn is always a good thing, of course. Good things don't necessarily lead to good results." "I'm Lilu's father," Lumion pointed at Ludwig, not at all provoked. He took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Anderson, can I add you on WeChat? If Lilu doesn't behave well, you can contact me anytime." Anderson looked at Lumion for a few seconds, then smiled. "Okay." Through scanning the code, Lumion added Anderson Hood's WeChat. The foreign teacher's WeChat name was a name that leaves a deep impression on you. Lumion stepped back 2 paces and sat down on the waiting bench outside the classroom across the hall. His fingers moved deftly as he accessed Anderson Hood's Moments feed. Yesterday, other people's failures are my successes. August 14th. Everyone has different talents. Some have a talent for language, some for art, some for being ordinary. August 13th. My roommate really died. He got game over in this game called life. August 12th. Love is also a kind of war. Hunters can also call. To Denise. August 11th. As long as you don't get angry, others will get angry. August 2nd. Friend, you really scrolled down this far? Respect my privacy a bit. Lumion continued scrolling down expressionlessly, with no further content afterwards. Then, he saw a familiar yet slightly different prompt. Only 30 days of moments are visible. Lumion chuckled, brought the phone close to his mouth, and sent Anderson a voice message, briefly introducing himself to see if Anderson would respond, and whether his reply might have a hidden meaning. After sitting for another 2 minutes, he saw someone approaching from the direction of the reception desk. The person was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and light-colored sneakers. His short black hair was neatly combed, and he had deep brown eyes behind a pair of half-rimmed, light gold glasses. His facial features were gentle, with a hint of handsomeness. He was carrying a black shoulder bag and was the main target of Lumion and his team's journey into the dream, Zhou Mingrui, the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool. Lumion looked up as if he had just noticed the footsteps, directing his gaze towards Zhou Mingrui. He realized that the current Zhou Mingrui was more distinct from Gehrman Sparrow. Both had originally come from the same Zhou Mingrui, but their paths had diverged significantly, one leaning towards a gentle and handsome style, the other emphasizing sharpness and coldness. Zhou Mingrui noticed Lumion's gaze and looked in his direction. Lumion smiled and nodded slightly. Zhou Mingrui paused, unsure why this stranger was greeting him, but he politely nodded back. Lumion withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the still dark phone screen. He noticed that while his reflection could still be considered handsome, it no longer had the kind of allure that would attract a celebrity scout's attention. He had adjusted his appearance with Lai, toning down his looks to blend in more naturally. Zhou Mingrui gave him a puzzled glance before turning and entering the business English class. After a few more minutes, AI Nana, the principal of dream tutoring classes, entered the business English classroom with her lesson plan, while a man wearing a floral bow tie went to the beginner English class to assist Anderson Hood. Lumion glanced at the camera on the ceiling. Then, like most of the parents waiting in different areas of the hallway, he spent time on his phone. A few of the parents who knew each other chatted. My Zihan can have conversations in English now. Really? Ours started beginner classes too late. Still working hard on it. Look at that kid, he hasn't stopped talking. Probably his first day of class. It happens. My Zihan was a bit unsettled at first too. This is when parents need to step in more. Lumion paid no attention to these conversations, focusing intently on the photos he had taken of the frost-covered blackboard, once again immersing himself in the conspiratorial world of analyzing details. Occasionally, he also checked local news and trending videos to stay updated on major changes in the Dream City. The beginner English class took 2 breaks, during which Ludwig took the opportunity to come over and replenish his food supplies, soothing his wounded spirit. The business English class only took 1 break, but Lumian didn't approach Zhou Mingrue, merely watching him from the corner of his eye as he briefly went to the restroom and returned. The business English class ended 10 minutes earlier than the beginner class, and Lumian quickly stood up, blocking Zhou Mingrue's path. With a smile, he said, "Hello. How do you find the business English class? I'm curious." Seeing the confusion on Zhou Mingrue's face, Lumian explained further, "I'm here for my kids' beginner English class, but after listening in on your business English class from outside, I thought it was pretty good. I'm considering joining too, so I won't waste time waiting." "Here with your kid?" Zhou Mingrue instinctively questioned. No matter how he looked, this man appeared much younger than him, like a college student. "And he already has a kid?" "Yes, my son," Lumian replied with a smile. "Son. A son old enough for a beginner English class." Zhou Mingrue resisted the urge to twitch the corner of his mouth. He had been out of college and in the workforce for 2 or 3 years now, and he didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Meanwhile, this guy who looked like a college student already had a 4 or 5-year-old son. Did he have a high school romance that led to a child? Indeed, good-looking people have all the luck. Zhou Mingrue sincerely replied, "Principal AI is highly skilled, but the business English class itself requires a certain foundation." He suspected that this young man across from him might have dropped out of high school to get married and never attended college, so he kindly reminded him that the business English class required some background knowledge. "I see." Lumian nodded thoughtfully, then sincerely said, "Thank you." He took a step back and didn't ask Zhou Mingrue anything else. For a first encounter, moderation was key. Then, he would observe any subsequent developments. Zhou Mingrue was curious but wasn't one to pry into others' private lives. He stood at the doors of different classrooms, observing. After a while, the beginner English class ended, and Lumian quickly handed Ludwig a lollipop, taking his hand and leading him out of dream tutoring classes. Ludwig looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. If Zhou Mingrue saw him, he would definitely be left with a deep impression. An 8-year-old son with a father who seemed to be in his early 20s. Someone in this family must have broken the law. Leaving a deep impression on Mr. Fool's dream manifestation wasn't part of Lumian's plan today. It wouldn't help in ruling out options. After buying a bunch of steamed buns and pickled vegetables to fill Ludwig's stomach, Lumian had a proper dinner with the boy and then checked into a cheap hotel. He turned on the TV for Ludwig, randomly picked a cartoon, and scrolled his phone, his thumb hovering over Anderson Hood's WeChat avatar. Ultimately, he didn't send another message to this foreign teacher, who seemed to perceive the true nature of the dream, opting to see if Anderson would take the initiative to contact him and provide any clues. In the rental apartment, Franca was leaning against the bed, scrolling through her phone, but her thoughts weren't entirely focused on it. She was worried about how things were going on Lumian's end. Formally engaging Zhou Mingrue could bring about unwanted changes. Jenna felt the same, pacing back and forth in the room from time to time. Suddenly, Franca sat up straight, frowning. "I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Is this my spiritual intuition reminding me?" The next second, without needing divination, she quickly remembered what she had forgotten. "Right. Today's the day for the double color ball lottery draw. I completely forgot." She hurriedly checked the results, her mouth slowly opening in disbelief. "We won?" Jenna asked, both curious and excited. We won. Franca was first dazed, then overjoyed. "We won the second prize, which had 20 bets, with a total prize of more than 150,000 yuan. She then rubbed her face. "Do I really have this kind of luck? No. Could Lumian's ability to influence fate still have this effect? Over 150,000? Jenna was stunned. These past few days of living frugally had made her quite content with even a few thousand yuan. And now, all of a sudden, it was in the tens of thousands, with 2 digits in front of those zeros. Franca got off the bed and started pacing. "If we save a bit more, we could rent some of those intriguing items from Star Dream Provisions store." Shouldn't we first think about paying off the microloans? Jenna reminded Franca. We haven't reached the due date yet. Franca's excitement was tinged with worry. Winning such a large sum at once, won't it attract the lottery department's attention? Or even the celestial worthy's gaze? Before Jenna could respond, Franca continued speaking to herself. It's only a little over 100,000. What is that? The person who won the first prize had made more than 30 bets, each worth 5 million. We're just nibbling on the crumbs that slipped through someone else's fingers. In Binji Hotel, after supper, Ludwig had fallen asleep on the other bed, while Lumion lay awake, leaning against the pillow, silently watching the dark screen and the room faintly illuminated by moonlight. So far, Anderson hadn't sent him any messages, and directly interacting with Zhou Mingrue hadn't led to any noticeable abnormalities. His actions were unrestricted, and he hadn't been ejected from the dream. As time ticked by, Lumion suddenly heard a booming thunderclap and saw the night sky outside the curtains briefly illuminated by a flash of silver lightning. The thunder rumbled continuously, and rain poured down all night, only easing at dawn. Lumion stayed awake the whole night, greeting the daylight with a clear mind. He checked his phone and saw numerous reports of flooding and waterlogged areas, with some subway lines suspended for the day. Is this symbolic? And if so, what does it symbolize? After stuffing Ludwig with a bunch of steamed buns, Lumion took him out for noodles nearby. He ordered pea paste noodles for himself and tomato and egg noodles for Ludwig. The peas were stewed until soft and tender, absorbing the sauce, making the noodles fragrant and flavorful. Lumion ordered 2 small bowls, ate 1.5, and left the remaining half for Ludwig. After breakfast, he leisurely took public transportation back to the rental apartment with Ludwig. Seeing that Lumion and Ludwig were fine, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony sighed in relief. Lumion smiled and said, "The preliminary result of the experiment is that simple daytime contact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestation, Zhou Mingrue, without leaving a strong impression, doesn't attract the celestial worthy's attention, result in being ejected from the dream, or impose restrictions. Of course, maybe I've been deceived, and the celestial worthy is deliberately not targeting me, waiting for me to regroup with you before kicking us all out of the dream." Hearing Lumion's words, Franca and the others couldn't help but tense up slightly, as if they were already witnessing the arrival of something terrifying. Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, casually scanning every corner of the room. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he said, "I wonder what it feels like to be kicked out of a dream." The major arcana card holders didn't provide any details. Will it be like leaping out of the deep sea, or getting booted into an endless spiral tunnel? He mused about how he might be ejected from the dream, his tone light, as if he were simply describing what he had for breakfast. Franca suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Are all you hunters like this? Facing danger without fear, and even joking about it? Of course, I'm scared, but what good is pure fear? Lumion chuckled. No matter how frightened I am inside, I'll act like it's no big deal, and I certainly won't let my words betray any weakness. Franca laughed. No wonder they say the toughest thing about a hunter is their mouth. Both Lumion and Jenna turned to look at Franca without saying a word. Franca froze. Damn it, I didn't mean to make a crude joke, she quickly added. In this dream city, they say that those who can keep their composure amid great turmoil are worthy of being generals. Lumion's light-hearted comments eased the tension in the group. Then Lumion smiled again. Getting kicked out of the dreamscape isn't scary. We can try again. What's frightening is if the celestial worthy restricts us, sends his subordinates, and kills us in the dream. Then there's nothing left. Jenna pondered his words and asked, So you're saying that if things really go wrong, we should leave the dream early? Pretty smart. Lumion leaned back in his chair, took out his phone, and swiped the screen twice before stopping, staring at it for a long time without moving. Franca glanced at the screen and noticed it displayed the WeChat friend request interface. Thinking of adding Mr. Fool's QQ and WeChat with an alternate account? She guessed immediately. Lumion smiled wryly. Yeah, but I can't think of a good reason. I'd be rejected instantly. Maybe I should use. Do you want to learn the truth about the world and the secrets of supernatural powers? As a request? Mr. Fool, or rather, Zhou Mingrue, right now is just an ordinary person who's recently taken the assassin potion. He's felt the allure of supernatural power but doesn't know much about mysticism. He desperately needs guidance. Anthony, who had also taken a seat, shook his head. If Zhou Mingrue discovers on his own that you can teach him real occult knowledge, even if it costs him money, he might add you. But if you actively and enthusiastically try to guide him, it'll have the opposite effect. Exactly. Franca nodded emphatically. He might block you immediately. He could even call the police like, "Hello, officer? There's someone here promoting superstitions. Might be a cult member." Lumion fell silent, deep in thought, muttering to himself. Maybe I should create a mystery-themed video account, build a reputation, and wait for Zhou Mingrue to come to me. But that would risk exposure to the celestial worthy's gaze. If the account gets too popular, we'll be targeted. If it's too obscure, Mr. Fool won't notice. Unless we use targeted ads. Franca twitched slightly. This guy's adapting to the dream city and online society faster than I expected. She spread her hands. I don't have the technical know-how. Lumion continued brainstorming. Maybe we could stage a minor mysticism incident involving Mr. Fool's friends or colleagues. Then solve it ourselves. Word would get back to Zhou Mingrue through them. It's also a way to test the celestial worthy's surveillance patterns. But we'd need to prepare for the person responsible for this to be detected and targeted. We should have them move out in advance and maintain contact with us using more discreet methods. It's feasible. Worth a try. Instead of assigning a specific team member to carry out the plan, Lumion turned to Franca. Time to submit our resumes. To the Intis group. Okay. Franca pulled out her phone. She'd already prepared the resumes. She applied for an administrative role, while Lumion applied for security. Among the four of them, Franca was the only one with formal qualifications, but her field was far removed from Zhou Mingrue's, so she couldn't apply to the same department. She had to choose a position that would allow frequent contact with him. The other three. Anthony's cover was that of a retired soldier. Jenna was an art student majoring in drama, and Lumion was a high school dropout who had learned some martial arts. It wasn't that Madam Justice didn't want to forge academic credentials that could be verified online. Even if she did, they'd be exposed during the interview. They wouldn't be able to answer professional questions, and they might not even understand the questions. For that reason, Franca chose to apply herself instead of sending Jenna, who, in theory, would have a better shot at an administrative position as an art student. After submitting the resumes, Franca looked at Lumion with a smile and asked, "I've got some good news. Can you guess what it is?" "Stop. No eye color changes." Lumion pondered for a few seconds. Did we win the lottery? There weren't many things that could be considered good news and could be shared in front of Anthony, so it had to be that. Guess how much? Franca wasn't disappointed that Lumion had guessed it right away. Lumion couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, you bought so many tickets with the same number, and I've already looked up the minimum for the second prize. What do you think? Can I guess how much you won?" Franca smiled sheepishly and said, "That's not the point. The point is, didn't you notice anything strange? When we fought the revived corpse, the hidden marionettist didn't intervene. When we were outside Star Dream Provision Store, someone warned us about technological methods of eavesdropping like devices and hidden cameras. And now we've won a lottery ticket we staked 20+ times on. What's this called? Some force is helping us." Jenna, who had already discussed this with Franca, added, "We think it's an expression of Mr. Fool's subconscious tendencies within the dream, the symbolic. Neither he nor the celestial worthy holds absolute dominance right now. During the day, he's stronger. At night, the celestial worthy is more powerful. But even at night, he's not entirely powerless." Lumion nodded slowly. "I did notice that Fate Thread was special but didn't think it would lead to a lottery win. Maybe special itself was the hint from fate." He found nothing in Franca and Jenna's theory that needed correction. "Praise the fool." Franca stood up abruptly. placing her hand over her heart in a gesture of sincere reverence. She continued, "Who's going to claim the prize today?" She had already looked up the prize collection process online. Lumion and Jenna both looked at Anthony, who nodded calmly. If it were the three demonesses, they would have to put on more disguises, but Anthony didn't need any. Anthony nodded calmly. "I'll go." At 10 in the morning, when none of them had encountered any abnormalities, Lumion headed to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Franca drove the gray sedan with Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig in tow, following the navigation to the lottery center in the Dream City. As she drove, Franca gradually grew agitated, muttering, "Why do we hit a red light at every intersection?" Jenna, in the passenger seat, pondered for a moment. Could this be the celestial worthy's dream tendency manifesting, symbolizing that our actions won't go smoothly? Franca calmed down, focusing more intently on her driving. She even relied on her demonist spiritual intuition to avoid accidents on the way to the lottery center, determined to avoid a misadventure on the way. Due to the unfortunate timing of red lights and traffic jams, they arrived nearly half an hour later than planned. Before Franca could hand the lottery ticket to Anthony, she saw a figure leap from the rooftop of the lottery center and crash onto the ground with a sickening splat, blood pooling everywhere. Was that really necessary? All I won was the second prize. Franca was dumbfounded. Anthony got out of the car and mingled with the crowd to find out what had happened. He returned shortly after and reported what he'd learned to his companions. The person who jumped was the head of the lottery center. 15 minutes ago, the anti-corruption department showed up. To stop me from claiming the second prize, they sacrificed the head of the lottery center? Franca didn't know what expression to make. Undeterred, Franca sent Anthony into the center with the lottery ticket, but the staff informed him that prize claims were suspended for the day and to return tomorrow. Back in the gray sedan, after a brief silence, Franca gritted her teeth. "I was this close to winning big, and now they won't let me cash in. We'll bring Lumion tomorrow. Maybe we'll need to influence fate." When they returned to the rental apartment, Lumion was already awake. After Franca recounted their ordeal, she asked concernedly, "Why are you up before noon? Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Lumion chuckled. "I was woken up by a phone call." "Wow, you just got this number a few days ago, and you're already getting spam calls?" Franca joked knowingly. Lumion shook his head. "No, it was from the Intis group. They want me to come in for an interview tomorrow morning." "An interview call this quickly?" Franca blurted out in surprise. "Why haven't I gotten one yet? My resume is way better than Lumion's." Lumion took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Franca. "Maybe this is why." Franca took the phone curiously, only to find a news article on the screen. During last night's thunderstorm, a car was struck by lightning, leaving 1 dead and 3 injured. The deceased and injured were all security personnel from the Intis group. What the hell? Can it really be this much of a coincidence? Franca blurted out after extracting the key points from the news article. Yesterday afternoon, Lumion made his first contact with the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrue, and last night, during a thunderstorm, the Intis Group's security department suddenly lost 4 people? Was this a chain reaction caused by the contact? Or was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? "I wonder if this is a good sign or a bad one," Jenna whispered worriedly after reading the news. Lumion was quite composed. "Whether it's good or bad, becoming employees of the Intis Group and Zhou Mingrue's colleagues is something we have to do. If there's no problem, we go. If there is, we still go." Since the interview with the Intis Group was imminent, Lumion and the others went out after lunch to find a real estate agent and started looking for a new place to stay. According to their plan, the next steps would involve working individually or in pairs to avoid interference and minimize risk. That way, if one of them was compromised, the others wouldn't be dragged down. During the observation phase, the risks were minimal so they could act together. However, once they entered the contact and probing stages, every move could draw the celestial worthy's attention. This time, Lumion and his team chose Dekwang Garden, a community district 3 bus stops away from their current location. Only 5 years old, the complex had new facilities, and the area boasted a mix of well-known brands and trendy stores. They picked this place because the information provided by the major Arcana cardholders indicated that Luoshan, an employee in the Intis Group's administrative department with a real-world counterpart, lived here. She was also a target for contact and probing. The lobby of the community district had a clean, bright, and slightly luxurious feel, with sunlight reflecting off the marble floor and a few gray sofas arranged tastefully. A one-bedroom apartment costs $2,000 a month, Jenna grumbled, heart aching, after the real estate agent and landlord left. That's nearly as much as what they were paying for their current 3-bedroom unit. The rent differences between various locations and building ages were staggering. It's expensive, but we have to rent it. Franca gritted her teeth. Tomorrow we must claim that lottery prize. This will be another $6,000 in expenses. Although both the landlord and the real estate agent were men, Jenna hadn't used charm during negotiations. Instead, she relied on lie and makeup to make herself appear more ordinary. With only a bit of help from her instigation ability, she managed to negotiate $200 off the rent and a prepayment of 1 month. Lumion nodded slightly, agreeing with Franca's attitude. In his view, as long as it was within their abilities, any necessary expenses should be made. No matter how much it hurt, they couldn't be stingy. As his gaze swept the lobby, he noticed a vending machine in the corner. The bottles inside had a particularly sleek design. Recalling the hints in their information, Lumion walked over and saw that aside from a few displayed bottles, the rest of the items were in gotcha boxes. And the names of these new drinks were all too familiar. Seer, Assassin, Bard, Sleepless. They're all potion names. Franca followed him over, inhaling sharply. Do you think they're the real thing? She also recalled the dossier's mention of the fully automated vending machine and fully automatic wishing machine. Lumion studied the vending machine for a few seconds, then chuckled. The highest is only sequence 7, and the selection isn't vast. If there were something like War Bishop or Demoness of Unaging, I'd be tempted to empty this machine for a few thousand. Even if they were available, you couldn't digest them. Franca pulled out her phone, ready to scan the QR code on the screen. She eagerly said, "Let's see what I get." Based on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, you'll probably get something related to Demoness or Hunter. Jenna calmly reminded her. Franca laughed. The point isn't what I get, but pulling one out to test on a rat to see if it's a real potion. As she spoke, Franca completed the scan and paid 5 yuan. With a click, a gotcha box was ejected into the pickup slot. Franca retrieved and opened it, revealing a bottle with a deep black surface and raised areas outlining a snarling wolf's face. Sleepless. Huh. One from the Evernight pathway? Franca was surprised. It's neither Hunter nor Demoness? She quickly figured out the reason. My sequence isn't high enough, nor do I possess godhood. The convergence effect isn't that strong. After storing the sleepless drink in her traveler's bag, Franca suddenly burst into laughter. You know, a sleepless drink could probably be made with enough caffeine and theophylline. The group didn't linger by the vending machine. They crossed the lobby and headed towards Building 5, where their new apartment was located. Before leaving the lobby, Lumion had a sudden impulse and instinctively glanced back at the vending machine. The corner it occupied was now empty. The vending machine that sold potion beverages had vanished. As expected, he wasn't surprised at all. Franca and the others followed his gaze and shared the feeling that the inevitable conclusion had finally arrived. In the evening, after settling into Deckhang Garden, Jenna sat in the lobby of Building 5, patiently waiting for their target to appear. She didn't know how long it took, but eventually, through the glass entrance, she spotted the figure she'd been observing earlier. Jenna stood up naturally, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She paced back and forth until a 20-plus girl walked in. She had brown hair and a pleasant face, wearing a light green dress and carrying a white handbag. Jenna, coincidentally, found herself face to face with her and asked, feigning a shy and surprised expression, "Hello, Do you know how to get to the activity room in this district? The girl in the green dress was indeed Luo Shan, Zhou Mingrue's colleague and an employee of the Intis Group's administrative department. She kindly pointed in a direction. Go out the east gate, and it's on the left. Thank you. Jenna expressed her gratitude sincerely with a slight smile. She had removed her previous makeup and used charm, suppressed to a sequence 7 level, to enhance her appearance. The smile, like a bloom of flowers, caught Luo Shan's eye. Luo Shan blinked, showing an expression of admiration. You're so beautiful. Before Jenna could modestly decline, Luo Shan asked enthusiastically, would you model for me? I'm learning to paint in my spare time, and I'm pretty good at it. I especially love painting beautiful people and landscapes. I'll pay you. Painting. Jenna's temples throbbed, stirring unpleasant memories. To her, a painter was a terrifying occupation. She had once killed her painted self in a painting world. Has Luo Shan in this dream been corrupted or influenced by that evil god of the Fantasy Association? Jenna instinctively shook her head. Sorry, I'm not interested in modeling at the moment. That's such a shame. I'm pretty good, you know. I'll show you my work sometime, and maybe you'll change your mind. Luo Shan pulled out her phone, smiling as she asked, you just moved in, right? I've lived here for years and never met anyone as beautiful as you. Can I add you on WeChat? Jenna had planned to find an excuse to add Luo Shan on WeChat, but not this quickly. Moving this fast seemed off. After a few seconds of deliberation, she said with hesitation, I'm just a tenant. So what? I was a tenant too. Luo Shan didn't mind. All right. Jenna deliberately made herself appear a bit meek, someone who wasn't good at rejecting others' kindness or enthusiasm. When adding her on WeChat, Jenna selected the chat-only option. This was to make it seem like she wasn't too willing to add strangers, avoiding giving the impression that she was actively seeking out Luo Shan. After taking a walk around the activity room outside the east gate and grabbing a meal at a nearby restaurant, Jenna noticed that it had grown dark. She returned to the 23rd floor apartment and locked the door. For the next day or two, she would be staying there alone. After turning on the star-shaped main light, Jenna's gaze swept over the gray and orange sofa, the minimalist yet stylish decor, the metallic sheen of the window frames, and the bed with light-colored sheets, just visible through the bedroom door. Compared to the 3-bedroom unit Lumian and the others were renting, this 1-bedroom apartment was obviously newer, better furnished, and simpler in design yet still elegant. Jenna walked towards the window, her fingers brushing over the white dining table, the textured wallpaper on the walls, the artistic table lamp, the tall vase with plastic flowers, and the cold edge of the window. She gazed outside. Buildings of varying heights dotted the crisscrossing roads, with most windows glowing warmly, blending with the lights from the endless stream of cars on the streets below. How beautiful! Jenna admired the view from above with heartfelt appreciation. She returned to the sofa area, her steps a little lighter. When we have more money, let's rent a place like this for Lumian, Franca, and the others. Jenna sat down, peacefully waiting for any anomalies that might arise from her contact with Luo Shan. Time ticked by as she scrolled through her phone. She came across a review of the movie The Great Pirate 3. 3 beautiful female pirates surrounding him, each with some history of flirtation. Yet he only took the dumb sailor with him? What the hell? I want my money back. Jenna was momentarily puzzled by the comment. She didn't see anything wrong with that scene. From the start, she knew how it would end. Gehrman Sparrow was an incarnation of Mr. Fool, his oracle, who naturally met up with Mr. Fool's other oracle, Danitz, before leaving together. Wasn't that the logical conclusion? Besides, in reality, Gehrman Sparrow didn't end up with any of the 3 female pirate admirals. Jenna felt the real flaw in that scene was how Danitz, the oracle, didn't play a significant role, as if he were a mere side character. After spending nearly 2 hours on her phone, with no sign of anything unusual, Jenna checked the time and stood up, heading towards the bathroom to freshen up. As soon as she switched on the bathroom light, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the room. The entire apartment was plunged into darkness. All the lights went out. Faced with the sudden darkness, Jenna's first instinct was to conceal herself or hide in the shadows. But ultimately, she controlled herself and refrained from immediately displaying her beyond her powers when an anomaly occurred after nightfall. Utilizing her acting skills, she pretended to be an ordinary person. Despite being able to see clearly, she groped her way out of the bathroom and towards the window. Upon reaching the living room, thanks to the light pollution seeping in from outside, the outlines of the coffee table, sofa, and other furniture became visible. Jenna immediately quickened her pace, reaching the window in seconds. Looking outside, she found that not only were the distant buildings of varying heights still brightly lit, but the other buildings in the same complex had not been completely engulfed by darkness either. Jenna glanced downwards, feeling that the other floors seemed to have their lights on as well. Is it just my place with the problem? A power outage? Jenna took out her phone from her jeans pocket, intending to call Franca to ask how to handle this situation. She then remembered that she was supposed to act independently for these 2 days and couldn't contact her teammates. So instead of making a call, she decided to search online. Somewhat clumsily, she used voice-to-text to input the phrase, "What to do if there's a power outage at home," and pressed the search option. Then, remembering Franca's advice, she skipped the first few search results and went straight to the ones further down. First, check the fuse box during a power outage. The steps are as follows. Jenna read for a while, her brow gradually furrowing. This is so difficult. These were all areas she didn't understand. As she scrolled, she came across an answer, "Contact property management." Jenna was stunned. You can do that. She had registered with property management when she moved in that afternoon and added their number to her contacts list. She tried calling, reported her room number and the issue. The on-duty property management staff immediately said that an engineering department employee would come to address the problem right away. Soon after, the doorbell rang. The property management staff from the engineering department arrived on this floor, carrying a toolbox. Upon seeing Jenna, the staff member's eyes lit up, and his attitude became quite enthusiastic. Jenna, extremely vigilant, led him into the room. She remained on guard for any anomalies. After a quick inspection, the property staff said, it was just a tripped circuit breaker. With that, he flipped the switch and light was instantly restored to the room. That simple? Jenna didn't let her lack of knowledge show. After seeing off the property staff and closing the door again, she couldn't help but remark, life in this dream city is so convenient. Just that the property management fees aren't cheap. Jenna quickly washed up and lay down on the bed, falling asleep like an ordinary person would. But that string in her spirit remained taut, never relaxing. In her hazy state, her spiritual intuition brought a warning. She suddenly became alert and found herself floating above the residential complex in her spirit body form. Many spirits were wandering around, seemingly residents of Dekwang Garden. Layer upon layer of storms were frozen in the high air, completely enveloping this area, forming a semi-transparent barrier around the perimeter. Near the barrier stood a figure. It was Luo Shan, wearing her light green casual dress with dyed brown hair. In front of Luo Shan, strange figures emerged one after another from the depths of darkness, constantly lunging at the frozen storms and semi-transparent barrier, trying to enter the residential district. Some of these figures were half human, half snake, with the upper body of an alluring woman and the lower body a thick python tail covered in slick scales. Some looked like miniature humans embedded between an owl's wings, growing sharp talons. Others were young, naked women with long hair, freely displaying their voluptuous figures. Facing the invasion of these strange creatures, Luo Shan took out a rather thick oil painting brush and quickly began sketching patterns on the semi-transparent barrier. She was drawing suns surrounded by flying birds. As soon as this simple painting took shape, the suns within lit up with a golden, brilliant radiance, causing all the monsters to simultaneously close their eyes. Then, each of the birds burst into golden flames, flying out of the semi-transparent barrier towards different monsters. Seeing this scene, Jenna was shocked and deeply puzzled. The current situation was quite different from what she had imagined. Luo Shan seemed to be fighting against those strange creatures, preventing them from entering the spirit world corresponding to Dehuang Garden. She looked like a guardian, but the abilities she displayed clearly belonged to a painter, which was a boon from that evil god of the Fantasy Association. Luo Shan should be cooperating with those strange creatures to invade the spirit world of the residential district. So why is she protecting the barrier instead? Moreover, back at Xinhong District, neither I, Lumian, Franca, nor Anthony discovered anything like strange creatures invading. Is this a change brought about by Lumian's formal contact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestation? Or does Dehuang Garden itself have some special properties? Amidst her confusion, seeing that Luo Shan was guarding steadily enough, Jenna suppressed the idea of offering help and pretended to wander aimlessly within the barrier like the astral projections of other residents. This continued until daybreak. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment, Franca, who had woken up early out of concern for Jenna, saw Lumian, who had been on night watch, bring a small cage from atop the shoe cabinet to the dining table. Inside was a gray and white rat. Ludwig's presence had eradicated rats, cockroaches, and other such creatures from the apartment. To test the effects of the potion beverage, Lumian and the others had specifically wandered around the complex before dark yesterday and finally caught one. Franca sat down and watched as Lumian put on gloves and grabbed the rat, which was cowering in fear under Ludwig's predatory gaze, and began to pour the sleepless beverage into it. The rat only took one sip before the rest of the drink flooded into its body, completely disregarding whether it could contain that much. In the blink of an eye, the rat suddenly swelled up, its short gray-white fur standing on end like a hedgehog's quills and turning black. In its armpits and across its chest and belly, flesh writhed as if new limbs were about to sprout. Has it lost control? This thought flashed simultaneously through Lumian and Franca's minds. Ludwig opened his mouth in delight and swallowed the mutated rat in one gulp. Chew, chew, chew. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Is it okay to eat it like that? Franca looked at Ludwig with some concern. This food has beyonder characteristics. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice. No problem. Digesting characteristics. For now, just storing them. Lumian nodded, picking up the now empty sleepless drink bottle and said, This really is a potion. Franca sighed emotively. It's only at times like these that I truly feel this is a dream. Everyday life is too real. Looking up at the morning sky, Franca carefully asked Lumian, You'll go for the interview in the morning, and we'll go claim the lottery prize together in the afternoon? You go claim it in the morning, Lumian said with a smile, cutting off Franca before she could voice her question. But I'll keep the lottery ticket. Franca was enlightened. You mean the bad luck of difficulty in claiming the prize, or rather the dream's resistance to this, is focused on the ticket itself, not on us? That makes sense. If the celestial worthy's resistance could precisely target us, we'd have been kicked out of the dream already. I see Anthony and I will go to the lottery center without the ticket, as if we're just visiting. When we get to the step where we need to provide the ticket, you'll send it over through the mirror world, completing the claim before any resistance event occurs. Exactly, and this is also to verify whether your speculation about the dream's tendencies really exists, and if it does, what are the rules of its operation? Lumian nodded lightly. After breakfast, Lumian changed into a white shirt and black trousers, took the resume and other documents he had printed out yesterday, along with the lottery ticket, and took public transport to the tech building where the Intis group was located. Franca drove Anthony and Ludwig to the lottery center. In front of the tech building, Lumian looked up at the somewhat old-fashioned 16-story building, mixed in with the white-collar workers heading to work, and walked in openly. His journey had been smooth, with no accidents like bus breakdowns or traffic jams due to carrying the lottery ticket. His destination was in the opposite direction from the lottery center. Lumian didn't rush to go up for the interview. He came to the display board showing information for different floors and surveyed the company composition of this building. The property rights of this building belonged to the Intis Group. The 1st to 5th floors were allocated to some subsidiaries of the Intis Group. The 6th to 9th floors were rented out to other companies. Half of the 10th floor belonged to the Intis Group's headquarters. while the other half was leased to Aurora Company. The 11th and 12th floors were also rented out. The 13th to 15th floors were other departments of the Intis Group's headquarters. The 16th floor was exclusively for Mr. Huang, the dream manifestation of Emperor Roselle. It's indeed as Franca said. This building has obvious issues. The Intis Group could have recalled some departments and subsidiaries to occupy all 16 floors, so why rent out some of them? Moreover, the headquarters' administrative and technical departments actually share a floor with the Aurora Company. In Franca's words, it's not right. A 120% chance of things being not right. Lumian pondered seriously. When she got the information about this tech building, Franca had sensed the abnormality after just one look. This didn't quite match the situation in her memory. Lumian mulled it over for a dozen seconds, then silently said to himself, "Is this a symbol? Does this building symbolize the Intis Republic, with some floors being rented out symbolizing the infiltration of cults and different forces into the Intis Republic? Is this Mr. Fool's impression of the Intis Republic?" Lumian didn't linger too long. He withdrew his gaze and walked into the elevator area. He occasionally glanced at the mirrored metal surface, waiting for Franca or Anthony to ring his phone a few times. As the numbers indicating the elevator's floor slowly changed, someone else joined Lumian. It was a very handsome and trendy middle-aged man with chestnut-dyed hair. "Mr. Huang?" Lumian caught sight of the figure from the corner of his eye and recognized who it was. It was the dream manifestation of Emperor Roselle, the boss of the Intis Group, Mr. Huang Tao, who often chose not to use his private elevator and instead joined the crowds in the employee elevator. Lumian didn't try to greet Huang Tao, still looking ahead until one of the elevators opened its doors. The rush hour had already passed, and only a handful of people were waiting in the elevator area, entering in sequence. Today, Lumian only wanted to succeed in the interview, hoping for no other incidents. He didn't plan to observe Mr. Huang or make further contact, so he chose the position furthest from Huang Tao, only politely nodding when their eyes met. Mr. Huang was a celebrity among celebrities. It was impossible for those working or planning to work in this building not to recognize him. The others in the elevator had already greeted him in various ways, so Lumian couldn't completely ignore him. Huang Tao, hands in his pockets, was casually chatting with a middle-aged man who seemed to be a department head from the Intis Group headquarters, showing no air of authority as a big boss. As the elevator ascended, the others, including Lumian, got off at their respective floors, while Huang Tao went to the 16th floor. His CEO office was actually near the administrative department on the 10th floor. The 16th floor had been arranged as a luxurious club for entertaining VIP guests and for his own relaxation. There was even an indoor swimming pool there. The beautiful secretary standing guard at the private elevator turned and said with a helpless smile, "Mr. Huang, why are you competing with the employees for the elevator again?" The 4 employee elevators generally couldn't reach the 16th floor, but Huang Tao could make them go up using card swipes, fingerprint recognition, or facial recognition. Huang Tao didn't speak, smiling as he looked at the mature and beautiful female secretary, his gaze sweeping over every detail of her face. The female secretary's heart trembled, and her voice lowered as she asked, "Mr. Huang, is my makeup not done well?" Huang Tao smiled. "Beautiful things are worth appreciating." Without waiting for the secretary's response, he walked directly towards the swimming pool, silently saying to himself, "My aesthetic taste hasn't changed, yet I actually thought a man looked quite good just now." Parking lot attached to the lottery center. Franca, who was 5 minutes late due to traffic, turned to Anthony and said, "No accidents so far." She didn't say things like, "This time it's really going smoothly," or, "We should be able to claim the prize successfully today. It's not too late to be happy when the money is in the account." Anthony, who had been repeatedly educated by Franca about the prize-claiming process 7 or 8 times, nodded, opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the lottery center. Franca, feeling a bit uneasy, tossed a lollipop to Ludwig. "You wait for me in the car. Don't go anywhere." Ludwig bit down on the lollipop, first gnawing off the outer wrapper and swallowing it. Franca left the vehicle in a running state to ensure the air conditioning continued to work. She got out of the car, muttering, "This is not good behavior. Parents, please don't learn from this. Don't leave children alone in the car. It's dangerous if you take out the key, and even more dangerous if you don't." But with Ludwig left in the car, it wasn't the child who was in danger, but the car and the surrounding pedestrians. Franca then used the shadows cast by the morning sun to sneak into the lottery center, hiding behind an obstruction not far from Anthony. She listened intently to the conversation between Anthony and the staff member, holding her phone, ready to call and correct his statements at any moment. The staff member said to Anthony, "First prize can't be claimed yet, but other prizes can be. Is it really possible? The method of separating the ticket from the person really works. Or maybe the dream's tendency is actually targeting the person who won the first prize." Franca, hiding in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement as she listened. After a few more exchanges, when the staff member asked for the lottery ticket, Anthony pretended to have something to do and took out his phone to call Lumion. 10th floor of the tech building, Intis Group headquarters, outside the West Loggins conference room. Lumion sat on a chair with 3 other job applicants, waiting for the interview. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing that the caller was Unrueda, he rejected the call and put his right hand into his trouser pocket. There was a mirror about half the size of a palm and the second prize winning lottery ticket. Lumion first wrapped the ticket in layers of spider silk, then formed a layer of frost on the outside of the silk, and finally ignited flames of destruction on the surface of the frost. After quickly completing these preparations, he pressed the ticket into the mirror. The lottery ticket immediately fell into a tunnel of void darkness, plummeting towards the corresponding mirror. Along the way, the quietly burning black flames, constraining destruction, slightly illuminated the depths of the mirror world, as if warning all unknown entities that dared to set their sights on the lottery ticket. When the ticket reached the mirror carried by Anthony, the flames of destruction had already extinguished, melting the frost and the spider silk. The intact lottery ticket emerged from inside the mirror, just as Anthony's extended hand pressed against it. Anthony took out this lottery ticket and handed it to the staff member. After receiving it, the staff member's hand retracted slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It's been kept in a fridge all this time?" 10th floor of the tech building, outside the West Loggins conference room. Lumion quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems now that the dream tendency interfering with our prize claiming indeed comes from the celestial worthy. If Mr. Fool thought this matter was problematic and wanted to prevent Franca from claiming the prize, with the lucky coin for positioning, he wouldn't have been bypassed so easily. After a while, Lumion's phone vibrated a few times. He picked it up and saw that a friend with the WeChat name, True Hidden Blade, had sent several messages in a row. Successfully claimed the prize. We're rich now. Oh, by the way, the first prize can't be claimed yet. First prize can't be claimed yet. Lumion suddenly felt puzzled. Is the first prize winner an ally or an enemy? Does the dream's obstructing tendency come from the celestial worthy or Mr. Fool? His previous deductions suddenly became less certain, because it was also possible that Mr. Fool was obstructing Franca's prize claiming. But the purpose was to affect the person who won the first prize. He and his team were just caught in the crossfire. Today, whether the lottery ticket was separated from the claimer or not, it would have succeeded anyway. As Lumion pondered, from the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Mingrui passing by from afar. But Zhou Mingrui didn't pay attention to the interview here, engrossed in discussing something with Luo Shan. Next, Li Ming. The interviewer called Lumion into the conference room at this time. Lumion entered calmly, politely greeted the 2 interviewers, one male and one female, and sat down in the chair designated for interviewees. After asking a few routine questions, the female interviewer, about 30 years old, looked Lumion over. Why did you drop out of high school? Puppy love, Lumion answered without any shame. Puppy love shouldn't lead to dropping out, right? The male interviewer, who had also experienced puppy love, asked puzzledly. We had a child, Lumion calmly added. The two interviewers were momentarily speechless, both lowering their heads to write down a paragraph about this with their pens, for later evaluation reference. Lumien's eyes suddenly took on a silver-black hue. He discreetly extended both hands, touching and amplifying the streams of fate favorable to him. The two interviewers then wrote down similar words. Decent image, height exceeds standard, young and strong, married and had a child early, needs to support a family, values money quite highly. After writing this, the female interviewer further asked, "How old is your child?" 7 years old, Lumien answered truthfully. 7 years old? Aren't you only about 22? The male interviewer blurted out in surprise. Didn't you say you had puppy love in high school? I only said I dropped out of high school because of puppy love. Not that the puppy love started in high school, Lumien explained seriously. I had a child in the 3rd year of junior high. By the 2nd year of high school, both my parents had passed away, and I needed to support myself, my girlfriend, and our child, so I had to drop out. The two interviewers looked at each other, not knowing how to evaluate this situation. After about 10 seconds, the male interviewer asked, "Have you learned martial arts? Do you need me to demonstrate?" Lumien inquired sincerely. As he asked, his whole demeanor became slightly sharper. "No need, I can sense it." The male interviewer felt that the applicant looked quite capable of fighting. After asking about expected salary and other questions, the female interviewer said to Lumien, "That will be all. Wait for our notification. If you don't receive a call in the next day or two, it means you haven't passed." She spoke very frankly because this young man seemed approachable. Although he had dropped out of high school and had puppy love and a child early, he was very polite and had the looks for the job. Lumien, who had lightly used charm, stood up and politely said goodbye. La la la, la la la, I'm a little newspaper seller. Franca hummed a nursery rhyme cheerfully as she drove. She had received the prize money of over 156,000 yuan, and because each bet didn't exceed 10,000 yuan, no tax was required. Now, the team temporarily had no financial worries. Next, apart from contacting and probing relevant individuals, they would find ways to earn more money to rent 1 or 2 items from the Star Dream Provision store. However, the idea of buying similar lottery tickets would have to be postponed for a while, as the hidden struggle behind winning and claiming prizes seemed quite intense. Of course, they could continue to buy scratch cards, but they would have to frequently change lottery stores. While envisioning the future, Franca's phone suddenly rang. Wearing earphones, she chose to answer. The call was from the Human Resources Department of the Intis Group, asking Franca to come for an interview tomorrow morning. Haha, when things go well, everything goes smoothly. Franca muttered to herself, extremely happy. Later, she would have to use lie and makeup techniques to make herself moderately less attractive, to avoid catching Mr. Huang's attention and being forced to resign and leave, unable to complete the task of contacting Zhou Mingrui. But making herself less attractive didn't mean becoming truly ugly, just reducing her beauty to a certain extent. Otherwise, if the appearance-focused Mr. Huang happened to wander into the administrative department one day and felt this employee wasn't good-looking, he might fire her on the spot. What then? Dehuang Garden, Building 5, 23rd floor. Jenna, who hadn't encountered any abnormal situations all day, leaned against the window, watching Luo Shan return to her residence wearing a women's shirt, pencil skirt with stockings and high heels, change into a casual dress, and leave the building again carrying a white handbag. Jenna didn't follow Luo Shan, knowing she would call a ride-hailing service. Whether using shadow stealth or invisibility, Jenna couldn't keep up with a car by running for long, unless the target encountered repeated traffic jams. In this respect, demonesses excelled at bursts of speed but lacked endurance. As for taking a taxi herself and having the driver follow the target, leaving aside whether a taxi would happen to pass by or if a booked ride could arrive within a minute, the biggest problem was finding a reasonable excuse. Jenna believed that if Franca were here, with her understanding and familiarity with the Dream City, she could easily find a convincing reason. But Jenna herself couldn't yet. She might say the wrong thing and cause the driver to call the police on the spot. Of course, this problem could be solved using charm, but after she got out of the car and the effect gradually faded, the driver would recall what happened and likely feel something was off, possibly reporting it to the police. Jenna couldn't repeatedly charm someone over such a small matter, making them fall in love with her for an extended period. Leaving the window, Jenna made a bowl of noodles and enjoyed eating it completely, drinking all the soup. When night truly fell, she took out the ice mirror charm made by Lumion and held it in her palm. As she uttered the word mirror in ancient Hermes, the mystical charm carved from frost lit up with a somewhat dim glow. Jenna placed her hand on the mirror she had put on the coffee table earlier. Her entire body suddenly dematerialized and entered it. Using the ice mirror charm's ability to sense surrounding mirrors, she quickly locked onto a mirror-like object in Luo Shan's home and traversed through a dark, illusory tunnel. She wanted to take advantage of Luo Shan being out to search her home from within the mirror, seeing if she could discover anything. The reason she didn't do this while Luo Shan was at work during the day was that such probing had to be gradual. She first needed to confirm whether last evening's level of contact with Luo Shan would attract the celestial worthy's attention or provoke investigation by hostile forces. After waiting a day and night, she now tentatively confirmed it wouldn't, so she could proceed with further contact and investigation. Jenna didn't leave the dark, illusory area behind the mirror. Through the hard, cold glass, she surveyed Luo Shan's home. This apartment was also a one-bedroom, with the same layout as the one she rented. She was currently positioned at the living room window immersed in the night. Above the window, Jenna's face faintly and indistinctly appeared, her gaze sweeping over the coffee table, TV, refrigerator, and other items. She quickly noticed easels, canvases, paper, palettes, paint tubes, various brushes, and small palette knives scattered in different places. Paintings hung on the walls, vibrant oil paintings, pencil sketches, and black and white freehand landscapes. Jenna's gaze suddenly stopped on one of the oil paintings. It depicted a strange half-human, half-snake creature. The upper body a voluptuous woman, the lower body a giant snake with lifelike scales. The monster I saw last night. Jenna's heart tightened as she successively recognized other paintings depicting bizarre creatures she had seen invading the Spirit Residential District, woven from psychic energy during her astral projection last night. Almost simultaneously, she noticed a common element in these paintings. All the strange creatures were confined in iron-barred cages. What does this represent? Does it symbolize these monsters being kept out of the world? This is close to the scene I saw during my astral projection walk last night. Did Luo Shan paint the iron-barred cages, while the monsters came from someone else's hand? Or did Luo Shan paint these monsters but then lock them up? As Jenna pondered seriously, her gaze fell on a sketch. It was Luo Shan's self-portrait, her face smiling, eyes spirited, quite charming. For some reason, Jenna felt the Luo Shan in this self-portrait was intently observing the dark living room. This made her abandon the idea of leaving the window glass and truly entering the room. As Jenna continued observing, the fingerprint lock on the front door made a sound, and Luo Shan returned home carrying her white handbag. After placing the handbag on the dining table, Luo Shan walked lightly to her sketch self-portrait and looked at it for a few seconds. Then, she picked up a brush, dipped it in some silver paint, and walked towards the living room window. Jenna had retreated a bit before the door opened, allowing the glass window reflecting the night to return completely to normal. Luo Shan stared at the glass window for a while, then raised her brush and outlined a simple door on its surface. In the area behind the mirror, Jenna suddenly saw a silver light shine on the hard glass surface, forming a very real, strange door connecting reality and the mirror world. She immediately left a few demonous black flames to burn away any residual traces, then traversed the illusory dark tunnel herself, returning to her rented place and emerging from the mirror. Where Jenna had originally been hiding, the not-quite-real silver door was pushed open, and Luo Shan entered the area behind the mirror. The girl in a casual long dress looked around with a gloomy expression, finding nothing unusual in the area. Luo Shan gazed at the dense spider web-like tunnels in the mirror, unable to think of what to paint to utilize them. After 2 or 3 minutes, she exited the area behind the mirror and wiped away the silver door outlined on the glass window's surface with her palm. 23rd floor, room 3. Jenna sat on the sofa and silently muttered to herself, Luo Shan is indeed a beyonder of the painter pathway. Has the deity worshipped by the Fantasy Association also infused some power? Is he also at Mushu Hospital, or does he have his own stronghold? Did he give Luo Shan beyonder power to control this colleague of Zhou Mingrui and contact Mr. Fool's dream image? Just as she thought of this, Jenna's phone on the coffee table began to vibrate. Jenna picked it up and saw that Luo Shan had sent her a message with an image. This girl, whose WeChat nickname was always wanting to go on vacation, said with a smiley face emoji, "This is my work, you can take a look." The content of that image was precisely the sketch self-portrait Jenna had seen earlier in Luo Shan's home. Jenna opened the image and suddenly had the illusion that Luo Shan had come to life on her phone screen. She had an idea and just left her phone on the coffee table without locking the screen. Then, she stood up, walked to the bathroom, and closed the door. As soon as Jenna sat on the toilet, she immediately turned her gaze to the vanity mirror. Using a demoness mirror magic and the mirror on the coffee table, she peered at her phone's situation. A few seconds later, Jenna saw the sketch portrait displayed on the screen seem to make a tiny movement. The Luo Shan outlined in pencil lines tentatively reached out a hand beyond the screen, then withdrew it. As expected, Jenna pressed the toilet's flush button, washed her hands amid the rushing sound, and exited the bathroom. She picked up her phone again, closed the image, and used voice-to-text to reply to Luo Shan. It looks so lifelike. She hadn't checked Luo Shan's moments last night because they were set to chat only. Want me to sketch you too? Luo Shan quickly replied to Jenna's praise. I wouldn't dare let you painters draw me, Jenna silently muttered, using voice input to respond to Luo Shan. No need. No need. She quickly changed the subject. You might not believe this, but I had a very strange dream yesterday, and you were in it. You seemed to be guarding the neighborhood, fighting a group of monsters, while we couldn't help at all. If a man had said something similar to her, Jenna would definitely think he was trying to flirt, feeling their relationship was too shallow for such intimate talk, clearly inappropriate. But now, relying on the fact of both being women, she dared to probe a little. Did I leave such a deep impression on you? Luo Shan sent a smug emoji. After a few seconds, she sent a second message. Your dream is very interesting. I'm also very happy to play such a role in your dream. Really, extremely happy. Just as Jenna was about to reply, Luo Shan sent a third message. Because my father was a true guardian, as were his colleagues. Jenna suddenly recalled the background introduction of Luo Shan in the files. In reality, Luo Shan's father was a nighthawk of the Church of Evernight Goddess, who died in an accident brought about by a mystical case. His father's colleagues included the Nighthawk team Captain Dunn corresponding to Officer Deng, Officer Deng's fiancée Miss Daly, Old Neil from Interpol, and others. They all died in disasters brought by beyonder powers but also protected their corresponding cities. One of Mr. Fool's incarnations is Klein Moretti, a member of that Nighthawk team back then, so when Mr. Fool subconsciously wove his dream image, did he add a similar background to Luo Shan, making her admire and aspire to the spirit of protection? Although Luo Shan has now been influenced by that evil god of the Fantasy Association and received an illusory boon, has the protective obsession deep in her heart not been completely erased by the contamination? Is this the reason for her many contradictory behaviors currently? Painting strange creatures on one hand, wanting to make them real, while adding cages to these invaders on the other, constantly creating monsters on one hand, while guarding at the barrier on the other, not letting those monsters in. Could this be considered Mr. Fool's subconscious projection onto Luo Shan fighting against the corruption of that evil god of the Fantasy Association? If this is really the case, in a sense, this is a confrontation between a small part of Mr. Fool's subconscious and that evil god of the Fantasy Association. Jenna pondered with some understanding how to reply to Luo Shan. After about 10 seconds, she used voice input to say, "Have you ever created any paintings with a protective theme?" It took Luo Shan 20 to 30 minutes to reply to this message. Not yet. Failed. If you haven't, then why did you fail? This answer is too contradictory. Jenna's pupils suddenly froze. Jenna held her phone, wanting to reply to Luo Shan several times, but not knowing what to say. Although she felt she should respond with something, to avoid appearing impolite, her spiritual intuition told her that saying the wrong thing at this moment could lead to unexpected consequences she didn't want to face. In the end, Jenna put down her phone and watched TV, pretending not to have noticed Luo Shan's new message. She alternated between immersing herself in the TV drama story and instinctively criticizing some of the actors' performances. This continued until 11 o'clock, when Jenna took a shower and washed her hair. She froze her wet hair with frost, then let the frost crack and fall to the bathroom floor, quickly drying her thick long hair this way. Finally, she used a hairdryer to make her hair a bit fluffier, lay down on the bed, turned off all the lights, and slowly drifted off to sleep. She wasn't used to falling asleep quickly through cogitation. She preferred to let her thoughts wander freely before sleep, allowing them to fly unrestrained, to reminisce, to imagine. In the dark room, Jenna's breathing finally became long and gentle. The screen of her phone placed beside her pillow suddenly lit up. The lit screen showed no incoming calls, messages, or system updates to run. It only lit up for 2 or 3 seconds before going dark again, not triggering Jenna's spiritual intuition. Not long after, the phone screen lit up again, still without any information displayed. After alternating between lighting up and going dark 3 or 4 times, Jenna's phone returned to normal, with no more unusual activity. Jenna's astral body once again saw the layers of frozen storms and the semi-transparent barrier formed by the storms. She saw numerous human shadows wandering in the virtual image of Dehuang Garden District, and strange creatures trying to enter this spirit world residential district. Like last night, Luo Shan guarded the semi-transparent barrier, sometimes using painting to create different supernatural effects to repel invaders, sometimes creating totem-like objects combined with strange chanting to directly affect various strange creatures. After a while, the strange creatures retreated into the darkness. Luo Shan sighed in relief and flew to the area where Jenna and other astral bodies were wandering. Jenna tensed mentally, employing her acting skills to make her eyes show obvious bewilderment, losing their proper focus. She allowed herself to be guided by spirituality, drifting about like a kite. Luo Shan quietly observed her for 20 to 30 seconds, then descended beside her, following her unconscious wandering, and said casually, "The monster with a human upper body and a python lower body is called Lamat. They prey on humans, feeding on human spirits, internal organs, and blood. The monsters that look like offspring of owls and humans are called Morna. They like to kill children, especially human children. Those naked women and men are also monsters, subordinates of the spirits of lust, who like to suck the energy and life force of the opposite sex. Those spirit bodies also murder humans because they particularly love to cook and eat human internal organs." After introducing them one by one, Luo Shan's voice became low, as if talking to herself. "Don't ask me why I know these things." Jenna maintained her performance but took note of these words. Luo Shan exhaled slowly and deeply, with a sense of relief from finally speaking out some of the things weighing on her heart, no longer as tormented as before, and not having to worry about revealing her own secrets. She flew back to the barrier, waiting for a possible second wave of invaders. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment, Franca looked at Ludwig, who had changed into bare pajamas, and asked curiously, "What abilities did you gain after eating that sleepless mouse?" Ludwig yawned. "I can see things clearly in pitch darkness, sense dangers hidden in the dark, and my spirituality and strength have increased." "You didn't gain the ability to be energetic with only 2 hours of sleep each day?" Franca asked for confirmation. Ludwig shook his head. "No. That's good, that's good. Sleepless hunger sounds terrifying. Not sleeping and being bored, you can only eat. Well, you could also preview, study, review." Franca sighed in relief without hiding it, then said thoughtfully to Ludwig, "Because you haven't digested the Beyonder characteristics and truly completed the absorption, your utilization of the Beyonder characteristics is still very rough, with great limitations?" Ludwig nodded. "That should be the case. Then do you think you'll still have these changes when you return to reality? What Franca really wanted to ask was whether the dream potions, represented by the sleepless drink, contained real Beyonder characteristics that had been grafted over. Ludwig answered honestly, I don't know. If you get kicked out of the dream, remember to confirm this point, Lumion reminded Ludwig. The authenticity of potions was related to some of their subsequent strategies. Ludwig reluctantly agreed. Lumion thought for 2 seconds and asked again, if I don't force you, compel you to stay in this dream, would you want to leave now? And would you be willing to enter again if you were kicked out of the dream? Ludwig hesitated for a moment and said, I quite like it here. Your attitude wasn't like this before, especially after knowing you still have to study, do homework, and take exams constantly in the dream. Franca grumbled inwardly. What do you like about this place? Lumion asked with interest. Ludwig pondered seriously and said, the food tastes good, and some of it is real. I can also watch cartoons, and all of you have become a bit nicer to me. As if we were terribly abusing you before. Franca didn't say this out loud. After Ludwig entered the second bedroom and lay down on the bed, Lumion turned his head towards Franca and chuckled. Still not asleep at this time? Can't I be nervous? Tomorrow is the interview. The first real interview in my life, and I can't fail. Franca paced back and forth anxiously, muttering, normal makeup won't do, but looking too ugly won't work either. How do I strike the right balance? When to use charm during the interview, shallow charm or full charm, then have Anthony find a chance to hypnotize the interviewers to make them forget about it. Thinking about all this keeps me awake. Lumion chuckled in response. It's not a big deal if you fail. You can find other opportunities. Besides, if you're already thinking about having Anthony hypnotize the interviewers to make them forget about being charmed, why not have Anthony directly induce the interviewers to choose you? Wouldn't that make me seem useless? Franca mumbled quietly. After Lumion's consolation, thinking about how her companions would back her up, she finally calmed some of her anxiety and nervousness. She clenched her fist and cheered herself on. It's just a try. No big deal. It doesn't matter if I fail. Failure is the mother of success. Seeing Franca's behavior, Lumion suddenly recalled his younger self. He stood up, walked in front of Franca, and gave her a hug. Hey! Franca was startled. Lumion said with a smile, his voice slightly low, Aurora used to often tell me, just go for it. Whether you succeed or fail, I'll give you a hug. Franca's expression changed. She opened her mouth, then closed it. After 2 seconds, she smiled and said, shouldn't I, as the older sister, no older brother, be saying these words to you? She broke away from Lumion's embrace and chuckled. Next time, when you're nervous, I'll say this to you too, and I'll give you a hug. A hunter's nervousness won't show. Lumion shrugged. TCH. Franca made a disdainful sound and entered the master bedroom. Rest well to face the interview. The next morning, on the 10th floor of the tech building, outside the White Maple conference room, Franca found that nearly 20 people had come for the interview, each a stylishly dressed, attractive female urbanite. Of course, with a demoness beauty even at just sequence 7 level, she was much more beautiful than these women. But today, Franca wore slightly old-fashioned black-framed glasses, hiding her bright eyes, and had let down her ponytail to fall naturally, appearing less carefree. She also used the lie earring, combined with makeup techniques, to modify some details of her features, making herself look like a conservative, average-level beauty. Next, Luo Fu. Hearing her name, Franca straightened her fitted white women's shirt and loose-legged gray trousers, and walked into the White Maple conference room. Inside the conference room were 3 interviewers, 1 man and 2 women, with an impressively beautiful woman sitting to the side. That woman wore azure-colored contact lenses, her slightly curled long hair dyed chestnut brown. Her features had a somewhat exotic feel. She appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, her face showing a hint of youthfulness, like a freshman or sophomore college student. Yet she had an air of long-standing authority. Princess Bernadette, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter? No, now she's Miss Huang Beibei. Why has she come to observe Group's interview? What does she want to do? What does she dislike? What does she like? As thoughts raced through her mind, Franca decided to abandon her plan to naturally charm the interviewers later. She answered the interviewers' questions normally according to her background setting, without standing out in any way or revealing her true personality. After all candidates had been interviewed, the male interviewer looked towards Huang Beibei and asked flatteringly, "Young miss, do you have any preferred candidates? Just call me Miss Huang," Huang Beibei said in an even tone. Some of those interviewees were too showy, some dressed too revealingly, some put all their energy into makeup and dressing up. How can they work like that? But Mr. Huang likes that. The male interviewer didn't dare say this out loud. Huang Beibei continued, "I choose the most conservative one, Luo Fu." Got it. The interviewer didn't dare oppose Miss Huang. Even if Mr. Huang himself were here, he would say, Right, my daughter has such good judgment." At noon, Zhang Qing, the deputy director of the administrative department who had overseen the earlier interview, walked out of the tech building, heading to a nearby mall to meet a friend. Inside a gray sedan parked by the roadside, Franca turned her body slightly and nodded seriously at Anthony, her expression stern. Anthony immediately got out of the car, mingled with the crowd, and hurriedly approached Zhang Qing from the side. Bump! He accidentally bumped into the man in his 30s, causing Zhang Qing's phone to fall to the ground. Sorry. Anthony apologized repeatedly, bending down to pick up the phone. He wiped it on his clothes a few times before handing it back to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, with a dark expression, angrily scolded Anthony. "Are you blind? How can you walk like that?" "Sorry, really sorry," Anthony responded sincerely, with an attitude full of remorse. Zhang Qing stared into Anthony's eyes, which had been adjusted to a deep brown color using the lie earring, as if trying to determine whether the apology was genuine or just a perfunctory excuse. After a few seconds, he took back his phone and suddenly felt a moment of confusion. Zhang Qing shook his head and carefully inspected his phone, finding no significant damage. "Forget it. Just watch your step next time." The deputy director of the administrative department of Group's headquarters, showing some class, waved his phone dismissively, no longer pursuing the matter. "Really, I'm sorry. How about I buy you an iced coffee to make up for it?" Anthony suggested, pointing to a coffee shop in the corner of the tech building's first floor. Zhang Qing's expression softened. "No need. I'm in a hurry. You look around my age. Be more careful in the future," Zhang Qing added before heading towards the mall at the intersection, braving the scorching sun. Anthony noticed that there was a long line at the coffee shop, so he quickly ran into the convenience store next to the tech building's main entrance and bought a canned coffee. Holding the coffee, he jogged to catch up with Zhang Qing. "I'm really sorry about earlier. This is to show my apology." He handed over the coffee. Zhang Qing glanced at Anthony with some suspicion, met his eyes for a couple of seconds, then took the canned coffee and said, "You're pretty considerate." Zhang Qing didn't intend to drink the beverage from a stranger, but he felt it was acceptable to accept the apology. Just as he took the coffee, Zhang Qing had another brief moment of confusion. Then, he felt that Anthony's apology was incredibly sincere, and with his proactive actions, combined with the fact that they seemed to be around the same age, Zhang Qing suddenly felt a sense of closeness. Seeing this, Anthony felt a bit of relief. This was his second attempt at hypnosis, and it finally succeeded. The first attempt was when he returned Zhang Qing's phone, but unfortunately, it failed. After becoming a Sequence 6 hypnotist, Anthony's psychological cue or hypnosis no longer required the assistance of candles, extract, or other mediums. He only needed the target's attention to be genuinely focused on something, especially his own eyes, to open the door to their body of heart and mind. If the process involved actions of giving and receiving, the effect would be even better, and the success rate would be higher. Later, when Anthony advanced to Sequence 5, his application of hypnosis improved even further. But now, he was suppressed to Sequence 7 in the dream, so while he could still perform hypnosis without the help of candles, extract, or pocket watches, the success rate was much lower. It was rare for him to fail when hypnotizing an ordinary person, so he had to urgently make up for it. I just finished an interview and was in a hurry to get to the next one, so I was rushing, Anthony explained further. Just finished an interview? Zhang Qing, who had been influenced, smiled and said, I just finished one too, but I was the interviewer. Are you with Intis Group? Anthony pretended to be curious. 70% of the office workers coming out of the tech building were likely from Intis Group. Yes, with the headquarters. We were hiring for an administrative position. Zhang Qing, for some reason, felt unusually relaxed and ended up saying what was on his mind. We've chosen someone, but I don't know if Mr. Huang will reject it later. Although hiring for an administrative role doesn't require a report to him, the HR director can decide, but he likes to visit the administrative department. At this point, Zhang Qing suddenly shut his mouth, realizing he shouldn't be gossiping about Mr. Huang in front of an outsider. Your boss, Mr. Huang? He's well known nationwide, Anthony said, pretending to suddenly realize. Zhang Qing smiled. Yes, well, the person we hired this time doesn't quite fit Mr. Huang's aesthetic. Mainly in style, though her figure is up to standard. But since Miss Huang personally selected her, it's a done deal. Actually, this is a good thing. Half of the employees in the administrative department spend their days focused on makeup and gossip, waiting for Mr. Huang to drop by. Sometimes I feel like a head eunuch, no, the assistant to a head eunuch, managing the emperor's harem like something out of Empresses in the Palace. But now, with a capable person joining, my stress will be much less. Otherwise, I'd consider that slacker Luoshan a model worker. Talking about these things, Zhang Qing was full of complaints. Anthony played along perfectly, letting Zhang Qing vent a bunch of frustrations, making him feel completely at ease. After a while, Zhang Qing checked his watch. I have to go. I'm in a hurry. He hesitated whether to add Anthony on WeChat, thinking it was rare to meet someone he could chat with so effortlessly at this stage in life. In the end, Zhang Qing decided not to out of a sense of self-importance. Anthony hesitated as well. Adding Zhang Qing on WeChat could provide significant convenience for Franca and Lumian's operations within Intis Group. But in the end, Anthony refrained, feeling that it was unwise to tie all their connections to Intis Group, as it might be easier for the Celestial Worthy or his subordinates to catch them all at once. After parting ways with Zhang Qing and waiting for him to walk away, Anthony turned and walked towards the gray sedan parked by the roadside. He didn't get in but, as he approached the car, subtly raised his right hand and made an okay gesture. Then, he walked past the gray sedan and headed towards another intersection. From now on, he would have to stay alone until tomorrow. This was because he had closely interacted with Zhang Qing and used Beyonder powers on him. And Zhang Qing was someone close to the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, even if not directly. Seeing Anthony's gesture, Franca slowly nodded, then calmly drove the gray sedan onto the road. Once they were far from the tech building, she allowed herself a satisfied smile and, feeling triumphant, said to Lumian in the passenger seat, The moment I saw Miss Huang in the conference room, I knew we had to scrap all our original plans. In a flash, I figured out exactly what to do. What do you call that? Quick thinking, the ability to adapt. After Franca finished boasting, Lumian chuckled and said, Maybe that was the real Princess Bernadette, who entered the dream specifically to help you infiltrate Intis Group. Franca quickly adjusted her mindset and said doubtfully, Can Princess Bernadette actually enter the dream and control Huang Beibei's dream manifestation? How many times has she been kicked out? The major arcana card holders are unsure. They only know that she was kicked out once after commissioning Zhou Mingrui to investigate the quality of dream tutoring classes. Whether she had been kicked out before that or how many times, she hasn't told anyone. Lumian recounted from the data. What is certain is that the major arcana card holders have synchronized our situation with her and believe she's trustworthy and willing to help. Franca concurred succinctly. I hope it's true. If Mr. Huang really has an eye for talent and comes to bother me, I can ask her to rein her dad in. Neither Franca nor Lumian had any faith in Emperor Rosel's or his dream manifestation's restraint when it came to women. Xinhong District, In the rented apartment, afternoon. Lumion received a phone call. After finishing the conversation, he turned to Franca with a smile and said, "I got the job." Phew. Franca exhaled in visible relief. With this, even if her own job offer ended up being vetoed by Mr. Huang, they could still move forward with their plan to access the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrui, through the Intis group, though it would be more challenging. Franca, now curious, asked, "What's the salary?" "It's 3,500 yuan a month during probation, and once confirmed, it's 4,500. For now, it's just rotating between guarding the front and back entrances of the building, patrolling different floors, and monitoring the surveillance cameras. If I get assigned to a more important post in the security department, the pay will go up significantly." Lumion repeated the details from the call. "Plus, the job comes with 2 uniforms. The Intis group is quite generous. Given the salary standards in this city, that's decent for a security job," Franca said, feeling happier now that their team would have a stable source of income. Before she could start worrying about her own offer, her phone rang. After listening for a few moments, Franca's smile slowly blossomed. She raised her free hand and gave Lumion a thumbs up, signaling success. Her offer had come through too. Yes, no problem." After a series of confirmations, Franca's smile suddenly froze. After she hung up, Lumion, who had heard the conversation clearly thanks to his hunter's hearing, remained silent, waiting for her to speak. With a wooden expression, Franca said, "The probation is also 1 month with a salary of 6,000, and once confirmed, it's 7,000, plus an allowance for clothing. The Intis group is indeed generous. But..." She paused, her lips moving slightly, her expression turning a bit dazed, before continuing. "But there's a dress code. Summer attire requires a blouse, skirt, stockings, and heels. Can you opt out of that?" Lumion asked, keeping his laughter in check. "No." Franca shook her head. "This must be one of Mr. Huang's rules." After a moment of silence, she quietly asked, "Can I not go? Maybe Jenna can apply instead." "Do you think she'd get the job?" Lumion countered. Franca thought for a few seconds and said, "No." Immediately, she gnashed her teeth. "I can't let Mr. Huang harass her." Dequang Garden, Building 5, 23rd floor, Room 3. Jenna stood by the window, contemplating whether to sneak into Luo Shan's room tonight for a more thorough search. She hesitated for a while before deciding to wait. Luo Shan's current state was odd, still retaining her role as the neighborhood's guardian. Jenna worried that her actions might provoke Luo Shan, shattering that balance and causing her to lose her protective instincts entirely. Even though Luo Shan was merely a dream image, Jenna couldn't bring herself to destroy the last traces of goodness within her. That dedication to protection had touched her. Maybe she can still be saved? Maybe, as long as she doesn't advance further and endure more severe pollution, she can retain her sense of self? Having a boon from an evil god doesn't necessarily mean turning bad, just like Lumion. Jenna mused as these thoughts crossed her mind. Jenna left the window and sat back on the couch, temporarily pushing thoughts of Luo Shan out of her mind. If the interview went well today, Lumion or Franca would move in with her, and their group would proceed with subsequent actions in pairs. Ludwig was temporarily an accessory. Sometimes Jenna hoped it would be Lumion. Other times she prayed it would be Franca. During their time in the Dream City, she wanted to spend more time with Franca, to encourage her, treat her better, and show how much she valued her, making her feel needed, not alone. Though Jenna hadn't explicitly discussed this with Lumion, she felt they shared an unspoken understanding, as some of their daily behaviors were very similar. As her thoughts wandered, Jenna suddenly chuckled at herself. Actually, the best option would be for Lumion and Franca to live here together. That way, Franca wouldn't lack the feeling of being needed, Lumion could do more, and Jenna would inevitably find herself wondering what Lumion and Franca were talking about, how they were interacting, whether they had grown closer, or if their relationship had evolved. This made her feel a little bitter, a bit uncomfortable, but it also helped her further digest her affliction potion. When it came to causing others pain, Jenna's potion digestion was progressing rapidly thanks to Ludwig's presence. It wouldn't be long before she completed it. But when it came to her own pain, she still had a long way to go. She murmured softly, "Imagination and suspicion are more painful than reality, and they eat at the soul even more." This was a principle she had developed for her role-playing, more refined than causing others pain or causing herself pain. If she were an evil demoness, she could use this principle to subtly manipulate someone, appearing normal on the surface while fostering jealousy in their wife or girlfriend, gradually driving them both into a pit of pain. Of course, she also hoped that Lumion and Franca's relationship would improve, that they could save each other to some extent. She was all for it, as long as she wasn't left out. Jenna gradually reined in her thoughts, unlocked her phone, and opened her photo gallery. She looked at the sketch of a self-portrait Luoshan had sent her yesterday, zoomed in on it, and selected the delete button. She felt that keeping a painter's artwork on her phone was risky. She hadn't deleted it yesterday because she wanted to see if anything would happen, but nothing did. However, she couldn't stay on alert about the picture on her phone forever. She still needed her phone to contact Lumion, Franca, and Anthony. After deleting the photo, Jenna idly scrolled through her phone, flipping through news stories, novels, funny videos, and shopping tips. Time passed quickly. Jenna straightened her back slightly and stretched without moving her hands. She felt it might be a good time to message Franca and check on their situation. But before that, she cautiously checked her phone for any strange apps or statuses. Suddenly, Jenna froze. She found Luoshan's sketch still sitting quietly in its original spot in the gallery, lifelike, with a smile on its lips and eyes full of spirit. For a moment, Jenna felt uncertain. Did I really delete it earlier? Was I influenced and hallucinating? Jenna quickly calmed herself down and deleted the photo again. She spent the next few minutes staring at the gallery, watching to see if Luoshan's sketch would reappear. After a while, the phone screen naturally dimmed, and Jenna quickly reached out to reactivate it. The photo with Luoshan's sketch was back in its original spot. Jenna confirmed there was a problem but didn't know how to solve it. She didn't even dare to use her phone to search for a solution online. At that moment, she heard the doorbell ring. Startled, Jenna quietly stepped behind the door and looked out through the peephole. She saw Lumion and Franca. With a sigh of relief, Jenna opened the door. During this process, she remained somewhat cautious until Lumion and Franca appeared vividly before her eyes, with no warning from her spiritual intuition. "Perfect timing," Jenna said in a hushed voice. Franca immediately showed concern, slipping the key card into her loose pants pocket as she walked into the room and asked in a serious tone, "What's going on?" The elevator in the Dequan garden required a card to access, and the landlord had provided 2 cards. Jenna kept one and Franca had the other. Once Lumion closed the door and set up the bottle of fiction, Jenna carefully recounted everything about Luoshan. She concluded, "I remember the purifiers telling me that one of their colleagues once encountered a painter undergoing mental treatment. The painter always claimed to spirit body walk at night, entering a space similar to but distinct from the spirit world, where they fought monsters and enemies trying to invade reality from that space, protecting the peace of their neighborhood. This is very similar to what I saw with my astral projection when I was asleep." "You mean Luoshan's protective actions might just be another aspect of her corruption by the boon?" Franca understood what Jenna was getting at. Jenna tersely acknowledged, "That was my initial guess. But after talking to Luoshan and hearing her describe those monsters to my astral projection, I think she genuinely holds a belief in protection. This likely stems from Mr. Fool's subconscious perception and expectations of her." "So you think Luoshan's protective behavior is not only a requirement of the boon but also a reflection of her humanity and will, a result of Mr. Fool's subconscious clashing with the fantasy association's evil god's influence?" Lumion's gaze flickered as he made the connection with his own experience. Jenna nodded. "What I'm worried about now is that if our investigation agitates Luoshan, it might push her into complete corruption, plunging her into the abyss. And that could also signify a small defeat for Mr. Fool in this particular matter. The loss is minor, but if enough minor losses accumulate, it could irreversibly tip the scales." Lumion agreed. Our priority now is to delete that photo, right? If it stays on your phone, it's like a ticking time bomb, Franca said as she took Jenna's phone and focused on trying to delete the sketch, but it stubbornly reappeared. Franca frowned. Do we really need to use one of those nuclear option antivirus programs? Lumion glanced at the gallery on the phone, reached out, and tried to enter the screen to see if he could find Luoshan's sketch in the world behind the screen and destroy it in both physical and mystical senses. At that moment, Franca stopped him. Hold on. Even if you can enter the phone's internal world, that would be like facing Luoshan's sketch head-on. It would likely alert Luoshan, agitate her, and confirm our suspicions. Franca then smiled. Didn't you add that Stiano on WeChat? Since he's a dream manifestation of a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, and his WeChat nickname has information technology in it, and he's studying at a university, maybe he knows how to delete a mystically infected photo. I'll ask. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He dismissed the bottle of fiction and had Jenna send Luoshan's sketch to his WeChat. Then, Lumion messaged Stiano. Can you help? My phone has a weird virus. Within seconds, Stiano, whose nickname was Electric Power Energy and Information Technology, replied, Send me a screenshot. He responded quickly. Does that mean he's interested in this kind of thing? Franca muttered. Lumion opened the photo, had Franca take a screenshot, and sent it to Stiano. This photo won't delete. It keeps reappearing. A moment later, Electric Power and Information Technology sent back a compressed file. There's a small program inside. Use it to load the image and delete it, and you should be fine. Is there really a way to solve this? Franca and Jenna both wondered as Lumion followed the instructions, extracting the file and launching a program called Information Shredder. He used the program to load Luoshan's sketch, pressed the built-in delete button, and then exited the program, locked his phone for a couple of seconds, and reopened it. He saw that the photo was gone from the gallery, not reappearing. After testing it several times, Lumion sent the compressed file to Jenna. Jenna also successfully deleted Luoshan's sketch, without it returning to her gallery. He's really an expert, Franca said, gazing at Lumion's WeChat contact, Electric Power and Information Technology. With genuine admiration, Lumion used voice input to thank Stiano. Electric Power and Information Technology replied, This virus is worth studying. If you encounter similar problems again, feel free to contact me. Only with similar problems? Lumion mused as he sent a nodding emoji in response. Finally, Jenna relaxed. Suddenly, Franca hissed. In modern society, or rather, in the Dream City, some sequences and beyonder powers have become even more terrifying and harder to guard against. As we've seen, if a painter's artwork has mystical powers, then the corresponding photo can carry some of that too. And if it spreads online, seen and downloaded by thousands, how horrifying would that be? Even the surveillance world we encountered before isn't something we'd face in reality. Before Lumion and Jenna could respond, Franca had another idea. Computer viruses and phone viruses are still viruses. Can they be controlled by a demoness? Probably not, but a higher sequence of the mystery prior pathway should definitely be able to. Lumion and Jenna could deeply relate to Franca's concerns. They had encountered a pixie in reality before, a higher sequence beyonder of the painter pathway, but they had never imagined that something as simple as a photo sent through the information network could carry such terrifying supernatural power. Yes, Jenna nodded. We need to think more about what different pathways of beyonders can achieve in the Dream City that they couldn't in reality and prepare accordingly. Though the Dream City suppressed all beyonder powers to the level of Sequence 7, its unique characteristics and the details of its social functioning had brought about possibilities that exceeded their previous expectations. Of course, Lumion and the others had already begun to discuss how certain beyonder powers from the Demoness and Hunter pathways could interact with the Dream City in unexpected ways. However, they had yet to thoroughly explore the potential changes other pathways might undergo as a result. Their current conclusions were, the Hunter and Demoness pathways, which symbolized calamity, could exploit the unique features of the Dream City positively, like using the abundance of mirrors to set up mirror mazes and cast different mirror spells at any time and place, or utilizing screens as a medium to access previously unreachable or non-existent surveillance worlds and other dimensional spaces. On the negative side, there were many more uses which, as Franca put it, involved actions that would violate criminal laws, and not just any violations but those that would warrant severe penalties. Examples included using the internet to seduce others and spread pleasure, amplifying the destructive power of a pyromaniac by triggering natural gas explosions, or leveraging the dense buildings and population to better and faster spread diseases, among others. There were countless other more detailed and everyday uses as well. After discussing this for a while, Lumion said to Jenna, "For now, Franca will stay here for a while. She can observe Luoshan during the day and approach her as a colleague." Jenna had already had a hunch, and she looked at Franca with a delighted expression, asking, "Have you joined the Intis group?" Franca smiled nonchalantly. "Of course." She then recounted how she had prepared for the interview and how she had adjusted her plan upon seeing Miss Huang also participating. "When do you both start officially?" Jenna asked with concern. Franca replied with a hint of pride, "I have 3 days to sort out my affairs. Lumion has to report tomorrow." The identity that Madame Justice had created for Franca was that of a 25-year-old white-collar worker with 3 years of experience, someone who had changed fields right after graduation and no longer worked in her original profession. Franca had been worried that the work experience on her resume might be an issue since it was fabricated. However, when she pretended to be a background checker from a certain company and made a phone call, she was surprised to find that there really was someone named Luo Fu who matched her profile closely. This led her to suspect that the company might be secretly connected to Madame Justice or other major Arcana cardholders in the Dream City. Alternatively, before Madame Justice was expelled, she might have used her ability to weave the dream and pre-embedded some identities that could be utilized. After identifying the bearer of the 5 lucky coins, she might have painstakingly and time-consumingly altered the names, appearances, and other information. "Anything you need to prepare?" Jenna asked, intending to find out if she could help in any way. Franca's expression suddenly fell. "I need to buy a skirt, stockings, and high heels." It had been a long time since she had consumed the witch potion, and the most she had worn was a skirt-pants combination. She had never actually worn a skirt, let alone the other items. "It's part of the dress code," Lumion explained on her behalf. Jenna understood Franca's reluctance and, with a flicker of her eyes, said, "Have you forgotten the acting method? Forgotten the roles you've played before? This is just another form of acting. It's not about digesting the potion this time, but about getting close to Mr. Fool's dream manifestation and secretly dealing with the lurking subordinates of the celestial worthy and the evil god's followers, thwarting their schemes. Remember, you're just acting." Franca had already made up her mind, and now she was just finding more reasons to justify it. So, Jenna's instigation easily worked, and Franca's expression softened. Jenna looked at her and smiled slightly. "I'll wear the same kind of outfit as you. If we're all dressed the same, there won't be any awkwardness or shame." Franca's eyes lit up. Sure. Since she had decided to make this sacrifice, getting some perks was a welcome bonus. Lumion stayed silent, letting Franca and Jenna continue their conversation, wary of being roped into making a similar promise. He checked the time on his phone and reminded the 2 demonesses, "Even though we didn't confront Luoshan's sketch directly, the fact that we managed to delete that kind of photo itself is suspicious. If Luoshan notices it's gone, she'll likely test us again or even take more drastic action. You 2 need to stay vigilant." I was thinking the same thing just now." Franca and Jenna responded almost in unison. Lumion waved them off and left. Once he was gone, Franca plopped down on the couch, relaxing as she smiled at Jenna. "Let's go shopping for clothes tomorrow. We have money now. The lottery winnings are in." Jenna visibly breathed a sigh of relief at this news. She cautiously suggested, "Should we pay off those microloans first?" She had seen many people in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman who borrowed from loan sharks, only to eventually destroy themselves and their families, dragging down the ones they loved most. So, even after entering the dream city, she was always extremely cautious when it came to taking out microloans. I was hoping to save up some money to rent those good items from Star Dream Provision Store. Franca hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "Fine. Let's pay off the loans first. This might even increase the credit limit, which could come in handy at critical moments when we need to go all in." Before transmigrating, she had seen many cases of people borrowing microloans and having their lives ruined as a result. Now, as a fairly experienced Beyonder, she knew that money could be used to rent the magic mirror roads, and she understood that in the Dream City, money was likely a symbol representing valuable resources. The offense-defense battle that occurred during the prize redemption process further solidified this theory. From this perspective, carrying outstanding microloans indeed seemed risky. While it could serve as an emergency solution in the short term, dragging it out over a long period or relying on them to sustain daily life was not a wise choice. Jenna also sat down on the couch and urged Franca to repay the online loan on the spot. She then transferred some money to her teammates to help them repay their loans as well. Only 120,000 left. Franca sighed. Jenna changed the subject, and the two of them chatted about their recent experiences, sharing their thoughts on daily life. In the end, Jenna couldn't help but ask again, "How exactly can we awaken Mr. Fool?" They had discussed this question many times before, but still had no concrete ideas. They could only observe and make contact, hoping to find clues and inspiration. Franca shook her head and sighed. "I don't know. The major arcana have tried everything they could think of, from directly reminding him of the existence of Beyonder powers to filming a movie that fully depicted his experiences in the hope of triggering his memory. None of it worked, and they were quickly expelled from the dream as a result. She hadn't known before, but now she understood that the movie they shot was The Great Pirate 3. It seems like no one has tried directly telling Zhou Mingrue the truth, Jenna recalled. We're not sure if that would work, but it would certainly lead to being expelled from the dream quickly, Franca replied with a self-deprecating smile. Still, if we have enough attempts left, we could isolate someone and let them give it a shot. Late at night, the two demonesses washed up and went to bed, each occupying a pillow. They had already discussed how to deal with any probes Luoshan might carry out next. Now, without saying much, they exchanged a glance and tacitly pulled up their blankets, closing their eyes in the cool air brought by the air conditioner. Using ice to cool the room would be too easily detected by any potential watchers as an indication of Beyonder powers. Once again, Jenna's astral projection ventured out and saw many spirits wandering around, along with the blurry, illusory buildings, the frozen storm, and the semi-transparent barrier. She didn't immediately check on Luoshan's situation. Instead, she kept her eyes unfocused and her gaze blank, floating and moving back and forth naturally under the guidance of her spirituality. During this process, she saw Franca, who was also in a similar state. Finally, Jenna's body turned toward the semi-transparent barrier adjacent to the deep darkness. There was no one there. Luoshan wasn't there fighting off the monsters trying to invade. Jenna's heart tightened, but she maintained her previous state, continuing to wander in her astral projection. After a while, her gaze naturally rose, and she saw Luoshan. Luoshan, dressed in a pale yellow skirt-pants combination, was floating high up, quietly watching her and Franca with deep eyes. It was impossible to tell how long she had been watching. Jenna's nerves instantly tightened, but thanks to her acting skills, she showed no signs of abnormality. Franca remained just as natural. After a long, intense stare, Luoshan flew toward the area where strange creatures were attempting to invade. From behind the semi-transparent barrier, she blocked their attacks and drove them back repeatedly. Neither Franca nor Jenna let their guard down. Like background characters, they dutifully repeated simple actions and irregular movements. Suddenly, both felt a sense of danger and woke up instantly from their sleep. They smelled a sickening, foul odor and saw a pair of brown-yellow eyes staring at them from the night clinging to the ceiling. In the darkness, a pair of wings covered in brown feathers, like those of a giant owl, spread out. It was a human being seemingly embedded within an owl. His eyes were perfectly round, with pupils that gleamed in brown and yellow, filled with undisguised malice. Anyone who made eye contact with those eyes would inevitably experience a jumbled mind, tense emotions, and a soul-deep fear. The half-owl, half-human abomination flapped its wings and, with a foul stench, swooped down toward Jenna and Franca, who were lying in bed. Its mouth opened, releasing nearly tangible sound waves. The sound waves struck the two demonesses, passed through them, and hit the bedsheets, dispersing in all directions. The bed was now empty. The air conditioner panel screen, the glass top of the bedside table, and the dark glass embedded in the wardrobe doors all flickered with a dim, eerie light. Behind the half-owl, half-human abomination, Franca's figure sprang up, clutching an almost invisible wintry blade and stabbing at the target with the speed of a gust of wind. The transparent triangular spike pierced the abomination's body with precision, freezing it in an instant as if it had encountered an icy spell. At the bedroom door, Jenna's figure appeared, holding a mirror that reflected the enemy's now stuttering movements. With her other hand, she ignited a silent black flame and quickly ran it across the surface of the mirror. The half-owl, half-human abomination ignited with an evil black flame from the inside out, but due to the wintry blade's effects, it couldn't even let out a wail or scream. Soon, the abomination burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. A type of spirit creature. Franca understood that a demoness black flame mainly targeted spirituality and life, making it difficult to ignite a physical entity. She gently descended from midair, as weightless as a feather. Jenna quickly and quietly said, "That was a Morna, the creature from Luo Shan's painting, and the invader Luo Shan has been fighting." Luo Shan's aggressive probe? Franca responded without hesitation. "We need to go to Luo Shan's room now and try to subdue her as soon as possible, or we might be kicked out of the dream." Jenna had clearly considered this as well. She nodded and said, "You head to Luo Shan's room. I'll go to that spirit world-like space. If necessary, I'll take Luo Shan's place and guard the barrier to prevent those invaders from getting through." She thought Luo Shan might not be in her room and could still be at the semi-transparent barrier. She was also worried that without Luo Shan's protection, the invaders might break through the defense line and cause a disaster. Franca didn't waste time and, with a slight nod, slipped to the other side of the curtains, opened the master bedroom window, and jumped down to the 15th floor. She didn't use the ice amulet to cross through the mirror world, fearing that Luo Shan, who had sensed Jenna's previous probe, might have set some traps afterward. Franca's body was as light as a feather, yet the wind didn't push her off course. She landed precisely on Luo Shan's bedroom windowsill and pried open the window with a thin layer of frost. Franca didn't rush in. Using the faint pre-dawn light, she quickly scanned the room. The bed was empty, and paintings of various subjects hung everywhere. Hiding, Franca pulled out a mirror from the traveler's bag. She intended to divine the level of danger and create an illusion of herself using the mirrors inside and outside the room to see if she could lure Luo Shan into making a move. In the spirit world-like space shrouded by the frozen storm, Jenna's astral projection emerged and immediately looked toward the nearby semi-transparent barrier adjacent to the deep darkness. Luo Shan wasn't there. Mornas and other bizarre creatures were attacking the barrier, gradually thinning it and causing the frozen storm to show signs of disintegration. Jenna looked around, scanning up and down, but still didn't spot Luo Shan. She sighed inwardly and floated to the area under heavy assault by the monsters. Dangerous black flames and crystalline ice spears formed around her, shooting outward and smashing many of the invaders. After holding the line for 15 minutes, the monsters retreated into the depths of the darkness, their attack fully repelled. After a while, sunlight began to filter into the area, and both the frozen storm and the wandering spirits and illusory buildings faded away. Jenna's astral projection also returned to her body. Morning had arrived. Franca had already returned, her expression serious as she told Jenna, "I couldn't find Luo Shan. She either hid early or left. Could she have hidden inside one of the paintings?" Jenna quickly suggested a possibility. Franca gently shook her head in response. "I checked all the paintings. None of them had any human shadows, but the sketch portrait you mentioned is missing. There's a painting of a bridge that stretches from the edge of a cliff near the foreground over a bottomless dark abyss to another cliff in the distance, where there's a black forest. I suspect Luo Shan entered the painting and escaped into the black forest via the bridge. I couldn't pursue her, and I have a strong sense of danger about that painting. It probably wasn't painted by Luo Shan herself. Jenna was about to say something when she suddenly realized. We haven't been kicked out of the dream, nor have we been restricted, Franca noted, having kept an eye on this matter. She mused. Luo Shan was corrupted by that evil god from the Fantasy Association, not controlled by the celestial worthy. While that evil god might assist the celestial worthy in some matters, it certainly has his own agenda and won't help with everything. Perhaps he wants us to stay in the dream to hinder the celestial worthy at a critical moment. So it's concealing this matter? This is what Lumion meant when he said that the goals of the evil gods and the celestial worthy sometimes align, but sometimes they don't. Jenna agreed with a nod. She then added, it's also possible that Luo Shan hasn't been completely corrupted and hasn't fully fallen, choosing to deal with us on her own without informing that evil god. Struggling and resisting. Franca sighed before saying, let's wait a bit longer and see what happens. After waiting for more than an hour, the two demonesses saw Luo Shan leave Building 5, dressed in the standard Intis Group Administrative Department uniform, heading off to work as usual. It seemed as if everything that happened last night had been just a dream. Franca and Jenna still hadn't been kicked out of the dream, nor had they faced any restrictions. She must have hidden in that painting with the bridge, Franca concluded, withdrawing her gaze. I'll send a message to Lumion, letting him know what happened last night and that we might be at risk of being kicked out of the dream soon. Won't that get him kicked out too? Jenna worried that contacting Lumion now might leave a hidden danger. Franca let out a soft laugh. Isn't there that little app Stiano gave us? The information shredder. I figure WeChat messages are also information, so they should be shreddable without leaving a trace. I'll shred the message when sending it, and Lumion will shred it when receiving it. Although I can't be sure the information shredder will definitely fool the celestial worthy's subconscious tracking, I think it's worth a try. If it really works as we hope, we'll have more room to maneuver in certain situations. Jenna pondered for a moment and then said, okay. Franca immediately composed a WeChat message, detailing Luo Shan's probe, her and Jenna's response, and the subsequent developments, finally reminding Lumion to use the information shredder to delete the chat record. At the entrance of the tech building, Lumion stood in the lobby, casually reading the message from Franca. Then he made his way to the first-floor restroom, entered the men's section, and found a stall where he activated a bottle of fiction. He then brought his phone close to his mouth and whispered, you can try more probes. Franca should also start work as early as possible and get in touch with Zhou Mingrue. We can't rely entirely on Luo Shan's struggle or the selfishness of that evil god from the Fantasy Association. They could change their minds in half a day or a day, so you need to gather more information before that happens to prepare for the second or third time we enter the dream. After sending the message, Lumion waited a few seconds before pulling up the information shredder app and selecting the chat history with Franca and Jenna, then clicked delete. Once he finished, he terminated the bottle of fiction and took the elevator to the 13th floor, where the Intis Group Security Department was located. After completing the necessary paperwork, he was led into the Security Department Chief's office. The office was large, almost the size of a private gym with space for practicing boxing. The Security Department Chief was a foreigner with black hair and blue eyes, of medium height, and a muscular build that seemed understated but exuded power. His name was Grim. According to the major Arcana card holders, he had been one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse who served Emperor Roselle faithfully. He died early, before he could witness Roselle's great achievements, and this was his dream manifestation. Have you practiced martial arts? Grim asked in broken local dialect. Yes. Lumion nodded sincerely. Then let's have a sparring match. Grim pointed to the boxing ring on the other side of the office. Still not in his security uniform, Lumion didn't refuse. He entered the ring and waited for Grim to approach. Grimm took off his light suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and stood in front of Lumion. Suddenly, he threw a punch, the wind whistling as it cut through the air. Lumion, appearing nonchalant, seemed to have anticipated the move. He sidestepped, avoiding the punch. Snapping his waist back, he swiftly closed in on Grimm, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his elbows, fists, knees, and toes in a relentless onslaught. Grimm maintained a tight guard, blocking Lumion's fast but underpowered strikes without allowing them to break his defense or land on his body. Bang! 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 After a few dozen seconds of furious assault, Lumion suddenly stepped back, panting heavily as he raised his hand in surrender. "I'm out of strength." Of course, he couldn't knock out his department head on his first day at work. It wasn't just a matter of workplace etiquette. He was concerned that revealing his combat prowess would expose him as a beyonder. "Not bad." Grimm nodded. He walked straight to his desk. As he passed Lumion, he suddenly lowered his voice as if not wanting the others waiting in the office to overhear and said, "Give my regards to the mother." "Mother." Lumion's pupils dilated. Grimm then added in a hushed tone, "I've recognized you, honorable child of God." Child of God? Has he sensed the Omabella bloodline in me? This dream of a great existence is truly remarkable, even capturing the smallest details. Lumion had now realized the truth, and he gently nodded in response to Grimm's greeting. He turned and took a few steps, then said to Grimm, "Director, I'll be heading out first." Grimm's full title was Director of Security for the Intis Group. Grimm's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gave a barely perceptible nod. "I'm quite pleased with your fighting skills. You should now follow Team Lead Sue to familiarize yourself with the different positions and procedures in the security department." This was his way of subtly indicating to Su Xinyang, the current team lead of Security Team 2 who was also in the office, that he valued this young man and did not want Sue to give him a hard time. "Yes, Director." Lumion responded with a slightly excited tone. As he followed Su Xinyang out of the office, his expression gradually settled, and thoughts about Grimm flashed through his mind. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse who served Emperor Roselle, Grimm had died on a primitive island in the Fog Sea, but later seemed to have been corrupted by the power of the Great Mother, and his corpse had been revived in a strange state. The Omabella bloodline in me can only be sensed by those directly created by the Great Mother or obtained her boon, and they would have to be ones that lack the necessary intelligence to mistake me as a child of God. The Grimm in the Dream City is constructed based on Mr. Fool's subconscious perception. So the Great Mother's corruption hidden within him is understandable. But why did he mistake me for a child of God? Is it because, as a dream manifestation, he fundamentally lacks the necessary intelligence? I wonder if the Great Mother has truly, covertly corrupted the Dream Grimm and is using this connection to have him help with her own matters. Lumion found the situation somewhat amusing. He truly was like a detonator for calamity, having triggered some issues that the major arcana card holders had been unable to uncover, and he had only been here for a few days. After changing into the navy blue security uniform, Lumion was assigned by Security Team 2's team lead Su Xinyang to guard the main entrance, with the primary duty of maintaining order in the lobby, preventing suspicious individuals from entering the building, and stopping delivery personnel from taking the elevator, instead directing them to leave packages in the drop-off area. Lumion and 2 colleagues replaced the previous security guards responsible for these tasks, standing at the entrance with their backs ramrod straight. At this time, it was still before the official start of the workday, and employees from various companies were still arriving. Some of them had a surprised reaction. "The new security guard is quite good-looking. Is he new? With that appearance, he shouldn't be a security guard. He should go do live streaming, auditions, or be an extra in movies." Soon, a male employee from an MCN company on the 7th floor and a female employee from an Intis Group subsidiary company consecutively walked up the stairs and headed toward the entrance. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up. The security guard at the door is so handsome. She picked up her phone, intending to take a photo and share it with her best friends. The former, on the other hand, immediately became excited. A handsome security guard. Not at all sleazy. Handsome. Security guard. That's great material. It might even become a hot topic and miraculously attract eyeballs. While a level of handsomeness that would only be considered average or slightly above average for regular people, when contrasted with identities in the lower strata of society, such as security guards, beggars, farmers, herdsmen, delivery workers, or construction laborers, it had the potential to generate a lot of attention online. The MCN company employee quickly grabbed their phone, intending to record a video. Sensing their actions, Lumian stepped forward, blocking their phones with his hand, and said sternly, "Please don't take photos of me without permission. Please respect others' privacy." The man and woman were both taken aback, not expecting to be stopped. The male employee blurted out, "I think you have the potential to go viral, and I want to post a video online." "No need." Lumian stopped them, not wanting to become an internet celebrity. The MCN company employee was dumbfounded. Who doesn't want to go viral these days? Lumian said seriously, "Did you happen to take any photos just now? If so, please delete them." Hearing his words, Lumian felt the surrounding office workers all looking towards them, and the man and woman's faces flushed red, feeling a bit indignant. "What right do you have to tell me to show you my phone? If you've got the guts, call the cops," the woman retorted angrily. The male MCN company employee suddenly had an idea and began shouting, "The security guard is beating me up. The security guard is trying to take my phone. I'll make you go viral in another way." Lumian seemed amused by their actions, a smile appearing on his face. This smile immediately calmed the man and woman, making them feel guilty for having yelled at someone so pleasant. Maintaining his charm, Lumian said sincerely, "I appreciate that you want me to go viral, but I really don't need that. Could you please delete the photos or video?" The man and woman, forgetting about the people around them, dazedly showed Lumian their phones and deleted the photo and video in front of him. "Thank you." Lumian kept smiling. The man and woman reluctantly left for the elevators, glancing back at him every few steps. Once they entered their own company and gradually regained their composure, one felt the security guard was handsome and cool, as well as polite, while the other suspected they might have awakened some remarkable inclination. At the lobby entrance, many white-collar workers were looking towards Lumian due to the recent incident. Lumian spotted Zhou Mingrue, who had changed into a dark polo shirt and was carrying a black briefcase. Zhou Mingrue also seemed to recognize him, with a hint of surprise on his expression. Lumian gave him a slight smile and gestured towards his security uniform. Zhou Mingrue composed his expression and politely nodded. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart was racing with shock and suspicion. Why is it him, that young man who had an early romance and became a father at a young age? How did he end up as a security guard at my company? I only saw him a couple of days ago, and now he's a security guard. Isn't that too coincidental? Is it because of the incident with the vending machine? After becoming an assassin, I feel like there's been someone secretly observing me. Is this person trying to investigate my anomaly? Zhou Mingrue maintained his usual expression as he stepped into the elevator, waiting for it. He began to feel like he should resign and move away from his current residence, completely escaping the hidden observers. The reason he hadn't done so before was that his acquisition of Beyonder powers had not been discovered, and the Intis Group's salary was quite plush, at the top tier in Yongdu. If he resigned, it would be very difficult to find a similar good job. I'll observe for a little longer. If there really is a problem, I'll have to resign and move. If that doesn't work, I'll go look for jobs in Beijing or Shanghai. Will it implicate my family and friends? Thinking of this, Zhou Mingrue shuddered, not daring to imagine the worst-case scenario. He could hide, but his family and friends couldn't. And without any evidence, even calling the police might not do any good. Reaching the 10th floor, Zhou Mingrue, still carrying his black briefcase, did not immediately head to the tech department, but instead turned towards the administrative department across the hall. He wanted to find Luo Shan, the administrative staff member he was most familiar with, and ask about the new security guard. Luo Shan was not at her desk, seeming to have gone to the restroom. After greeting a few other administrative staff, Zhou Mingrui made an excuse and stood by Luo Shan's desk, waiting for her. His gaze swept over her desk, finding some familiar items, but also a sense of unfamiliarity. In addition to the cute decorations she had before, there were now strange paintings adorning the divider, the surface of her water cup, and the outer layer of her snack bags. Next to the computer screen was an empty bottle of a beverage that seemed to have been kept as a decorative item due to its attractive design. Zhou Mingrui's gaze landed on that beverage bottle, looking past the colorful and diverse abstract packaging to the two words that stood out. Painter. Painter. Zhou Mingrui's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you looking at? Luo Shan's voice suddenly came from behind him. As an assassin, he had failed to sense her approach in advance. Zhou Mingrui quickly put on a smile and turned to face Luo Shan, acting casual. I have something to discuss with you. I saw a new security guard downstairs just now, and he was arguing with two people, saying they were taking photos of him without permission. Zhou Mingrui recounted the situation he had observed, without adding any speculation. Finally, he asked, Is he one of our company's security guards? Yes, he just started today. Luo Shan had a look of sudden realization. I heard from Fei in HR that they hired a really handsome security guard, and I was thinking of finding an excuse to go check out the security department. Lowering her voice, Luo Shan continued, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. That security guard is only 22 years old and already has a child. I know that. He looks younger than his actual age. Zhou Mingrui murmured inwardly. Luo Shan continued, Guess how old the child is? 7 years old. 7 years old? Zhou Mingrui doubted if he had heard correctly. 7 years old. A junior high school student with a child. TSK. Luo Shan clucked her tongue. Having a child at 15. So he did that at 14. He's right on the edge of being illegal and criminal. I don't know how old the mother is. Zhou Mingrui suddenly felt the new security guard might not be after him. If he had some scheme, why would he expose such an earth-shattering and attention-grabbing background? How would he be able to carry out his covert operations? That doesn't fit the logic of trying to be discreet. Luo Shan rambled on, finally saying, But he has a very ordinary average name, Li Ming. Li Ming. Why not Li Hua? Zhou Mingrui muttered as he left Luo Shan's desk and headed towards the exit of the administrative department. He didn't look back because he felt Luo Shan might also have some issues. She might have already become a painter. Zhou Mingrui remembered Luo Shan previously bringing a bunch of beverages for everyone to draw, and at that time he had drawn Instigator and fed it to the mushrooms, while Luo Shan had drunk Reporter. Back then, he hadn't detected anything unusual about Luo Shan or the other colleagues who had drunk similar beverages in the office. Now, the painter beverage and the paintings that had appeared on Luo Shan's desk were making him suspicious. At 4:30 p.m., Lumian gathered his personal belongings, changed out of the security uniform, and prepared to leave work. This job surprisingly had an 8-hour shift system, but he would have to take turns on night shifts later. It had to be said that Mr. Huang Tao was not too strict in his treatment of employees, and was quite generous with the pay, even if some departments did require frequent overtime, for which Mr. Huang still provided overtime pay, and at a fairly high standard. If the overtime was too late, there were also reimbursements for late-night snacks and transportation. So, although Mr. Huang was notorious for his womanizing, and some of the company's policies were not very friendly or respectful towards certain female employees, there were still many who were eager to join the Intis group. Today, Lumian had been stationed at the main entrance, not assigned to patrol the floors or monitor the security cameras. He had only encountered Zhou Mingrui once in the morning, and had not seen him since. He was not disappointed about this, nor was he impatient. The pace was just right. He walked towards the bus stop, braving the scorching sun, and along the way, he took out his phone to send a voice message to Franca. I think I've left a rather strong impression on Zhou Mingrui today. Although I didn't notice any obvious changes in his expression, if I were in his shoes, I would certainly suspect that it's not a coincidence that I just happened to meet him at dream tutoring classes and then immediately started working at the Intis group, that I must be tracking him, with some hidden, sinister purpose. Given Zhou Mingrui's caution and prudence, he will most likely think this way. Since he has formed such a deep impression, I won't be going back to Shinhong District tonight. I'll find a cheap motel to stay at, and see if there are any developments at night, whether it might lead to me being kicked out of the dream. Ludwig is being taken care of by Anthony. Soon, True Hidden Blade replied, doesn't this risk Zhou Mingrue resigning? That's bound to be a contingency plan for such a cautious person. I haven't even started the job yet. I've already bought several sets of clothes and spent quite a bit of money. Sensing Franca's concern about the money potentially going to waste, Lumian chuckled and replied, it shouldn't lead to that for now. I deliberately didn't go and tamper with my background information or try to forge a fake identity before the interview, so that my personal life would be outrageous enough to not seem like I'm coming to investigate. Sometimes, a moderate degree of high-profile behavior can actually reduce others' suspicions of you. And even if Zhou Mingrue does end up resigning, you can still join the company normally. There's no rule that says Intis Group employees can't investigate Zhou Mingrue's movements after work. Plus, the Intis Group has a lot of issues hidden like Luoshan and Grimm. If we can uncover them, it might give us some inspiration to find a way to awaken Mr. Fool. He had informed Franca and the others about the problem with Grimm earlier that day. Finally, Lumian added, remember to use the information shredder to delete the chat log. He reached the bus stop and carried out the operation to eliminate any traces. Soon the bus arrived. Since it was not the usual rush hour, there weren't many passengers. Lumian relaxed a bit. When he had taken the subway earlier, there had been an incident where a man had tried to grope him in the crowded environment, nearly having his wrist twisted off by Lumian. He wasn't afraid of such things, he just found it annoying and a waste of his time and energy. If he was experiencing this as a male, what would happen if he switched to his demon estate? Dequang Garden. Franca played Lumian's voice message so that Jenna could hear it. As Jenna was using the information shredder to delete the chat log, she was either folding the new clothes one by one or hanging them directly in the closet. They had gone to the garment wholesale market again that morning, but this time they chose higher quality and more expensive items, spending nearly 2,000. After washing, baking dry, and ironing, the clothes were now ready to wear. I've already applied to start work tomorrow, Franca said contemplatively as she helped fold the clothes. In her previous life, she hadn't even finished university, never getting the chance to experience work. After her transmigration, she had lived off the original body's savings for a while, then by chance became an assassin, bidding farewell to a regular job. Jenna smiled. Just remember that you're going there to investigate the issues and interact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestations, not because you actually want the job. Then you won't care about how others view your work performance. I wonder when Zhou Mingrue will resign. Franca chuckled. I hope I can at least get 1 month's salary. After tidying up the clothes, the two demonesses leaned against pillows on the bed and started scrolling on their phones. After browsing for a while, Franca clicked her tongue and said, Mr. Huang really does have a lot of rumors surrounding him. Huang Tao himself rarely posted anything on social media, but it was impossible to avoid the many ex-girlfriends he had had, numbering in the hundreds, of all kinds, from famous actresses and singers to wannabe internet celebrities who wanted to gain attention by sharing their love stories with the big company president, and even some who staged and acted out their own stories, despite having no real connection to Huang Tao. So no matter what Franca and the others browsed, they would come across stories about Mr. Huang and his women every now and then, reinforcing the impressions they had formed from Roselle's diary and the corresponding legends. However, Franca still wanted to say that Mr. Huang was truly generous with his money, and would not set traps to reclaim the gifts he had given, or have the women thrown in jail. It was precisely because Huang Tao's many mistresses were verifiably from the administrative department of the Intis Group that Franca had discovered during her job interview that not many people were applying for the positions for the sake of the job itself. Of course, she herself was not applying for the job for the sake of the job either, but to get close to Mr. Fool's dream manifestation. Before Jenna could respond, Franca sighed again. I can't even imagine what the state of the administrative department at the Intis Group must be. And for Mr. Huang to be able to manage such an administrative department and still have the company thrive, He must be really capable. Jenna also shared some of the other rumors she had come across about Mr. Huang. And by 11 o'clock at night, the two demonesses put down their phones, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. They once again found themselves in the strange space shrouded by a frozen storm. Seeing Luo Shan, now in casual attire, floating at the edge of the semi-transparent barrier, having just pushed back the invasion of the bizarre creatures into the dark depths. Luo Shan turned and looked at them. Franca and Jenna's planning had anticipated this scenario, so they did not immediately make a move, but instead returned Luo Shan's gaze. Their eyes met, and Luo Shan's low voice spoke. "Are you also people with beyonder powers? Are you here to investigate me?" Her expression was full of wariness. "Yes and no." Franca responded in an ambiguous way. Jenna used a touch of charm and smiled amiably. "You haven't left, and you're even willing to meet with us." Luo Shan was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Last night, I hid away and discovered that you had taken my place, guarding the barrier and dealing with those monsters. I feel that you must be a good person and perhaps we can talk." Before Jenna could respond, Luo Shan pressed on. "What do you mean, yes and no?" Franca organized her thoughts and said seriously, "We want to approach you, to figure out the issues with you, and eliminate the hidden dangers, but we are not here to deal with you. The real target is not you." Luo Shan became a bit confused. Franca further explained, "We are from the future, using a time machine to return to the present, in order to find that Messiah." "Messiah?" Luo Shan was bewildered. "What the hell are you talking about?" Franca nodded solemnly. "In the not-too-distant future, humanity is under attack by evil forces and is on the verge of extinction. That's when a Messiah suddenly appears and rescues us, mitigating the dire situation. The evil forces, through some means, have created a time machine and sent some monster-disguised creatures to the present in this city, trying to eliminate the Messiah while they are still weak. Fortunately, the future Messiah detected this and found a way for us to also utilize the time machine. He exhausted the machine's last bit of power to send us back here, so that we can find and eliminate those monsters, and help the young Messiah overcome the interference and obstacles, truly awakening them. Our contact with you is actually to get closer to the young Messiah." Jenna listened to Franca's narrative and was momentarily dumbfounded. Although they had briefly discussed the general storyline beforehand, she never expected Franca to be able to present it so convincingly. The story seemed to align quite well with the actual situation, yet there was a fundamental difference. Luo Shan's expression fluctuated for a while, finding Franca's story too far-fetched to be true, yet strangely familiar. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly recalled something and blurted out, "Is that future Messiah Zhou Mingrue?" Franca was not startled. She had fabricated this story precisely to probe how much Luo Shan knew and what information she had access to. She didn't expect Luo Shan to readily accept the ridiculous plot, but to accurately guess that the target was Zhou Mingrue. Knowing she needs to deal with Mr. Fool's dream manifestations, but not understanding why, Jenna pondered and nodded, while Franca countered, "Why do you think so?" Luo Shan's expression suddenly twisted in anguish. That voice made me give Zhou Mingrue the real instigator beverage. That was the first time it made a clear demand, and promised to reward me with the painter beverage afterwards. I felt having beyonder powers was great at the time, and thought if Zhou Mingrue could also obtain them, it might not be too bad. At this point, Luo Shan's voice suddenly choked up. I didn't mean to harm him. I really didn't." Franca tensed up. "Did Zhou Mingrue drink the instigator potion? Beverage?" The information provided by the major arcana cardholders did not mention Luo Shan giving Zhou Mingrue the instigator beverage. "I don't know." Luo Shan shook her head. "But there was some incident at the neighboring company that day. I'm not sure if it's related to this or not. I'm not sure." Seeing Luo Shan's mental state becoming unstable, Jenna changed the subject. "How many times have you had those beverages?" As Jenna asked the question, she glanced at Franca. Franca nodded slightly. Luo Shan recalled her past experiences, her emotions calming a bit. "Thrice." When and where was the first time? Jenna asked in a friendly manner. Luo Shan cast her gaze towards the slightly ethereal buildings around them, seeing the glass windows representing each household glimmering in the faint light from the frozen storm. It was in the lobby of the apartment complex. A vending machine suddenly appeared there, filled with beautifully designed beverages. I got a random one, and it turned out to be. Seeing Luo Shan suddenly pause, Franca, floating in front of a building, took a step forward with an eager expression, wanting to probe further. Several spirit bodies of the apartment residents were wandering beside her, some wearing glasses, some with beautiful watches, some with shiny accessories on their clothes. Jenna grabbed Franca's arm, giving her a look to not be hasty, and asked softly herself, "What did you get?" "Shaman," Luo Shan named the beverage. "Shaman, what abilities did it give you?" Jenna asked casually. Luo Shan's mood lifted a bit. "It allows me to choose an area and, by setting up totems and performing rituals, establish it as my domain. Then I can communicate with the sky, earth, water, trees, and creatures there, borrowing power from their spirituality to cast various spells." "That sounds so powerful. It's more impressive than any Sequence 9 I know of, almost on par with some Sequence 7 pathways." Jenna thought in amazement. She curiously asked, "Can a shaman only fight within their fixed domain? Can't they change territories?" "They can change, but it requires a complex process and takes a long time. About 3 days," Luo Shan explained enthusiastically. "Outside their domain, a shaman's power rapidly weakens, becoming weaker the further they are from their territory. There are still significant limitations. Is the personal domain a manifestation of spatial authority?" Jenna further inquired. "You guard the barrier to prevent those monsters from invading because they would destroy your domain?" "That's part of it," Luo Shan sighed. "Another aspect is that a shaman's power allows me to sense different spaces, higher worlds, letting my spirit make initial contact with them. This causes my soul to be noticed by the monsters, becoming a target for their invasion. This place you're in now is a unique space formed by the fusion of my spiritual world, the shaman's domain concept, and the corresponding spirit world of Dequang Garden. Those monsters want to use it as a stepping stone to invade reality, while also attacking my spirit and mind. If the barrier is breached, my soul will be controlled or even replaced by them. A Sequence 9 has such high risks. No wonder shaman sounds so powerful. Xinhong District doesn't have this issue while Dequang Garden does because a shaman lives here. Does shaman essentially act as a beacon for those monsters to invade reality?" Jenna roughly understood the basic situation of the shaman sequence. Luo Shan added with a self-deprecating smile, "I'm no longer just a shaman. Now, even if this barrier is breached, it won't affect me much. The only problem is that everyone living in Dequang Garden would be killed in their dreams, their abdomens torn open, their internal organs ripped out." As she spoke, Luo Shan fell silent. After several seconds, she whispered, "This is my doing. I have to take responsibility. If this wasn't a problem you brought about, and you encountered this situation, would you choose to guard the barrier in place of the Beyonder who fled?" Jenna deliberately used this question to reinforce Luo Shan's sense of guardianship. Luo Shan's lips moved slightly. "I don't know. Maybe. Probably." Jenna didn't press Luo Shan for a definite answer, instead asking with concern, "You have to guard the barrier every night and still work during the day. Isn't it too exhausting?" "No, you can think of this as my mind world or my dreamscape. Being busy here doesn't affect my physical rest. I just need to take a nap during the day." Luo Shan smiled. This state made her feel like the protagonist of a novel or comic, saving humanity in an inner world at night, while continuing to be a corporate drone during the day. Jenna exchanged another glance with Franca before asking, "What was the name of the second beverage you drank? Was it also from the vending machine?" "The second one I drank was Reporter," Luo Shan recalled. "Once, after being injured while guarding the barrier, I woke up feeling like I had a bad cold, coughing severely. I took a day off and went to Mushu Hospital. The doctor prescribed cough syrup, but the pharmacy gave me the reporter beverage instead. I suddenly felt it must be the follow-up beverage to shaman, so I didn't tell the pharmacist they'd given me the wrong medicine. Later I drank reporter again, but that one was fake. Among that batch of drinks, only the instigator for Zhou Mingrui was real. I shouldn't have listened to that voice. Mentioning this incident, Luo Shan's expression twisted, seeming very regretful. Jenna didn't immediately inquire about the origin of that voice, instead discussing less sensitive matters. What are the abilities of reporter? Observing, investigating, and uncovering the truth of the world, along with extreme speed. Luo Shan's mood became low again, speaking vaguely without giving specific examples. She slowly raised both hands to cover her ears, mumbling as if in a trance. After drinking the reporter beverage, I sometimes felt I had changed. I began to hate this world, hate the details that didn't match my imagination, hate the people and things I was dissatisfied with. I wanted them all to explode, wanted to remake them, make everything here conform to my fantasies. And to remake these things, I had to pray for help from the truth of the world, from the true world above. Then I heard that voice. Jenna pursed her lips, changing the subject once again. After reporter is painter. What comes after painter? After painter should be literature enthusiast, someone skilled in imagination. I haven't gotten that one yet. Luo Shan briefly answered Jenna's question, then moved her hands up to pull at her hair. That voice made me malicious, fierce, cruel. As she spoke, Luo Shan suddenly burst out, crying as if her heart was being torn apart. I don't want to be like this. I'm not this kind of person. Crystalline tears were already streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Jenna floated closer and said in a gentle voice, I know you're not that kind of person. That kind of person wouldn't continue to guard the barrier, preventing monsters from invading Dequang Garden and killing the adults and children here. No, many of these monsters were drawn by me. Originally, they weren't so powerful. Luo Shan was still in painful self-reproach. She tugged at the collar of her shirt, seeming unable to breathe. Jenna moved in front of her and continued, Everyone makes mistakes. The difference between good people and bad people is that good people know how to make amends. Suddenly, Luo Shan raised her head. The top 2 buttons of her shirt were undone, clearly revealing the painting on her neck and chest. The painting looked like a tattoo, a vibrant, colorful flower. The flower suddenly enlarged, opening its petals in a spectral form, revealing dense teeth and hidden pus inside. The invisible scent it had been emitting, combined with the manifestation of its true form, made Jenna freeze, too dizzy to control her body. The colossal flower suddenly enveloped Jenna's body. Seeing this, Luo Shan's face showed a cold smile, silently mouthing, That fool is just right for making people like you let your guard down. Just then, there was a cracking sound, like a mirror shattering. Luo Shan's expression changed slightly. She was about to attack Franca and find out where the real Jenna was, when her body suddenly stiffened, as if frozen. Stuttering, her astral projection quickly faded, leaving the space. In reality, in room 1502, Franca stood by Luo Shan's bed, thrusting the wintry blade into the sleeping Luo Shan's shoulder. She had already actively left that spirit world-like space earlier, when Luo Shan answered that she had drunk the beverage 3 times. The version of her before and after that moment was created and manipulated by Jenna using mirror magic, utilizing the surrounding glass windows, eyeglass lenses, and other mirror-like objects. Upon realizing that Luo Shan's mental state was truly unstable and that she had acted against Zhou Mingrui, Franca and Jenna decided to initiate their contingency plan. One creating illusions to occupy Luo Shan, the other returning to the real world to find Luo Shan's body and fundamentally control her. This might also eliminate the risk of them being kicked out of the dream. After stabbing Luo Shan with the wintry blade, Franca immediately took out her phone and called Anthony. Come to Dequang Garden, Building 5, Room 1502 now. We need you to treat someone with personality alteration due to corruption. Remember to bring Ludwig. Although the current plan was for Jenna, Franca, and Lumion, Anthony to operate in 2 separate groups with minimal contact. deleting chat and call records with the information shredder at all times. Urgent situations called for flexibility. Anthony was the only person they could trust to treat Luoshan now. Of course, Franca or Jenna could use repeated charm to make Luoshan fall in love with them for a period of time, following their will, and do the same to her altered personality, thus controlling the stability of her mental state. But with other options available, there was no need for such distortion, which might lead to a "the disease is cured, but the patient died" outcome. After Anthony replied, "Understood," Franca sighed in relief and used invisible spider silk to bind Luoshan, who was struggling to wake up. Then, she removed her hair tie, letting her long hair cascade down and strangely extend, touching Luoshan's body. This brought about a stone-like rigidity at the points of contact. After a while, Jenna also came to room 1502 by climbing through the window and saw Luoshan controlled by 3 methods. Were the invading monsters driven back again? Franca asked with concern. Jenna tersely acknowledged. By the time dawn breaks, they should attack again. She then summarized the key points of what Luoshan had said after Franca left that space. Hearing that becoming a shaman would cause one's own psyche to sense another space and higher realms, thereby attracting all sorts of strange creatures to invade, Franca couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of extraterrestrial demons is this?" Jenna could understand every word Franca said, but did not grasp the specific meaning. However, she was already accustomed to Franca occasionally blurting out some strange words, especially after entering the Dream City, so she did not ask further, and continued to relay the information she had gathered from Luoshan. As soon as she finished, the doorbell rang. Jenna walked to the bedroom door and cautiously, without approaching the main entrance, took out a hand mirror to reflect the view outside the peephole. It was Anthony and only Ludwig's head visible in the image. Jenna then opened the door, pointed to the bedroom, and said in a low voice, "The patient is inside." Anthony had driven himself to Dekwang Garden. After a few days of observation, he had learned how to drive to some extent. Then, he persuaded the patrolling property management to help with parking and card swiping, and pressed the button for the 15th floor. As Anthony walked towards the bedroom, Ludwig's gaze fell on the paintings Luoshan had done. "Can I eat them?" He licked his lips, looking at Jenna with longing. Jenna hadn't seen the child in several days, and seeing him still the same, she felt a warm affection and smiled. "These are just paintings, but they still represent a certain reality." When it came to eating, Ludwig was always mature. Jenna thought for 2 seconds and replied, "Okay." She felt that these paintings were done by Luoshan previously, and Luoshan's condition at the time was unknown. There might be some contamination or hints left on the paintings. If Anthony managed to help Luoshan recover, but the patient then saw some of her old paintings and the problem resurfaced, it would be a waste of her companion's efforts. With the permission granted, Ludwig cheered and crumpled the unframed paintings, stuffing them into his mouth. "Will eating these give you different qualities or abilities?" Jenna asked curiously. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice, "I can temporarily acquire them, but the duration is very short, and I don't have anyone to deal with right now. Eating these is mainly to increase my spirituality limit." Jenna nodded in understanding, then looked at the back of Ludwig devouring the paintings and asked lightly, "How have your studies been these past few days?" Ludwig's back suddenly stiffened for a second. Inside the bedroom, Anthony had learned the full situation from Franca, lit some candles, and dripped on some pure dew. After completing all the preparations, he signaled to Franca that she could retract the wintry blade. Franca, who had been holding the almost invisible triangular spike for too long, had lost a lot of body temperature, and her lips were even a little pale. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly put the weapon back into the traveler's bag. Of course, she was still far from becoming an undead. The negative effects of the wintry blade were also suppressed to sequence 7 in the dream. As the wintry blade was put away, Luoshan's eyeballs rolled slightly under her eyelids and slowly opened. She quickly recalled her ordeal, her expression twisting into an extremely hideous grimace. Then she saw a pair of deep brown eyes, like a deep lake, and the flickering yellowish candlelight reflected in them. At the same time, she smelled a soothing aroma. Luo Shan immediately became calm. Seeing this, Franca clicked to enlarge the words she had previously written on a memo and showed them to Anthony. Do not try to guide or suppress the corruption hidden in the patients beyond her powers. Trying to completely eradicate them is unrealistic and very dangerous for us now. What you need to do is treat the patient's mental problems, resolve the personality alteration, or reduce the impact of the personality alteration. If the patient relapses later, we will still handle it according to the current plan, until we find a way to thoroughly solve the corruption problem or find help. Anthony gave an almost imperceptible nod and began to communicate with Luo Shan's mental self. Franca stood by, ready to intervene if anything went wrong with Anthony. After Ludwig finished eating even the paintings in the bedroom, leaving only the one with the bridge, precipice, abyss, and dark forest, Anthony finally completed the treatment, extinguished the candles, and led Ludwig out of the bedroom, leaving room 1502. After another dozen seconds, Luo Shan's long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze gradually recovered its normalcy. She looked at Franca and Jenna, her expression a mix of bewilderment and as if she understood everything, and said, I feel like I've just woken up from a long nightmare. We found a professional doctor and cured the problems caused by the corruption in the potion beverage you had to some extent. Of course, this is just the end of the first treatment course, and whether there will be more courses will depend on the situation. Franca explained vaguely, retracting her long hair and releasing the invisible spider silk bindings. I knew you guys would help me. Even if you can't cure me, you'll deal with that demon properly. Luo Shan's spirit and mind had returned to the lively state before she drank the reporter beverage. She smiled at Franca and said, Actually, I noticed at the time that you seemed to have become less real, but I suppressed that feeling and deliberately didn't look at you again, so that she wouldn't find out. She, Luo Shan, had already started referring to the altered personality as she. That altered personality also called her that. The situation seems to be more serious than we had anticipated previously. But at least we managed to control her and provide treatment in time. Franca nodded with relief. Jenna then asked curiously, You could tell that Luo Fu became a mirror illusion, relying on the reporter's ability to observe, investigate, and uncover the true world. Right? They had not fully understood the painter pathway beforehand, and their plan almost failed. Yes, Luo Shan quickly nodded, looking at Franca. Your name is Luo Fu? It's so beautiful. Even nicer than my name. You're all so beautiful. We all have the surname Luo. Maybe we were from the same family 500 years ago, Franca joked. Jenna thought for a moment, looking at Luo Shan. Why do you go out every evening? Sometimes I go to find tasty food to treat myself. Sometimes I go shopping with friends, and sometimes... At this point, Luo Shan's expression changed slightly. Sometimes I go to a hostel that's still under renovation and hasn't opened yet. That's the latest demand of that voice. It said that after the hotel officially opens, it will bestow the literature enthusiast beverage on me. Hearing that the voice demanded opening a hotel, Franca and Jenna simultaneously thought of a term. Hostel. For that evil god of the fantasy association, the concept of a hostel has strong symbolic meaning. Reflected in the dream, it's wanting to open a hotel? Franca asked, Is the money for opening the motel from you, or is there another source? I put in part of it, spending all my savings. Fortunately, I had already bought this apartment before, so the remaining money wasn't much. But lately I've been seriously considering mortgaging the house to get a loan and get the hotel open as soon as possible. As she spoke, Luo Shan had a look of lingering fear on her face. Money. Opening a hotel requires money. That evil god of the fantasy association didn't directly give money, but made the bestowed offer it themselves. In Mr. Fool's Dream City, money indeed has a strong symbolic meaning, and the evil gods have to worry about it. Franca asked thoughtfully, You only put in part of it? Who provided the rest? It's people similar to me, but I haven't met them. Different people go to oversee the hotel renovation every day, not contacting each other, and they're not even on the shareholder list. I'm not on it either. The hotel is owned by someone called Anderson. Anderson? Anderson Hood. Franca and Jenna asked in unison. How do you know? Luoshan was surprised. Franca laughed. We know a lot more than you think. She asked for the name of the hostel, opened her phone, searched it, and then saw the name Colorful Hostel with Anderson Hood's name clearly listed as a shareholder. This was too direct and conspicuous, making Franca feel that the other party was challenging or boasting about a successful prank. This needs to be told to Lumian, let him probe Anderson. Speaking of which, he hasn't had an excuse to communicate with Anderson. The hunter hasn't been sending messages either. Jenna took out her phone, hesitating whether to contact Lumian now. She was afraid of waking the other party. After a brief consideration, Jenna still chose to step out of the bedroom and use the text input method to report the information about the colorful hostel to Lumian. She couldn't let the softness in her heart hinder the communication of key issues. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before dawn, and she and Franca would be kicked out of the dream. Luoshan followed and came to the living room. She looked around and asked, "Where are my paintings? We've taken care of them all." Jenna honestly expressed her previous concerns. Okay. Luoshan nodded in agreement, then pointed to the remaining painting and said, "What about this one? It's the most dangerous." Seeing Franca and Jenna both looking at her, Luoshan's expression changed a bit as she said, "It's not a painting I did. Soon after I drank the reporter potion, I suddenly received this painting. I don't know who sent it. I feel that the other me, in my heart, is also in the dark forest in this painting. Conventional methods can't get rid of it." Jenna did not hide anything from Luoshan. Franca changed the subject thoughtfully. "What about the self-portrait? When you deleted all the photos, it self-combusted, so I knew you had a problem," Luoshan said, worried and curious. Franca immediately became eager to try, pointing to the painting with elements like the dark forest, precipice, and bridge, and asked Luoshan, "Have you tried taking a photo of this painting? Did anything unusual happen at the time?" If she could take a photo and the abnormality wouldn't immediately manifest, they could consider using the information shredder to handle it. "I couldn't, the photos would turn out blank. I even tried throwing it away, but it mysteriously came back." Luoshan shook her head. As expected, Franca was not too surprised by this. She pondered and said, "Can you give us this painting? We have a way to deal with it, but we'll have to wait until morning." After returning to room 2303 with that painting, Jenna asked Franca, "Should we have Lumian contact Stiano? He should be very interested in how to deal with this kind of painting." The previous self-portrait sketch of Luoshan could be photographed but not deleted, while this precipice bridge painting couldn't be photographed at all. Franca pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "That's one of the backup plans, but not the first choice. We currently only know that Stiano is interested in mystical photos that can spread online and can't be deleted. We're not sure if he has the desire to research paintings that can't be uploaded to the internet. Besides, always owing favors to someone or owing too many may not be a good thing. It will have to be repaid eventually. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's similar to taking out microloans. Do it appropriately and moderately, and be prepared to repay from the beginning." With the analogy of microloans, Jenna immediately accepted Franca's reasoning. "Then how do we deal with it?" she asked. Franca's smile widened. "Wait until dawn. Then take this painting to the Star Dream Provisions store after the morning rush hour." "Huh." Jenna couldn't quite follow Franca's train of thought. Franca, who had read extensively before her transmigration, always had a broad perspective. She chuckled softly. "When you get to the Star Dream Provisions store, ask the shopkeeper if she'd buy items with mystical elements and how much she would offer. If she's willing to buy it, this painting probably won't be able to come back on its own. Can it be done like this?" Jenna thought carefully and found it quite feasible, based on the premise that only true gods could enter Mr. Fool's dream besides those who possessed medium items or had special connections, as well as details like contacting the major arcana cardholders by sending letters to the Church of the Evernight Goddess's high-ranking deacons through the Star Dream Provision store, and the dim environment of the store itself. Lumian's team could actually guess the shopkeeper's identity in reality, but they tacitly agreed not to mention it. If the shopkeeper agreed to buy this strange painting, it meant she definitely had a way to control the corresponding anomalies and truly transfer ownership to her hands. Moreover, wasn't it normal for a provision store focusing on mystical elements to purchase items with mystical elements? After pondering for a few seconds, Jenna asked, "What if the shopkeeper doesn't want to buy it? Then ask if we can put this painting in her store for consignment. We'll pay a storage fee and give her a cut of the final sale. It's equivalent to paying her to handle the anomaly," Franca said with a smile. "If she still doesn't agree, we'll contact Stiano through Lumion. If Stiano doesn't accept, you can take advantage of the daytime to find an opportunity to throw this painting at the police station. Remember to hide your identity well." At this point, Franca's expression suddenly turned serious. "My spiritual intuition and mystical experience tell me that your process of dealing with this painting won't be very smooth. There will be dangers. If the danger is too great, you should actively exit the dream. We still have 2 more chances later. There's no need to risk your life now." "Understood." Jenna nodded solemnly. Afterwards, she and Franca entered that strange space again and found Luoshan once more guarding by the semi-transparent barrier, in quite good condition. Franca revealed her identity as a colleague and started chatting casually with Luoshan, learning more details about Zhou Mingrue's situation and which employees in various departments of the Intis Group were worth noting. The results of the conversation left Franca and Jenna very satisfied, feeling that saving Luoshan was not only a choice of emotion and stance, but also a very correct decision in the course of completing their mission. The information obtained from Luoshan might have taken Franca and Lumion 1 or 2 months to slowly collect on their own. "Later on, we'll need your help to convince Zhou Mingrue that he is the future Messiah," Franca said to Luoshan with a flattering smile. "We can't directly tell him the truth. He definitely wouldn't believe it. He absolutely wouldn't believe it. No normal person would. They would just think it's a prank or a scam." Luoshan nodded, then added in a small voice, "I don't fully believe it myself now." Franca pretended not to hear Luoshan's mumbling and changed the subject. When dawn broke and they automatically left that strange space, Franca got out of bed and took out the clothes she was going to wear today from the wardrobe, with a heavy expression. Before Jenna could speak, she took the initiative to say, "There's a good chance you'll encounter danger and anomalies today, so it's better to dress in a way that allows for easier movement." Jenna nodded lightly, not refusing. Franca quickly finished washing up, took off her pajamas, and while slowly changing her clothes, she muttered, "After I became a witch and adapted, sometimes when walking on the street, I would feel pleased and happy with people's gazes, thinking how charming I am. This might be a manifestation of a demonist narcissism. But there's a difference between enjoying it yourself and being forced by others. And if you're not used to it yourself, you definitely won't like it. It's like when I was in school. They always required us to wear uniforms on Mondays, and there would always be some rebellious kids in each class who didn't want to, preferring to accept punishment instead." Franca rambled on, as if trying to distract herself and reduce the sense of embarrassment. She bent over, clumsily putting on the most conservative flesh-colored stockings, stepped into brand-new low-heeled shoes, then stood up and, using the full-length mirror embedded in the wardrobe, adjusted her blouse and light gray skirt that reached just above her knees. Looking at herself in the mirror, Franca pursed her lips, feeling quite complex. Jenna watched the whole time without saying a word. After applying makeup that made her look a bit less attractive, tying up her long hair, putting on glasses, and picking up a high-quality branded replica handbag, Franca walked steadily towards the door. Just before leaving, she turned back and smiled at Jenna. "Thank you for not saying you look beautiful in this outfit, or, this really suits you. However, you seemed a little bit amazed just now." That made me feel a bit better." "Yes," Jenna returned with an affirming smile. Franca waved and walked out the door. She really is someone who's good at self-regulating her emotions and staying optimistic. Jenna sighed inwardly, turning her gaze away and patiently waiting for the morning rush hour to pass. Close to 9 o'clock, she carried the painting and left Building 5, coming to the residential district's lobby. She chose to take a ride-hailing car to the Star Dream Provision Store instead of taking the subway and then switching to a bus. She was afraid that the painting's anomalies might affect more people. If that happened, the latent dangers might not do much to her, but the widespread commotion could bring about more serious problems. After a while, Jenna walked out of the lobby and came to the roadside, seeing a white sedan already waiting for her. After opening the car door with one hand, she glanced towards the driver's seat, confirming that the driver wasn't wearing a monocle and had no other obvious features. It was someone she didn't recognize and didn't trigger her spiritual intuition. Jenna sat in the back, placing the painting on her lap and holding it to her chest. After verifying the last digits of her phone number, the driver started the vehicle. Jenna was highly focused, vigilantly guarding against possible accidents. Suddenly, she felt her breathing become difficult, while there was no anomaly around her. It was as if another her was being pushed into the sea, and the feeling of drowning was transmitted through a mystical connection. Without hesitation, Jenna took out a mirror, plucked 2 strands of hair, trying to stick them to the mirror's surface and burn them with demonous black flames. She was attempting to cast a black magic related to the mirror substitution, actively trying to transfer that mystical connection to the mirror. At this moment, Jenna had a hallucination. She saw gently swaying emerald green waves and her own hands flailing uncontrollably, as if struggling to swim to the surface. However, there was a force pulling at her legs, trying to drag her to the bottom of the sea. Almost simultaneously, a pale, swollen hand reached out from nowhere and covered her mouth. MMPH, 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 glug, glug, glug. Jenna showed obvious signs of drowning, her nose, respiratory tract, and lungs becoming extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to use her substitutes but couldn't sense those mirrors. She seemed to be separated from them in different worlds, even the mystical connection cut off. Suddenly, silent black flames flowed out from Jenna's eyeballs, nostrils, mouth, ears, and other places. These black flames burned her body from the inside out, burning all the invisible things trying to influence her. Outside the black flames, frost condensed, encasing Jenna in a thick ball of ice and snow. On the surface of the sphere, countless invisible spider silk retracted, wrapping layer by layer, forming a huge cocoon. Jenna finally no longer felt the agony of nearly drowning, but she still couldn't sense her body or substitutes. The next second, she found herself walking on a bridge. On the other side of the bridge was a steep cliff and a dark forest at the far end of the cliff. Have I entered that painting? Jenna tried to turn around and return to the starting point of the bridge, to escape the world inside the painting from the entrance, but she couldn't control her body and watched helplessly as she continued forward along the bridge. At this time, 2 people walked out of the dark forest. One was Luo Shan with a malicious face, and the other was Jenna herself. A Jenna with a seductive smile. Crack! The bridge suddenly broke, and Jenna fell towards the dark abyss whose bottom couldn't be seen. Great fear and despair invaded Jenna's mind, her consciousness rapidly blurring, unable to save herself. She seemed to already see the image of herself smashed into bloody pieces. Taking advantage of her consciousness not yet completely falling into darkness, before the unimaginable pain arrived, she mustered her last clarity, about to actively exit the dream. But it didn't work. It didn't work. Useless. Jenna's gaze suddenly froze. She didn't give up. She was still trying to save herself, gritting her teeth, struggling to regain control of her body to use the demoness featherfall technique. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone into the dark abyss, illuminating the cliff high above. All the scenes before Jenna's eyes instantly shattered and fragmented in the brilliant sunlight. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself still sitting in the car, hugging that painting. We've arrived. The driver turned halfway, reminding Jenna. I arrived so quickly. Jenna felt as if she had been walking for an entire morning in a stuffy environment, her clothes soaked with sweat. She looked out the window somewhat bewilderedly and saw the Star Dream Provision Store. Jenna instinctively pushed open the door and got out of the car, wanting to rush into that shop to avoid other possible anomalies that might come later. "Remember to give me a 5-star rating," the driver called out to her retreating figure. Jenna unconsciously turned her body sideways, looking back at the driver. The driver had a smile at the corner of his mouth and somehow produced a crystal monocle, putting it on his right eye. "Amon?" Jenna, standing beside the car, was stunned. She vaguely understood why she had been able to arrive at the Star Dream Provision store early and escape that deadly hallucination at the most critical moment. In this matter, Amon had provided help. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She and Franca had already estimated the risks to the greatest extent possible, but they still hadn't anticipated that the real situation would be so terrifying that she wouldn't even have a chance to exit the dream. This was even with her being a demoness with survival abilities and life-saving skills among the top of same-sequence beyonders. Indeed, Amon and his father are on the same side as us in awakening Mr. Fool, just with different desired paces of progress, so he only provided help once until now. This help was aimed at that evil god of the Fantasy Association. If I had failed my mission today and died, would the painting have returned to Luoshan on its own, leading to developments that Amon and his father don't want to see? In an instant, Jenna thought of many things, not even having time to feel fear in hindsight. "Please help close the car door," Amon, with the monocle clasped in his right eye socket, reminded Jenna with a smile, just like a real ride-hailing driver. Only then did Jenna return to normal, closing the car door with her free hand. Watching the white sedan drive smoothly away from the street, Jenna, hugging the precipice painting, rushed into the Star Dream Provision store without any regard for her image. Feeling the light suddenly dim considerably, Jenna immediately relaxed. Only then did she feel a surge of confusion. How could Amon accurately accept my order? How did he know we had obtained this painting and were going to send it to the Star Dream Provision store today? With everyone being suppressed to Sequence 7, it's impossible to be so precise with prophecies and divinations. Could it be that true gods are a bit more special in the Dream City, subject to different restrictions than us? So, did Amon coincidentally save me with the help of his father? This could also explain why this painting was so difficult for me to resist, not even giving me a chance to save myself. If we were all at the Sequence 7 level, it shouldn't have been like this. Or perhaps I actually had a chance to break free from its influence, but being my first encounter with this type of attack, I made mistakes in my response and failed to notice details that could have been utilized. Jenna looked at the oil painting in her arms, suppressing her thoughts, and walked to the cashier at the very back of the Star Dream Provision store. This could also explain why this painting was so difficult for me to resist, not even giving me a chance to save myself. If we were all at the Sequence 7 level, it shouldn't have been like this. Or perhaps I actually had a chance to break free from its influence, but being my first encounter with this type of attack, I made mistakes in my response and failed to notice details that could have been utilized. Jenna looked at the oil painting in her arms, suppressing her thoughts, and walked to the cashier at the very back of the Star Dream Provision store. "Do you buy items with mystical elements?" Jenna politely asked the shopkeeper who was playing with her phone. The shopkeeper slowly raised her head, and the blazing sunlight outside suddenly appeared to be obscured by clouds. "Yes, we do," she said with a slight smile at Jenna. "They really buy them?" Jenna's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly placed the oil painting on the counter. "Could you take a look and see if it meets your requirements? How much is it worth?" The shopkeeper reached out a hand, bringing the painting in front of her, and after looking at it for a few seconds, said, 30,000. "How much?" Jenna instinctively doubted her ears. It wasn't that she thought this bizarre oil painting had no mystical value or wasn't worth $30,000, but rather that for her and Franca, this painting was a burden, a danger, something they would pay to get rid of. If the shopkeeper had said she would take the painting for 30,000, Jenna thought that after discussing with Franca, they would grit their teeth and pay. As thoughts raced through her mind, Jenna considered a possibility. The shopkeeper of the Star Dream Provision store was clearly an ally, and her current behavior was to provide more funds for their team, and money had a very important symbolic meaning in the Dream City. Not giving it directly, but using this opportunity of buying mystical items as the method. Is this because certain rules of the Dream City have to be satisfied? Rules that even gods can't violate? Equivalent exchange? If that's the case, it must have been quite difficult for the major Arcana cardholders to provide 2,000 in startup funds for each person. As Jenna pondered this, she subconsciously thought about whether she should haggle and try to raise the price a bit. Since they were allies, they should be happy to see such behavior, as it meant they could provide more help. After brief consideration, Jenna abandoned this idea. The person across from her was the manifestation or projection of a true god. The price she quoted must have been carefully considered to be the most suitable, appropriate, and least likely to cause anomalies. In terms of dream consciousness, every item has an estimated price. If the transaction price is too high, it would be considered problematic and might involve illegal activities, inevitably leading to reactive changes later. Thinking of this, Jenna responded to the shopkeeper, "All right." When the shopkeeper actually transferred 30,000 yuan to her, she suddenly regretted letting Ludwig eat all the other paintings. Those might have been worth some money too. However, those were just painted by Luoshan, probably not worth much, maybe just equivalent to Ludwig's late-night snack fee. "Thank you." Jenna thanked the shopkeeper again and turned to walk out of the Star Dream Provisions store. The bright and brilliant sunlight from high above fell on her, finally giving her the feeling that the danger had completely passed. Only then did she begin to feel fear in hindsight. She still had many things she wanted to do, and several people she couldn't bear to part with. At the entrance of the tech building, Franca, wearing low-heeled shoes, carefully ascended the steps. Her current attire was something she had never worn before, instinctively giving her a sense of insecurity and embarrassment. This also made her more sensitive to the gazes and appraisals around her. She felt that the admiring ones were still acceptable, but those she previously considered impolite and a bit disgusting seemed to have increased, or perhaps she just noticed them more. Some people hurried past her, then turned back to look after taking a few steps, thinking they were being discreet, revealing slightly disappointed expressions. This seemed to be because her makeup, attire, and appearance didn't quite match what they had imagined after seeing her figure and clothes. "Why are you being disappointed, asshole?" Franca secretly gave the middle finger and cursed under her breath. She finished climbing the stairs and looked towards the security guard at the entrance, but didn't see Lumian. "I thought we could communicate with eye contact at the entrance, pretending not to know each other on the surface, just like in some spy dramas," Franca muttered silently, entering the lobby and walking towards the elevator area. Inside the surveillance room, Lumian sat in front of several large screens divided into multiple scenes, carefully scrutinizing each image from a not-so-short distance. Yesterday's minor incident had given the security director Grimm an excuse to arrange for him to watch the surveillance cameras and patrol floors on rotation, no longer needing him to guard the main entrance. Lumian quickly noticed Franca in the elevator area. Although she had deliberately made herself less attractive, wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses and clothes she had never worn before, he still recognized her. It's a pity that Lai now only equates to top-level makeup skills and can't adjust height and figure to a certain extent. Otherwise, the disguise effect would be better. As it is now, it's still too eye-catching, Lumian commented inwardly. Seeing him watching so intently, the security guard sitting next to him rolled his eyes and said, clutching his stomach, "Lee, my stomach hurts. I'm gonna take a dump. Keep an eye on things yourself." "Is this what they call getting paid to poop online?" Lumian chuckled inwardly and said, "Okay, this couldn't be better. Maybe there's even a chance to check yesterday's surveillance footage and see how Zhou Mingrui reacted to my employment in private. What he did." After his colleague had really gone to the bathroom outside the surveillance room, Lumian saw that Franca had finally managed to squeeze into an elevator after 2 failed attempts. Suddenly, on the big screen, several images showing the situation inside the surveillance room went black. Lumian didn't move. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, there was an additional person beside him. It was Security Director Grimm, wearing a thin blue suit. Grimm, looking at the big screen, said in a seemingly casual manner, "Be careful of Huang Tao. Be careful of Huang Tao." What relationship could Mr. Huang have with me, a male security guard. Lumion was puzzled and asked calmly, "Why?" Maintaining his posture of watching the surveillance footage, Grimm explained briefly. "He has betrayed Mother and is no longer Mother's child. No longer. He was before, but not now." Madame Magician mentioned that in the Vortex event, although Emperor Roselle perished, he also severely injured the strongest broker, breaking free from the corruption of the Great Mother and retaining hope for resurrection. This and Amon obtaining Mr. Fool's consent to reborrow power from his past self are different components of the same event. So, Mr. Fool learned about Emperor Roselle's status, his subconscious cognition changed accordingly, causing Huang Tao in the Dream City to no longer secretly harbor the corruption of the Great Mother? Lumion preliminarily sorted out the logic. This also made him realize a problem. Previously, he only knew that accidents and encounters in the dream might reflect in reality, bringing about real death or problematic advancements, but at this moment, he believed that changes in reality could also affect the dream, provided that Mr. Fool truly perceived it. The dream and reality are not one way. They can interact. Lumion remembered this discovery, then turned to smile at Grimm. "Don't you find it strange that, as a child of God, I'm not female?" Grimm showed a confused expression. Mother's children can be of any gender, or even genderless, or multiple genders. These are not important. What's important is the ability to procreate and bring new life. Child of God. Why do you ask such a question? Grimm's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, it's to test you. Lumion laughed inwardly in response. He was testing whether Grimm only sensed that he was a child of God, or if he knew more specifically that the current child of God was Omabella, like Handbro. If Grimm knew that he was Omabella, he would be confused about the gender discrepancy. Otherwise, it would indicate that he indeed lacked the necessary wisdom and was more like an NPC, as Franca had said, but influenced by the Great Mother. This also proved from another angle that there was a big problem with Handbro being able to call out the name Omabella. Lumion smiled and said to Grimm, "I thought Mother had already let you know my true identity." As he spoke, his hair gradually lengthened, and the lines of his face quickly softened. Grimm's eyes suddenly reflected an indescribably beautiful face, but it vanished in an instant, like an intoxicating yet elusive dream. Lumion had already transformed back into his male state, his gaze returning to the surveillance screens. After a few seconds, Grimm remarked with some emotion, "When I was looking at the files transferred from HR, I was thinking that a 22-year-old with a 7-year-old son would be very suitable to be Mother's child, and could definitely be developed. I didn't expect he truly worthy of being a child of God. I didn't alter my background information, and it still had this benefit. Who could have imagined this before?" Lumion had to admit that some things were beyond even the conspirers' expectations. Suddenly, Grimm stood up and left the surveillance room. In just a few seconds, the cameras inside the surveillance room resumed their normal operation. Not long after, the security guard who had gone to defecate came back swaying and sat down next to Lumion. He asked in a low voice, "The team lead didn't come, did he?" This referred to Su Xinyang, the team lead of Security Team 2. "No," Lumion answered honestly. Simultaneously, he silently added, "The team leader indeed didn't come, but the director did." Just then, Lumion's phone vibrated. He turned his body, facing away from his colleague, discreetly took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and looked. The vibration was caused by a WeChat friend request. The applicant was Intis Group Grimm. After Lumion accepted, he took the opportunity to look at Grimm's moments. The most recent post from this Intis Group security director was, "Children are more important than money. Offspring are more important than work." This was accompanied by 9 photos, each with a different child. Lumion quickly scrolled down and found that Grimm's moments had only one theme, which was sharing about his children. As expected of mothers chosen, Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition is still too conservative, only giving Grimm 9 children. Well, it also has to conform to the daily situations of the Dream City. Lumion locked the screen, put the phone back in his pants pocket, and thought about how to use Grimm's connection in the future. He planned to inquire about what Grimm had been doing recently and how well he had been doing it, under the pretext of a superior's assessment next time. 10th floor, Intis Group Administrative Department, in a separate small office. Franca, led by an HR employee, met Zhang Qing, the deputy director of the administrative department. He was also one of the interviewers at the time. Zhang Qing looked Franca over a few times and actually felt somewhat amazed. Of course, this was based on her state during the interview as a reference. He could only say that her figure was indeed very good and suited this outfit well. While feeling slightly amazed, Zhang Qing also started to feel a headache coming on. He worried that this new employee, Luo Fu, might be blindly arrogant and set her sights on Mr. Huang. He hoped she would honestly and diligently do her job and share the work between himself and the others. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was his daily state, facing beautiful women of various styles every day. As a man, it was inevitable to have some emotional and desire fluctuations. But thinking that any of these beauties might become Mr. Huang's mistress at any time, he had to restrain himself and not show any abnormality. Moreover, these beauties would occasionally quarrel and fight, coming to his office crying to complain, requiring him to spend a lot of energy mediating. This made him physically and mentally exhausted every day, feeling a sense of spiritual impotence. Namo Amitba, after Zhang Qing muttered to himself, he began to explain the daily work and precautions of the office to Franca according to the procedure. Finally, he said, "I'll find an experienced employee to guide you. Your position will be arranged near that experienced employee." Franca took the initiative to say, "Can you ask Luo Shan to guide me? I live very close to her. We knew each other before, and it was she who made me full of longing for the company." Before officially starting work, Franca had already thought about what image she wanted to establish in the Intis group. A newcomer without much scheming, rather frank and cheerful, sometimes speaking without thinking. She felt that as long as she didn't deliberately think about problems, following her daily life state, she could play this role well. Zhang Qing nodded slightly, his expression relaxing considerably. "All right." He stood up, led Franca out of the small office, and introduced her to other employees in the administrative department. Franca saw a series of beautiful women, all striving to highlight their own characteristics. There were innocent ones, glamorous ones, and those going for the pure and sexy look, giving a feeling of 100 flowers blooming. These women were all alert at first glance of Franca, but after their gaze fell on her face and scrutinized for a few seconds, they relaxed. Some of them perfunctorily greeted her, then picked up their makeup mirrors to touch up their makeup, while others enthusiastically chatted with Franca, thinking about dumping some of their work on this newcomer later. Franca, having managed a large number of dancers before, was not at all unfamiliar with such occasions and naturally and appropriately followed Zhang Qing around the administrative department. Seeing this, Zhang Qing imperceptibly nodded. Indeed, she has 3 years of work experience, and the evaluation from her previous job is also very good. Well, after seeing so many star-like beauties, she shouldn't have any unrealistic thoughts, right? Franca noticed that about half of the employees in the administrative department were working seriously, and among them were also many good-looking women. Some of them were purely attracted by the high salaries of the Intis group, not very interested in Mr. Huang, and had no hope for possible favor. Rather than becoming Mr. Huang's mistress, they wanted to develop in their careers and prove themselves. Others planned to establish the image of a capable woman, thinking that maybe Mr. Huang liked this type recently. After introducing Franca to the employees of the administrative department, Zhang Qing stopped near Luo Shan's position and nodded slightly. Luo Shan has gone to the foreign trade department and will be back later. Since you already know each other, I don't need to introduce you. Well, Mr. Ed is currently entertaining distinguished guests and is not in the company. I'll take you to meet him later. Mr. Ed referred to Edward, the vice president of the Intis group, in charge of administration and business. Entertaining distinguished guests? Zarathustra mentioned in the information from the major arcana card holders. This person is most likely a subordinate of the celestial worthy, suspected to be a seer pathway angel who is currently possessing Loki. Franca pondered as she replied to Zhang Qing. She then sat down at the desk not far from Luoshan's position, hiding her legs under the table. This gave her back a sense of security, and the faint shame subsided. After Zhang Qing left, Franca sat in her position, looked around the bright and clean administrative department, and silently exclaimed, "So this is what working is like?" During the time after her transmigration when she lived on the original body's savings, she naturally thought about not eating away at his savings. But she didn't understand the skills the original body knew, and the original body had no education, so she could only find jobs like waitressing and kitchen helper. Then, because she couldn't stand the conscience of those merchants and was unwilling to make counterfeit goods or help deceive innocent people, she couldn't last more than a few days before being fired either voluntarily or involuntarily. Almost no job lasted a full month, and there were a few times when she was almost beaten up. In her view, this was no different from doing internships or summer jobs during college, and now was her first real job, especially in a dream city very similar to the world she transmigrated from. While observing naturally, Franca saw those paintings on Luoshan's desk. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Luoshan's paintings at home have been cleaned up, but there are still some here. After some consideration, Franca stood up, walked to Luoshan's seat, tore down all the paintings that could be torn down, and threw the ones that couldn't be torn down into the trash can along with the items. Just as she finished doing this, she felt someone watching her. She quickly turned around and saw a young man standing in the aisle near Luoshan's position. The man wore plain glasses and a plaid shirt interwoven with 3 colors. His appearance was slightly handsome with a very clear chin. It was Zhou Mingrue. Damn, I've directly encountered Mr. Fool's dream image. Seeing Zhou Mingrue's confused expression, Franca quickly explained, "Luoshan asked me to help deal with it." Zhou Mingrue looked at the paintings and items in the trash can and said as if talking to himself, "Luoshan asked to throw them away?" He then glanced at Franca's heel height and muttered in his heart, "With such low heels, she's still a bit taller than me." Franca nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Zhou Mingrue withdrew his gaze and smiled politely. "Where did Luoshan go?" "I have something to discuss with her." "She went to the Foreign Trade Department to coordinate something." Franca repeated Zhang Qing's words. "I see." Zhou Mingrue then asked, "Are you transferred from another department to the administrative department?" "I don't think I've seen you before." "I just joined," Franca answered honestly. Seeing Zhou Mingrue's gaze unconsciously move towards Luoshan's seat, Franca controlled her inner nervousness and smiled naturally. "Luoshan and I are neighbors. We knew each other before. Before she went to handle something, she asked me to help her throw away all these paintings. She doesn't want them anymore." "Doesn't want them anymore?" Zhou Mingrue repeated this sentence softly, then asked Franca with a colleague's attitude, "Did Luoshan give you an internal recommendation?" "No," Franca said with a slight pride. "I relied on my own abilities." Then, she said in a teasing tone, "Maybe the administrative department has been busier recently and needs more people who can really get things done." She didn't want Mr. Fool's dream image to think she was a gold digger. Zhou Mingrue exchanged a few more pleasantries, left the administrative department, and returned to the opposite side. Franca sat back in her position and quietly let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I've been well trained in front of the demoness of black. Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrue shouldn't have noticed that I was a bit nervous just now, right? It's normal to be nervous. After all, being caught throwing away a colleague's belongings behind their back." In the security department, Lumian took the opportunity of going to the bathroom to take out his phone and clicked on the dialog box with Anderson Hood. The chat interface was still on the initial greeting message. Lumian waited until the dream tutoring classes opened before sending a WeChat voice message to Anderson Hood. "Mr. Anderson, does your tutoring school have painting classes? A friend of mine wants to know." Late last night, after receiving Jenna's message, Lumian had been thinking about how to probe Anderson Hood. Based on the premise that Luoshan had been controlled and her personality alteration had been initially resolved, he felt this matter was not urgent. There was no need to screenshot the legal representative and shareholder information of Colorful Hostel and send it directly to Anderson. teasing him about having other businesses on the side, then observe the subsequent reactions and wait for any unexpected developments that might result. He planned to start with the painting issue, making initial probes, preferably without alerting Anderson. Anderson didn't immediately reply to Lumion, and Lumion didn't linger in the bathroom. After putting his phone in his pants pocket, he walked back to the surveillance room. Looking at the large screens in front, his mind flashed through some experiments he had done and needed to do. 1. Observe Mr. Fool's dream manifestation Zhou Mingrui and the people around him. 2. First contact with Zhou Mingrui during the day, leaving a certain impression. 3. Contact people close to Zhou Mingrui divided into multiple stages, eliminating the suspicion of one target before contacting the second, and so on. 4. Contact Zhou Mingrui again during the day, leaving a deeper impression. 5. Establish a relationship with Zhou Mingrui during the day where they can chat, hinting at the existence of Beyonder powers and his goodwill. 6. First contact with Zhou Mingrui at night. 7. Hint at the existence of Beyonder powers and his goodwill to Zhou Mingrui at night. 8. Based on the results of previous experiments and information gathered, formulate an official awakening plan. This was the action outline for Lumion's team. Currently, the first 4 parts had been completed, without any members being kicked out of the dream or restricted. The third part was spread throughout all subsequent steps, and team members responsible for contact had to self-isolate for a day and night before continuing to advance. The danger gradually increased in the later parts. Lumion didn't think about avoiding it, because determining the degree and source of danger was one of the purposes of the experiment. Only by knowing what could be done, what couldn't be done, what would lead to immediate expulsion, and what would take time to explode, could their team officially enter the 8th part of the action outline and formulate a targeted awakening plan. At this stage, Lumion wasn't worried or afraid of failure. He was worried and afraid of not being able to find the reasons for failure. With this mindset, he approached many things with a testing attitude, including whether the information shredder worked, whether Stiano was trustworthy, what relationship Anderson Hood had with the painter pathway, whether Grimm had become one of the Great Mother's tools to influence the dream, and so on. After obtaining the test results, they would contact the major arcana card holders to compare accounts, which might reveal some interesting and useful details. If they had consulted the major arcana card holders from the beginning, forming preconceived notions and fixed thinking patterns, they might not have tested some things, and thus wouldn't have obtained their own results. Their minds would only have the conclusions given by the major arcana card holders, which might cause them to miskey information. As Lumion was pondering what to do next, he noticed an extra person in one of the surveillance footage on the 10th floor. The camera was aimed at the entrance of Aurora Company, and a person wearing a black robe with a wide, deep hood, completely out of place among the nearby white-collar workers, walked out. Suddenly, a bunch of things fell out from inside the person's robe, landing on the floor. The person quickly crouched down, the hem of the robe covering the fallen objects. When he stood up, the ground was clean again without any items. After watching this person walk out of the surveillance frame and seeing him enter the elevator through the elevator surveillance, Lumion silently said to himself, the corresponding image of a certain Aurora Order Mister in the Dream City. The security guard sitting next to him followed his gaze and laughed. It's fine. Those clowns from Aurora Company are like that. It's nothing, it's nothing. I thought it was some kind of performance art, Lumion said as he saw Luo Shan walk out of the elevator and enter into group. In the administrative department, large office. Luo Shan stood confused next to her position, seeing her desk with fewer items. I helped you throw away all those paintings. Franca walked up to Luo Shan and explained with a smile. Luo Shan suddenly realized. I had forgotten about that. I'll draw some new ones later. She paused, looked around, and asked in a lowered voice. Can I still paint later? Yes, it doesn't affect your ability to use your power. Franca comforted her quietly, then raised her volume. Director Zhang asked you to familiarize me with the work process. Zhang Qing's full title was Deputy Director of the Administrative Department of Intis Group. All right. Luo Shan pulled Franca over and openly chatted about various rumors within the company. Finally, Luo Shan said, I forgot to tell you last night, there's a very fierce young security guard recently. He even dares to confront those MCN company people. He's really handsome, but don't tell anyone. He already has a 7-year-old son, and he's only 22. Theoretically speaking, I am the child's mother, one of them. Franca's mouth twitched slightly as she echoed with emotion. Doesn't that mean he had a child in middle school? After chatting about this for a while, Franca returned to her seat and entered work mode according to Luo Shan's guidance. After familiarizing herself with the office system, she rotated her chair and stood up, wanting to help Luo Shan share some work. She saw Luo Shan holding a pencil, focused on drawing on a white paper. What is she drawing? Franca softened her steps and silently walked to Luo Shan's side. She found that Luo Shan was sketching her own portrait, with the Luo Shan in the drawing having hollow eyes, a cold expression, and a curled mouth. Franca's eyes focused, and she immediately reached out her right hand and patted Luo Shan's shoulder. What are you drawing? Luo Shan was startled and quickly stopped drawing. She turned her body, and seeing it was Franca, she visibly relaxed and pressed her chest, saying, You scared me. I thought old Zhang had caught me slacking off. As she spoke, Luo Shan glanced at the sketch on the table, and her expression quickly became terrified. Why would I draw this? Franca pondered for 2 seconds and showed a smile that made Luo Shan extremely reassured. Don't worry, you can finish the last few strokes. I'll handle it. Luo Shan, uncertain and frightened, leaned forward again and added the last few strokes, making the portrait more lifelike. As soon as she finished drawing, the Luo Shan in the sketch presented a state as if about to come alive. Franca grabbed the drawing, and black flames burned discreetly in her palm. The expression of Luo Shan in the drawing immediately became painful, full of resentment and hatred, as if she was being burned by flames. In the blink of an eye, the drawing curled up, showed signs of spontaneous combustion, quickly turned to ashes, and fell into the trash can. While completing this, Franca used the mirror maze through the transparent screen on the side of the desk, Luo Shan's phone screen, and the mirror being used by a nearby colleague for makeup touch-ups, to deal with the camera surveillance, not leaving traces of beyonder powers in the corresponding footage. Luo Shan stared blankly as Franca dealt with the portrait, and after a few seconds said, I feel like my whole being is much lighter again. My mood is better. Franca nodded and said, You can treat it as another release of negative emotions and desires. She considered for 2 seconds and added, Currently, we can only treat your symptoms, not solve the root cause of the problem. Simply put, we can only treat the symptoms, not cure the disease. So, you need to be vigilant about your own state, do self-examination from time to time, and if you find something wrong, immediately come to us for a new round of treatment. Don't delay, otherwise behavior like just now will happen again, and the consequences are unpredictable. Power is a double-edged sword. It can harm others and also harm oneself. This will accompany us for life. Luo Shan listened quietly, remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head and smiled. I understand what you mean. I hope I can hold on for a few more years, preferably until I retire. No, let me enjoy life for 5 more years after retirement. Seeing Luo Shan's smile, Franca suddenly felt it was a bit dazzling, making her eyes ache. She comforted in a gentle voice. If you can hold on, you must hold on. It's like some diseases that were terminal in earlier years, but if you actively cooperate with treatment and try to prolong life as much as possible, with the development of technology, they can now be cured or better controlled. In the future, we might become stronger, or we might meet stronger people who have ways to solve the problem of power corruption. Luo Shan nodded slowly and smiled at Franca. I'll try hard. And you should work hard too. Let's all work hard. Franca remained silent for a moment, deactivated the mirror maze, and returned to her own seat. She picked up her phone and found that Jenna, with the nickname Nana and Lily, had sent her a message describing the dangers encountered on the way to deliver the painting to Star Dream Provision Store, the help received, and the final result. Franca felt a wave of fear reading it, quite regretful that she hadn't accompanied Jenna. She had anticipated great danger but thought that Jenna, who could actively exit the dream, would at most waste one opportunity. She didn't expect that the power representing the Fantasy Association's evil god could prevent them from returning to reality. Jenna had almost really died. Fortunately, Amon and his father are on our side. Jenna's experience also provided us with important intelligence. In the future, when encountering people and objects of the painter pathway, we need to be careful about not being able to exit the dream. Franca, thinking of Lumion about to or already probing Anderson Hood, quickly forwarded Jenna's message to him and reminded him to remember to delete it using the information shredder. After confirming that Lumion was currently fine and had received the warning, Franca glanced sideways at Luoshan, roughly understanding why her condition had suddenly relapsed earlier. It coincided with the time when that painting appeared abnormal and Jenna nearly died. Inside the surveillance room, after deleting the messages from Franca and Jenna using the information shredder, Lumion pinged Anthony. He continued to watch the surveillance, looking for potentially abnormal people and events. At this time, Su Xinyang, the leader of Security Team 2, entered the surveillance room and patted the shoulders of his two subordinates. After work this afternoon, let's go visit Old Wang and Old Ding together. They're out of danger now. After visiting the hospital, let's gather with all the folks who aren't on shifts. It's also to welcome little Li to our team. Old Wang and Old Ding? Lumion could guess who the team leader was talking about, but still had to put on a confused expression. Su Xinyang, with his burly build, square face, and very tan skin, said with both amusement and helplessness, "Didn't you see the news? Several of our folks were struck by lightning. Fortunately, it wasn't people from our Team 2 who died. Damn. How did they get struck by lightning?" "Oh, I remember now," Lumion then asked. "Which hospital are Old Wang and Old Ding in?" Su Xinyang answered simply, "Mushu Hospital. It's really Mushu Hospital." Lumion wasn't surprised at all by Su Xinyang's answer. He grunted in acknowledgement. All right, team lead. He had thought about it. As an important base for evil gods to influence the Dream City, and with some degree of cooperation with the Celestial Worthy, Mushu Hospital might be unavoidable for many things to come. It wasn't a matter of cautiously avoiding it or not entering, pretending it didn't exist. So, rather than that, why not take advantage of the daytime while their actions hadn't yet reached a critical stage, while he still had another chance to enter, and while he had a reasonable and legitimate excuse to go take a look and investigate in person. Of course, the underground floors that likely represented the abyss and Mr. Fool's psychological dark side still couldn't be recklessly entered. After seeing off Su Xinyang, Lumion stayed in the surveillance room until almost noon. He and his shift partner Old Xia waited for their colleagues to relieve them, then went downstairs together to the Intis Group staff cafeteria located in the annex building of the tech building for lunch. They didn't get meal allowances and the cafeteria wasn't free, but it had a wide variety of dishes, and the prices were kept quite cheap through company subsidies. So, whether from headquarters or branch offices, employees in this building all liked eating in the cafeteria. Even Mr. Huang himself would come eat there occasionally to check the quality of the food. The only problem was that during the lunch rush, the cafeteria was packed. Higher-income employees preferred to order takeout or dine at nearby malls. As security guards, when they could go to the cafeteria depended on when their colleagues came to relieve them. Everyone tacitly agreed to come a bit earlier to avoid the peak hours. Lumion got steamed eggs with minced meat, stir-fried yellow chives and meat with pickled peppers, fried chicken leg, cucumber and pork soup, and a big bowl of rice. He found a corner spot with Old Xia and listened to him chat about the antics of the Aurora Company folks while eating. Old Xia clicked his tongue and said, "Their boss is an exhibitionist, or the M in S&M, often with whip marks on his body. Say more. Slander some more. I love hearing it." Lumion nodded along while inwardly muttering. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. He picked it up and saw a message from a name that leaves a deep impression on you, which was Anderson Hood. "Is that friend you mentioned actually yourself?" Lumion smiled and replied using voice input. "You could interpret it that way." He felt that in conversations between hunters, whoever got anxious first, whoever got angry first, whoever felt guilty first would lose. Only by adjusting oneself to a state where nothing mattered could one stand undefeated. After about 20 to 30 seconds, Anderson replied, "Painting requires talent. I hope you have it. Our tutoring school doesn't have painting classes, but I know a decent studio, that's where I learned. If you're interested, tomorrow night at 7, meet me at the entrance of Jinxiu Dongfang Community on Sifang Street, and I'll take you for a tour." At night, Lumian pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, thank you." He remembered that colorful hostel was on Sifang Street, but the interior renovation and decoration hadn't been completed yet. In the administrative department, large office, Luo Shan stretched lazily, walked over to Franca's desk, and asked with a smile, "What are you eating for lunch? I don't want to join the crowd at the cafeteria." Without waiting for Franca to respond, she lowered her voice and said, "Other departments all find time to have team dinners to welcome new employees. Only our administrative department doesn't. Mainly because those ladies don't want to or think little of us, which is fine, but the worry is that they'll insist on going, wanting to find some free helpers. TSK, can you imagine how that would develop? Sarcasm and veiled barbs are the norm, with people crying, arguing, or even wanting to get physical not being uncommon. It left a bunch of trouble to deal with afterward, so old Zhang simply stopped organizing departmental dinners. Those who get along well just gather privately however they want." Franca listened with relish and said expectantly, "I wonder when Mr. Huang will next come to the administrative department. The scene then would surely be spectacular." She wanted to witness it. Demonesses inevitably tended to have a bit of a chaos-loving inclination, which was very justifiable when it came to watching drama. "Mr. Huang probably won't come in the next few days. He has VIPs to entertain, and even if he comes to the company, he'll go to the 16th floor." Luo Shan disclosed Mr. Huang's whereabouts. Zarathustra? Franca was very attentive and serious about this matter. Besides the items listed in the action outline, they also had to guard against the celestial worthy and evil gods doing bad things to Zhou Mingrui in the Dream City. They needed to discover and prevent it early. Moreover, this could also accumulate inspiration to help them formulate an awakening plan, how the celestial worthy subordinates did it, and they could try to do the opposite. "What a pity," Franca said with a look of regret. She then asked curiously, "Won't Mr. Huang bring the VIP to tour the company? He has before." Luo Shan suddenly paused, her voice becoming even lower. "That day Zhou Mingrui happened to be on sick leave. Franca, could that long-named VIP be the destroyer you mentioned, sent from the future to the present by evil forces? Was Zhou Mingrui's sick leave arranged by your people? A painter's spiritual intuition is quite strong." Franca smiled and said, "Is that VIP called Zarathustra?" Luo Shan nodded solemnly. "Then it is." Franca confirmed her earlier guess. Luo Shan was silent for a few seconds. Then her eyes lit up and she said, "Why don't I ask Zhou Mingrui to have dinner with us? That way you'll have a chance to meet and chat with him." Holy crap, so fast, so direct. Franca felt a bit shocked. She had thought it would take her and Lumian a week or two to naturally contact Zhou Mingrui through work matters before reaching a point where they could add each other on WeChat or have casual chats. Who knew that on her first day of work, Luo Shan would invite Zhou Mingrui to have dinner together? It's too fast. This progress is too advanced. I'm not ready yet. Seeing that Franca hadn't answered, Luo Shan smiled and said, "Zhou Mingrui owes me several meals. Every time he asks me for information, he says he'll treat me to a meal next time, but so far he's only done it once. Welcoming my bestie to the company is a good reason." As she spoke, she picked up her phone and started tapping out a message to Zhou Mingrui. After a while, Luo Shan waved her phone and said, he agreed, but said it would be dinner tomorrow, because he has to work overtime tonight, and tech people have too little lunch break time to go eat something nice. He agreed just like that. No stress reaction, no excuses. Franca suddenly recalled an old saying. The best way to get close to someone is to know the people around them. Helping Luo Shan was indeed the right choice. This is karma rewarding kindness. Franca pondered for a moment, then said to Luo Shan, Zhou Mingrue seemed a bit concerned about those paintings you had on your desk before. He didn't refuse your invitation, but agreed to it. Maybe he also wants to confirm or probe something. Without waiting for Luo Shan to respond, Franca added, "If that's really the case, it's a good thing. The only question is, does dinner count as nighttime? This goes against the plan in the action outline, and could lead to confusion and ambiguity in the experimental results. It shouldn't count if it's not completely dark, right?" At 4:30 in the afternoon, after another round of patrolling the floors, Lumian and Old Xia came to the underground parking lot of the tech building. They saw team lead Su Xinyang sitting in a dark gray SUV, reaching out from the passenger seat and waving at them. "Over here." Lumian and Old Xia walked over and sat in the spacious back seat. "Just us few." Old Xia looked out the window. Su Xinyang laughed. "Who goes to visit patients at a hospital in a big group? The nurses wouldn't let us in. Just the four of us. Zhao is driving. The others will wait directly at the dinner place." Zhao was the young man sitting in the driver's seat, looking a bit chubby from the side. At this time, the roads were still fairly clear. Before 5 o'clock, Lumian and the others had arrived outside Mushu Hospital. Two young men, each carrying a box of fruit and a bag of nutritional supplements, followed behind Su Xinyang and Old Xia as they walked in. The lobby of Mushu Hospital was no different from when Lumian last came, ordinary, with people coming and going. Only occasionally could one notice certain orderlies with indifferent gazes and slightly mechanical movements. Lumian withdrew his gaze, confirming that his spirituality gave no warning and there were no abnormalities around, then entered the elevator going up and arrived on the 12th floor. Exiting the elevator area and turning into the ward, after pushing open the door, what met his eyes was a quiet nurse's station and a corridor extending into darkness. The light at the end of the corridor seemed to be broken, not yet repaired. Led by a nurse who looked very normal, they entered a double patient room where Old Wang and Old Ding were. Before Lumian, Zhao, and Old Xia could get a clear look at the patient's condition, two bedside family members rushed in front of Su Xinyang, speaking one after another. "Team lead Su, this is definitely a work-related injury for our Old Wang. Boo-hoo, Team lead Su, our Old Ding almost died. Look at him, who knows how long it will take to recover." Su Xinyang finally found an opportunity and pressed his right hand down. "Ladies, this will definitely count as a work injury. Mr. Huang said that not only will there be compensation according to national standards, but the company will also give an additional sum, as well as cover all medical expenses beyond insurance, and continue to pay normal wages until Old Wang and Old Ding fully recover and can return to work. We won't let one of us bleed, sweat, and cry." While Su Xinyang was comforting the family members, Lumian and the others turned their gaze to the hospital beds, seeing the two patients wrapped from head to toe in white bandages, with only their eyes, noses, and mouths exposed. Old Xia couldn't help but lean close to Lumian and say in a low voice, "I don't mean to be unkind, but they really look funny like this. I thought only TV shows wrapped people up like this. Didn't expect to see it in real life too." Lumian didn't respond to Old Xia because he thought of mummies. Mummies that were said to have close connections with the wraith pathway controlled by the mother tree of desire. And this was Mushu Hospital. Lumian looked again at Old Wang and Old Ding, who were wrapped from head to toe in white bandages, carefully examining their condition and the details around them. "Don't disturb the patients." The nurse who had led Lumian and the others into the ward reminded them before walking out and returning to the nurse's station. At this moment, the patient who was presumably Old Ding woke up, influenced by the conversation between his family members and Su Xinyang, slowly opening his eyes. Contrasted against the surrounding circles of white bandages, Old Ding's deep brown eyes were noticeably darker than normal, taking quite a while to regain focus. Lumian didn't notice any abnormalities worth noting. Su Xinyang walked to the bedside and greeted Old Ding, who lacked energy and spoke indistinctly. Lumian listened for about 20 to 30 seconds, then glanced at the still sleeping Old Wang, and stepped back gradually, inconspicuously and without drawing attention, to the doorway of the ward. He then examined the doctor and nurse information posted outside the ward, Attending physician, Huang Puda. Head nurse, Qifeng. From the photo, it was clear that Qifeng was the nurse who had just led Lumian and the others to the ward. Names not mentioned in the files. The name style is that of locals in the Dream City, not like foreigners. Doesn't seem to be any problem. Lumian returned to the ward and followed team lead Su Xinyang in greeting Old Ding and the two family members again. They didn't stay long to avoid disturbing the patient's rest. Walking through the corridor, past the nurse's station, and towards the ward's main door, Lumian casually examined the bulletin boards on both sides of the wall. One side featured scientific achievements and introductions to some diseases and injuries, while the other side had brief introductions of all the doctors and nurses in this ward, arranged in several rows. Lumian's gaze fell on the topmost photo. It was a female doctor with a plump appearance, fairly good features and slightly brownish eyes, looking to be in her 40s. Her introduction read, Roland, Associate Dean. Lumian's first reaction was, "Isn't that Franca's last name?" Followed by a sudden chill down his spine, almost making him shudder. He remembered another Roland. It was a prominent name he had heard about while investigating the sea prayer ritual in Port Santa of the Fanapotter Kingdom. Matriarch Roland of the Church of Earth Mother. This was equivalent to the pontiff or pope in other Orthodox churches. The plantar pathway has the doctor sequence, and Roland, as the matriarch of the Church of Earth Mother, is most likely an angel of this pathway, which is equivalent to one of the strongest doctors in the real world. Her corresponding manifestation in the Dream City serving as the associate dean and chief surgeon of a hospital certainly qualifies and aligns with Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition. But the problem is, this is Mushu Hospital. Lumian naturally withdrew his gaze and walked towards the ward exit with Su Xinyang, his expression unchanged. He remembered that the information from the major arcana card holders didn't mention Roland having a corresponding dream manifestation. Is it unknown or considered unimportant, a mere NPC? Is Roland becoming the associate dean of Mushu Hospital woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious dream, representing some of his cognition? Or has Roland's dream manifestation been exploited by the Great Mother due to issues with her own pathway? Or is this one of the achievements of Mushu Hospital? If Mother Roland is the associate dean, then who is the dean? Lumian felt he needed to report this to the major arcana card holders. This didn't contradict his idea of first testing on his own and gaining personal results. He was worried that if there was a problem with the dream image, it might affect Matriarch Roland in the real world, and wanted to remind the major arcana card holders. Leaving the ward, Lumian curiously asked, Team Lead Su, what's the name of the Dean of Mushu Hospital? I haven't seen any news about him. Su Xinyang entered the elevator area and thought for a few seconds before saying, Strange, odd. I haven't heard of him either. I only know that Mr. Huang used to have a good relationship with this hospital, donated a lot of money to them, and helped establish them. Money. A lot of money. Donations. Lumian thought this must have been done when Emperor Roselle was still corrupted by the Great Mother. This also made Mushu Hospital financially strong, seemingly not too worried about money issues, unlike the colorful hostel of the Fantasy Association, which still had to exploit its bestowed and believers for renovation. While waiting for the slow elevator, Old Xia suddenly asked Su Xinyang, Team Lead Su, do you think Old Wang and Old Ding can recover to their original state? They used to be such good fighters. Are you eyeing the positions they left behind? Su Xinyang asked with a smile. In the Intis group, the security department wasn't just about security guards, but also had real security personnel responsible for protecting Mr. Huang's family and important guests, providing security services for jewelry exhibitions, antique exhibitions, arms deals, etc., held by various companies of the group, and protecting important mining sites through cooperation with local armed forces. Old Wang and Old Ding were security personnel, earning much higher salaries than ordinary security guards, with additional allowances if dispatched externally. I'll pass. Can't take that risk, and don't have that ability. Old Xia waved his hands repeatedly, looking scared. Su Xinyang looked at Lumian and smiled, saying, Originally, I wanted someone in their 50s or 60s, but the HR department sent me the youngest one. Fortunately, Director Grimm is satisfied. Why look for someone in their 50s or 60s? Old Xia asked on behalf of Lumian, he himself looking to be only in his 30s or 40s. Su Xinyang chuckled and said, security guard is a service position. You're all too young, not smooth enough, and can't bring yourselves to make a scene or throw tantrums. Think about it, if you had a conflict with an employee in the building, which one of you would be able to lie down on the ground without any burden, clutch your chest and cry out in pain, saying you can't breathe? A man in his 50s or 60s wouldn't have such concerns. They dare to lie down, dare to shout, dare to extort. In that case, would the employee on the other side dare to take it seriously and continue to make trouble? Having an elder is like having a treasure. Lumian understood that Su Xinyang was reprimanding him, thinking that getting into trouble with someone on his first day of work showed inexperience. Zhao, not catching Su Xinyang's implied meaning, asked foolishly, then why not directly find someone over 70? What if they really fall ill on duty? Su Xinyang scolded Zhao impatiently. You don't care when it's Mr. Huang's money, do you? Zhao giggled, not refuting Su Xinyang. At this moment, an elevator finally stopped on this floor, already crowded with people. Entering the elevator and following its slow descent, Lumian suddenly had a feeling that he and the others were sinking into the dark seabed. It was an illusion brought on by his spirituality. The illusion quickly disappeared as the elevator stopped at the next floor. As the elevator continued to stop at various floors, Old Xia grumbled, it's a bit cold. Isn't the air conditioning too strong? You didn't say that when we took the elevator up earlier. Is it because we're currently descending, getting closer to the underground floors? Lumian thoughtfully observed the other people in the elevator, noticing that they all looked slightly pale from the chilly air conditioning and cold wind. There were no other unusual situations beyond this. When the elevator stopped on the first floor, Lumian suddenly felt as if it would plummet in free fall, and instinctively stepped out quickly. The feeling of overly effective air conditioning disappeared instantly. Lumian raised his hand to pinch his nose, following Su Xinyang and the others towards the main entrance of Mushu Hospital. Just now he had caught a whiff of blood. Exiting the hospital building, the sunlight, only slightly weaker than before, instantly brought a sense of golden brightness and clarity. That's why I hate hospitals, Old Xia muttered. Lumian half-turned his body, looking at the bustling lobby and the upper floors, summarizing in his mind. There are indeed some abnormal details, but most of the doctors, nurses, and patients here still seem fine. If they all had problems, this city would have been corrupted to an unimaginable degree long ago, and Mr. Fool's subconscious would surely have reacted. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian suddenly saw a face pressed against a glass window on the 12th floor. That face was bound with strips of white bandages, with only the eyes, nostrils, and mouth uncovered. He seemed to have seen Lumian too, and began to struggle frantically, then was forcibly dragged away from the window area as if being pulled by one person after another from behind. Before Lumian could react, he had disappeared. But Lumian recognized him. He was Old Wang, who had been sleeping the whole time during their visit. Lumian turned back, pretending he hadn't seen anything. If not for the appointment with Anderson tomorrow night, he would have wanted to storm the 12th floor ward right now to rescue Old Wang and see what unexpected changes might occur. For Lumian, this wasn't something he couldn't do, but it should be done after completing most of the experiments. In a beef offal hot pot restaurant, having booked a large private room with 2 tables set up, Su Xinyang held baijiu, a Chinese spirit, and beer, smiling at Lumian and asking, "Can you drink?" "I can drink a little," Lumian answered somewhat fearfully. "As long as you can drink, that's fine. Drinking style is working style. Drinking etiquette is personal etiquette. Those who don't drink can't fit into our security team too." Su Xinyang pointed at the subordinates around and said, "Except for those on duty, dispatched, hospitalized, or on leave, everyone is here. Make a good impression." Lumian had heard from Franca that many companies' welcome parties for new employees were mainly to test obedience and haze the newcomers, making them learn to be compliant, with drinking being the most common method. I'll try my best." Lumian squeezed out a smile with a heavy expression. 2 hours later, Amidst various bottles of alcohol piled up on the table and in the corners, Lumian held a bottle of strong liquor, smiling broadly at Su Xinyang and saying, "Team lead Su, drink up. Why aren't you drinking? Come on, let's finish what's left." Su Xinyang, his face pale and movements uncoordinated, said, "No, no more drinking. Later, I still need to go home and pay my dues to the wife." Around him, some like old Xia and Zhao were either slumped over the table or curled up in corners, already asleep. Some had just returned from vomiting in the bathroom, swaying unsteadily. Some gathered in groups, chattering endlessly. Others sat silently, motionless. Seeing the situation, Lumian didn't insist. After all, Su Xinyang still had the important task of paying the bill. He couldn't possibly cover for him, right? He hadn't even received his first month's salary yet. Lumian then called over to the colleagues who had collapsed at the beginning but had now recovered, arranging for them to send the different drunks home nearby. If there was no one going in the same direction, they would call family members to come pick them up. After finishing this task, Lumian pulled up a chair and sat down, taking a few sips of liquor as if it were a beverage. This made the few colleagues who were still somewhat sober twitch at their temples. Is this guy the reincarnation of a wine vat? Glancing at the still bustling main hall outside, Lumian idly took out his phone and began replying to messages and browsing trending topics. As he scrolled, he noticed that the content being pushed to him now included a lot of alcohol-related topics, including but not limited to which brand of baijiu tastes best, beer tasting, legal liability for alcohol-related accidents caused by pressuring others to drink, civil compensation for alcohol-related sudden deaths by others at the same table. Alcohol is a carcinogen. Does this count as a form of monitoring? Lumian pondered as his thumb slid across the screen. When the last drunk was taken away, he stood up and left the hot pot restaurant. He searched for the location of Xinhong district and found it was just over 2 kilometers away. Lumian decided to walk back. It was past 8 p.m. now, and the sky had darkened completely. The scorching breeze had taken on a hint of coolness. The street lamps on both sides were bright, and there were many pedestrians passing by, brushing shoulders without disturbing each other. Lumian savored the state of being immersed in the crowd yet detached from it, his mind gradually relaxing and unwinding. He walked past shops playing old songs, crowds dancing to lively rhythms, and a bustling bar street, hearing shouts of cheers, cheers, coming from inside. Returning to the rental apartment, Lumian saw Ludwig in the kitchen, standing on a small folding stool, busy preparing food. Anthony sat by the dining table, writing down his observations from the day. His task was to continue observing Zhou Mingrui and those close to him, watching for any abnormalities or subtle changes after they came into contact with Lumian, Franca, or Jenna. Seeing Lumian return, Anthony looked up and said, "He insists on cooking himself. He finds preparing his own breakfast and late-night snacks more enjoyable than studying textbooks or doing homework. He's become more human-like," Lumian said with a chuckle. He had just sat down when the door opened and Franca and Jenna appeared in the doorway. "There's an urgent matter we need to discuss together, to complement each other's strengths," Franca explained succinctly. Her interaction with Zhou Mingrui today was the kind that only left a certain impression, and this already had experimental results. It wouldn't cause her to be kicked out of the dream or face restrictions. So before taking further action, she could discreetly touch base with Lumian and the others. She and Jenna had taken a taxi to a stop 1 station away and sneaked over using the shadows. "What's the matter?" Lumian sat up a bit straighter. "I'm having a private dinner with Zhou Mingrui tomorrow night, thanks to Luoshan." Franca pulled out a chair and sat down, asking Lumian with a mix of excitement and nervousness, "This doesn't affect your experiment plans, does it?" "A little, but it's not a big problem. Taking big steps to try things out first, then working backwards to eliminate possibilities one by one is also a method of experimentation," Lumian said after a few seconds of thought. Franca let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's discuss how to give Zhou Mingrui hints. This should show some progress compared to before, but not excessively. Otherwise we can't rule out options and would have to risk a second attempt later. Lumian tersely agreed and provided several approaches from a conspirer's perspective. He then evaluated Franca's contingency plans and explanations, while Jenna helped fill in any gaps from an instigator's standpoint. Anthony was responsible for empathizing with Zhou Mingrue's possible psychological activities and instinctive reactions, even role-playing as Zhou Mingrue during rehearsals. After 20 to 30 minutes of discussion, Franca finally had 2 feasible plans that were likely to achieve her goals. "Brainstorming really does work," she exclaimed sincerely. Jenna then recounted her experience of selling the painting at the Star Dream Provision store, not omitting a single detail. After listening to the end, Franca thoughtfully took out the Beyonder characteristic obtained from the reanimated Panatia from her traveler's bag. She showed it briefly before quickly stuffing it back. "Can we sell this thing to the Star Dream Provision store? We can't use it for now anyway. So why not exchange it for money and find a way to rent useful items? Whether the mission succeeds or not later, the major Arcana cardholders should reimburse us or help buy it back. We can try, but I think that individual probably won't accept it," Lumian said as he also took out an item from his traveler's bag. It was the corpse wax candle obtained from the Blue Avenger. Looking at this pale yellow candle with a reddish tinge, Lumian thought for a moment before saying, "We discussed before that demonesses might have symbolic meaning and special uses in the Dream City. Now I want to say that hunters might also have significance. I'm a hunter, the first person killed was the Oracle who was also a hunter, and Anderson, who is clearly abnormal now, is also a hunter. Given this premise, items related to demonesses and hunters might prove useful later on, and we can't predict which ones. That individual will probably not accept them, instead letting us keep them and wait for the right opportunity. We can try. If she doesn't accept them, it would provide initial validation for my theory." Jenna, Franca, and Anthony all nodded thoughtfully. The 4 of them then took out many mystical items they weren't currently using, planning to have Jenna take them to the Star Dream Provision store to sell the next day. Looking at these items, Jenna pondered for a few seconds before saying, "That individual is a true deity. Isn't it somewhat disrespectful to bring such a hodgepodge of items of varying value?" Anthony nodded in agreement with Jenna's statement. Franca added, "Yeah, it feels like we're treating her like a junk collector." As she spoke, Franca fell silent, as did Lumian and the others. In the end, they selected only 3 high-value items. After discussing everything, Franca stood up, stretching her arms and said, "I'm a bit excited and nervous thinking about substantially hinting at Mr. Fool's dream manifestation tomorrow night." "What time is your appointment tomorrow night?" Lumian asked. 7 o'clock. Luoshan said those tech folks rarely leave work on time, so we need to allow for extra time. Franca also mentioned the meeting place. 7 o'clock. Lumian raised his right hand and rubbed his chin. At this point, Jenna carefully said, "Don't be too nervous. You might not even manage to meet up successfully. I've seen posts on those apps where people set a time and place for a date, but their busy boyfriends or girlfriends end up working overtime at the last minute and have to cancel." "That's a possibility." Franca was momentarily dumbfounded. The next morning, Jenna once again arrived at the Star Dream Provision store. She took a ride-hailing car as before, but this time encountered no obstacles or abnormalities. Walking up to the checkout counter in the back of the Star Dream Provision store, Jenna politely asked, "Do you take this item?" She placed the Beyonder characteristic from the reanimated Panatia on the counter. In the suddenly dimmed environment, the shopkeeper raised her head, looked at it, then shook her head and said, "We don't take this one, so you really don't accept it. Does it need to be made into an item, or is it, as Lumian speculated, that things related to the Demoness and Hunter pathways will have important uses later?" After putting away Panatia's Beyonder characteristic, Jenna took out the corpse wax candle in a small glass bottle. "Do you take this?" "We don't take that either," the shopkeeper said without a trace of impatience on her beautiful face. "Not taking items either." Jenna thoughtfully put away the corpse wax candle. Then, she took out an item from her traveler's bag. It was a set of silver-white full-body armor. "Pride armor." Jenna didn't try to hide the special nature of the traveler's bag as she placed the Pride armor sideways on the counter. The next second, she noticed a faint smile appear on the shopkeeper's face. Almost simultaneously, the Pride armor moved. Like a crab, it moved sideways, clanking towards the entrance of the Star Dream Provisions store. However, the silver-white full-body armor moved slower and slower, gradually turning upright. When it was just 2 or 3 steps from the exit, it came to a complete stop, motionless. It seemed to have turned into ordinary armor. At this point, Jenna and the shopkeeper were both behind it, facing each other. It showed no reaction. In her astonishment, Jenna heard the shopkeeper say with a hint of amusement, "I'll take this item, 30,000 still." So items like the Pride armor can indeed be sold. But why did the Pride armor react so strongly at first? And why isn't it even confronting the people behind it now? Though puzzled, Jenna didn't dare to ask. Lumion, who learned he would be switching to the mid-shift next week, returned to the rental apartment. He left at 6 p.m., arriving half an hour early at the entrance of Jinxiu Dongfang Community on Sifang Street. He wanted to scout the environment first, as it might come in handy later. As Lumion's gaze swept the area, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Anderson Hood, wearing a black t-shirt with abstract patterns. Anderson also saw Lumion and walked over, smiling as he said, "I'm in the habit of arriving early." Lumion responded with a smile. "Me too." Anderson nodded. "Since we're both early, let's start the tour earlier. The friend you mentioned was indeed yourself. If that's what you want to think, I can't do anything about it," Lumion said with a smile, not arguing. Anderson didn't seem to mind as he turned and led him into the Jinxiu Dongfang community. Sifang Street was located near a famous scenic spot in Yangdu, part of the Old Town area. The Jinxiu Dongfang community was also quite old, with no building exceeding 6 floors or having elevators installed. Lumion followed behind Anderson, turning towards the building closest to the community entrance. As they climbed the stairs, he couldn't help but raise his right hand to pinch his nose. A mixture of strong odors permeated the air. Anderson turned sideways and laughed. "The whole building is being renovated." He had somehow already stuffed 2 wads of white paper into his nostrils. "Why is everything being renovated?" Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Anderson glanced at him and said with a smile, "This gated community is too old. Most owners have moved away and chosen to rent out their vacant apartments. Someone has rented all the rooms in this building, planning to..." At this point, Anderson paused, his smile becoming more pronounced in the dim stairwell as his voice deepened. "Planning to open a boutique hostel. Colorful, right? And that person is you, right?" Lumion was somewhat mentally prepared for this and frowned slightly as he said, "Isn't there still an art studio in this building? How can you say all the rooms have been rented?" Anderson tightened the white paper wads in his nostrils. "Is it possible that the person who opened the art studio is the same one who rented the other rooms? The boutique hostel he wants to open is adjacent to scenic spots, hidden in a gated community, with painting as its theme." Lumion, still pinching his nose, feigned sudden realization and said, "I see." Due to the strong renovation smells permeating the stairwell, the two didn't slow their pace as they conversed, quickly reaching the top floor, which was the 6th floor. The doors of both units here were open, and on the wall facing the stairwell was a brightly colored mural. At its center were 4 characters. "Mute Art Studio. That name is quite special," Lumion commented sincerely. By this point, the renovation smells had faded. Anderson removed the white paper wads from his nostrils and explained earnestly, "Painting is done with hands, not mouths. Mute represents the studio's expectations for its students. Focus, quietness, and dedication." "That's a great explanation," Lumion applauded. Anderson wasn't offended and said with a smile, "This isn't my forced interpretation. It's what the studio owner said. My sister once taught me dialectics, believing that even the worst words can have a positive side." "Do you think that's right?" Lumion asked with a smile. Anderson nodded. "If you think it's right, Then it's right. He led Lumion towards the door on the left. Lumion didn't rush in, standing at the doorway to survey the fairly spacious living room. There was a piece of darkness with only a hint of golden-red dawn in the distance, a storm with deep blue waves surging, pilgrims with numerous blurred figures walking across a wasteland, and a grotesque monster emerging from the seabed alongside pirates trying to save their ship. The pirates' painting suddenly reminded Lumion of the latest volume of The Great Adventurer. He saw vines growing from the figures' heads, bearing watermelons, while milky white liquid sprayed everywhere on the deck. Is this recreating Gehrman Sparrow's experience? As Lumion pondered this, he stared for 2 seconds at the sea monster that resembled a giant leech with its maw full of sharp teeth. Anderson walked to the easel in the middle of the living room and turned around. Lumion looked around once more before slowly following him in, curiously asking, "Where's the studio owner?" Anderson raised his right hand and pointed at himself. "You're the studio owner?" Lumion surprisingly confirmed. Anderson nodded. Lumion suddenly smiled. "Why aren't you speaking? Has your throat suddenly gone hoarse? Have you become mute?" Anderson, wearing the black t-shirt, began using sign language. Lumion couldn't understand what he was expressing even after watching for a while, and thoughtfully said, "I wonder if there's an app for translating sign language." Anderson picked up a paintbrush, took a piece of white paper from nearby, and wrote something in dark red. Unlike Lumion and the others, he could write in the common script of the Dream City. Lumion focused his gaze and saw a sentence written on the white paper. "It's best not to speak in the studio. Treat yourself as if you're mute." Lumion raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, he saw Anderson grimly add another line in dark red paint. "You just spoke." Lumion suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if a cool breeze had blown past. He didn't turn around, seemingly feeling nothing. Anderson wrote another passage, the dark red paint appearing to become much brighter. "Do you know this person?" After writing, he turned the easel around to show the painting on it to Lumion. It depicted a woman, tall with a slender face, light blue and clear eyes, strikingly beautiful with a peculiar sharpness. This was Lumion himself. It was his female form. Lumion's face broke into a smile as he answered Anderson's question. "I don't know her." As his voice echoed, something cold and wet suddenly pressed against him from behind. Lumion quickly reached back to grab it, his palm suddenly erupting with crimson flames. As the flames compressed layer by layer, he saw what had attacked him. It was the giant leech from the monster oil painting. Its pinkish, nearly transparent body had extended from the painting, its maw open to its fullest extent, large enough to bite off an adult's head. 1325. Looking at the densely packed, ghastly white teeth with blood-colored roots, Lumion directly slapped the fireball in his hand, which had turned from crimson to nearly white, onto it. Boom! The fireball exploded instantly, enveloping the sea monster that had emerged from the painting. The shockwave carrying flames quickly swept outwards, threatening to ignite every painting, every easel, and every person here. At that moment, from the storm oil painting, the azure seawater surged out, pouring into the room with a splash, extinguishing all the flames. Lumion's figure disappeared from where he stood, reappearing behind the mute Anderson. His eyes had turned completely iron black, reflecting a ghastly white. Lumion clenched his right fist and thrust it out with a smacking sound, striking Anderson's back. This punch, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, tore through Anderson's flesh, penetrated his body, and hit the oil painting of Lumion's female form and its easel. The mute Anderson's body suddenly ruptured, quickly thinning and transforming into a portrait painting with a huge hole. This portrait, along with the oil painting of Lumion's female form, was ignited by crimson flames, turning into black, light ashes in just a few seconds. As the mute Anderson reverted to a painting, both the azure seawater that had poured into the room and the sea monsters eagerly trying to emerge suddenly vanished, leaving only the motionless oil paintings. Lumion scanned the room and found that a giant leech was indeed missing from the monster painting. The studio floor was covered with water stains and incompletely burned paper scraps. The place became eerily quiet, with no living beings present except for Lumion himself. Lumion then went through both rooms that made up the studio, finding no other abnormalities. Those paintings were no longer eerie or mysterious. He left the place, going down the stairs to see tenants of the community gathering in small groups, looking around. They had heard the sound of an explosion earlier but couldn't find its source or any damage to the buildings in the community. They could only attribute it to a high-speed fighter jet passing overhead. Lumion passed through the group and returned to the community entrance. Suddenly, a figure was reflected in his eyes. The figure had blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with hands in pockets, looking like someone watching the commotion. Anderson Hood. Upon seeing Lumion, Anderson asked with a surprised expression, "You're already here? Have you already entered?" Lumion smiled. "I'm in the habit of arriving early." Anderson smiled as well. "Me too." As Lumion walked up to him, he asked with a smile, "Did you enjoy yourself earlier?" "Very much." Lumion maintained his smile, saying meaningfully, "I'd like to do it again." Anderson Hood nodded slightly. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked around. "Maybe next time," Anderson said with a smile, shifting his gaze back. "Let's keep in touch via WeChat." He raised his right palm, holding his phone. He didn't mention visiting the art studio or ask if Lumion's friend was interested in taking classes. Lumion didn't bring up these topics either, waving his hand and saying, "I'll be going then. See you." Anderson waved back. Lumion walked past the tutor towards the roadside. A gray sedan pulled up and stopped in front of him. Lumion opened the door, got in, and said to Anthony in the driver's seat, "Let's go to Workers' Road." Anthony nodded and merged into traffic. Franca, Luoshan, and Zhou Mingrue had arranged to have dinner on Workers' Road tonight at a Taro Chicken Hot Pot restaurant. As the car drove, chomping sounds continuously came from the back seat. On Workers' Road, inside the Ijo Roast Chicken Taro Chicken Hot Pot restaurant, Franca and Luoshan had arrived earlier, choosing a windowside table. They had ordered chicken and taro but hadn't selected any other dishes yet. Each of them had ordered a bottle of iced soy milk, not finding any issue with Zhou Mingrue choosing such a noisy, lively place that wasn't quite bourgeois enough for a meal. What mattered was whether the food tasted good. At nearly 6:50 p.m., Zhou Mingrue, wearing a black shirt, walked in. "Over here, over here." Luoshan waved cheerfully. Zhou Mingrue weaved through the other tables, came over and said as he sat down, "Some extra work came up just before clocking out." "We agreed on 7 p.m., Luoshan said, not minding at all. She pointed at Franca and said, "This is my neighbor and colleague Luofu." Zhou Mingrue glanced at Franca and said with a smile, "We've met before. Let's order first." Franca looked outside at the darkening sky, feeling a bit uneasy. Since Franca and Luoshan had already pre-ordered the chicken and taro and requested them to be cooked immediately, the three of them soon began enjoying the steaming hot delicacies. Franca asked the waiter to fill her dipping sauce bowl with a medium spicy soup base. She added some minced garlic, chopped green onions, and cilantro, then poured in some oyster sauce. This combination provided saltiness and umami flavors, along with a hint of sweetness, nicely complementing the spicy taste. Franca particularly enjoyed preparing her hot pot dipping sauce this way. She glanced at Zhou Mingrue and noticed his choices were similar to hers. Great minds think alike. Franca picked up a piece of taro first instead of chicken. The taro had been pre-cooked to softness in a pressure cooker. After rolling it in the dipping sauce and blowing on it for about 10 seconds, she took a bite. It was full of the fragrance of starch and the taro's own flavor. The taro had also absorbed the spiciness of the soup base and the deliciousness of the oil. Combined with the salty umami and slight sweetness of the oyster sauce, it made her salivate quickly, effectively reducing the residual heat. Franca ate 3 pieces of taro before remembering to try a piece of chicken. She would rank this as one of the top 3 vegetarian options in hot pot, along with potato slices and leafy stem lettuce. The three ate quietly for a while. After filling their stomachs a bit, Luo Shan actively initiated various topics to prevent any awkwardness. With her livening up the atmosphere, the three chatted quite happily, covering everything from company gossip and rumors to the recent job market and the current situations of former colleagues. The handsome security guard naturally became part of the conversation, with Luo Shan expressing regret that he hadn't been guarding the entrance recently, preventing her from seeing him in person. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mingrui asked about Franca's professional background, curious about why she changed careers right after graduation. Franca shared her genuine feelings from her student days. Working like a dog and earning little, while endangering my life. Having to slog until your 30s or 40s to barely have a decent income. I felt I couldn't endure that hardship, so I changed careers. How many times in life can you be in your 20s? Zhou Mingrui expressed understanding. There's a saying online that those who encourage others to study medicine should be struck by lightning. However, being a doctor is a late-blooming career. The older you get, the more valuable you become. I have a childhood friend who also changed careers right after graduation, but even after working 2 other jobs, there wasn't much success. At this point, Zhou Mingrui suddenly paused, unconsciously frowning before continuing. He used connections to return to his hometown hospital as an intern doctor. There's such a childhood friend? The documents didn't mention this. It's clearly not Peng Deng. Nor is it that female childhood friend who likes to travel. As Franca pondered this, Zhou Mingrui began discussing medical topics. Franca perfectly played the role of a former medical student who had changed careers 3 years ago. She could still discuss basic concepts but had mostly forgotten the more in-depth knowledge. She wasn't a savant after all. Her current identity was almost an exact copy of her actual history, making it easy for her to play the role. The only difference was that she hadn't actually graduated and had changed careers 6 or 7 years ago. As Zhou Mingrui nodded imperceptibly, Luo Shan glanced at Franca and asked with a smile, "Have you tried that new drink? The one with the great design and a unique name?" Franca smiled back and asked instead of answering, "Have you two tried it?" Before Zhou Mingrui and Luo Shan could answer, Franca lowered her voice. "I recently heard an urban legend about a mysterious vending machine that randomly appears in different places. It sells gacha boxes of that drink. Some of the drinks in these gacha boxes have special effects, giving the drinker abilities corresponding to the drink's name. The ones sold in supermarkets and convenience stores are just ordinary, normal drinks." After saying this in one breath without experiencing any abnormalities herself, Franca relaxed a little. Zhou Mingrui looked at Franca, who had changed into a white t-shirt, loose pants, and white sneakers, with her hair tied back in a ponytail after returning home. He smiled and said, "I've also seen such rumors online." Franca's gaze fell on Luo Shan's face. Luo Shan bit her lip and said in a deliberate ghost story tone, "Actually, I've encountered that mysterious vending machine." Suddenly, Zhou Mingrui also looked at her. Luo Shan laughed. "I bought a gacha box, and the drink inside was shaman, but after drinking it, nothing happened. I didn't gain any abilities. Honestly, when I went to look for that vending machine a second time, it was indeed gone. Not in its original location." Luo Shan's voice became unusually deep for the last sentence, making even the bubbles churning in the hot pot seem to freeze for a second. Zhou Mingrui looked at her without speaking, as if assessing whether she was telling a ghost story or speaking the truth. Luo Shan then grinned at him and said, "Didn't you drink one too? Later, I saw a similar vending machine in the company lobby. I got a bunch and gave you one bottle, the instigator drink, right? It's not like I drank it." Zhou Mingrui laughed. "Someone had given me a pack of dried mushrooms earlier, saying they were great for infusing drinks and tea. I thought I'd try it, so I poured the instigator drink into my cup and added the dried mushrooms. Later, I got busy with something else, and when I returned to my desk, the cup was empty. At that time, I thought nobody in the office would be so disgusting as to drink from someone else's cup. I wondered if the cleaning lady saw the mushrooms soaking and thought it looked gross, assuming the drink was no longer wanted and helping me dispose of it. Thinking about it now, it is a bit strange. He and Luo Shan's back and forth made the urban legend seem increasingly real. Franca didn't appear scared at all. She looked around and lowered her voice. Since you're both being so honest, I'll tell the truth too. To be frank, I've also encountered that vending machine. Luo Shan played along and asked, "What did you get?" Franca looked at Zhou Mingrue, pushed up her black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and smiled noticeably. "Assassin." Zhou Mingrue quietly looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Franca added with a smile, "I'm a fan of Assassin's Creed. Look, my WeChat name is even True Hidden Blade." As she spoke, she took out her phone and showed her WeChat name to Zhou Mingrue, then continued, "I was very satisfied with the name of that drink. I imagined myself becoming an assassin, able to perform a real leap of faith and hide in shadows, undetectable." Franca deliberately described all the changes and abilities brought by the assassin potion, wanting Zhou Mingrue to believe that she had either actually drunk the assassin drink or was very knowledgeable about assassin-related matters. As she described this, her heart involuntarily began to beat faster, and she became tense, feeling as if she was about to be kicked out of the dream. Zhou Mingrue tactically took a sip of his iced soy milk and ate a piece of taro. After putting down his chopsticks, he smiled at Franca and Luo Shan and said, "That's my dream too." Franca took the opportunity to warn, "Then you should be careful. I saw in the related rumors that there's a big problem with the follow-up drinks to Assassin. It's like leveling up in a game. After drinking to a certain level, terrible things happen." "What kind of terrible things?" Luo Shan asked curiously. Franca gently shook her head in response. "I don't know either. I've only heard that after the assassin drink comes the instigator drink, and the problems start after the instigator drink." Her voice grew progressively lower. Zhou Mingrue ended the topic. All right, if we keep making things up, this will eventually become a complete urban legend." "Indeed," Franca smiled, indicating that her previous content was all made up on the spot. Luo Shan did the same. The three chatted about other things until it was completely dark outside, each feeling very satisfied with their meal. After saying goodbye to Luo Shan and Franca, Zhou Mingrue walked towards the other end of the street. The smile on his face gradually settled as various thoughts surfaced in his mind. They don't seem to be probing me, more like hinting, suggesting, warning me. Is there really a big problem with the follow-up to the assassin drink? It's also possible that because I deliberately chose a crowded and lively place, they couldn't find an opportunity to use their abilities to influence me. I'll observe for a while and see if there are any accidents or attacks. If I can confirm their intentions or goodwill, I can find an opportunity to really talk later. If avoiding doesn't solve the problem, then face it." Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Mingrue turned into a small alley and walked into the shadows. On the other side, Franca led Luo Shan towards the nearest shopping mall. For the next hour, she wanted to stay in a place with more people and better lighting. Just after leaving the vicinity of the Ijo roast chicken restaurant, walking about a dozen steps along the roadside, Franca suddenly felt dizzy. The next second, she felt like a deep-sea fish suddenly pulled out of the ocean, desperately trying to breathe, but unable to inhale even a trace of air. Her head and body were bizarrely expanding, like a fragile balloon being constantly inflated. She painfully grabbed her own neck, trying to pull her trachea out of her flesh to directly connect with the air. Her legs began to weaken, and her body started to fall to the ground. Her thoughts stuttered, and her mirror avatar lost connection with her. Has the celestial worthy noticed me? This thought flashed through Franca's mind. In the gray sedan parked on the opposite side of the road, Lumian quietly watched as Franca's face turned extremely red, her lips turning blue-black, as she grabbed her slender neck, scratching bloody marks on her fair skin. Luo Shan stood beside her, looking bewildered and helpless. Lumian in the passenger seat remained motionless, still quietly watching. He saw Franca half fallen on the ground, struggling to open her handbag and having difficulty taking out her phone before she unlocked the screen. On the screen was a pre-prepared interface, and along with the phone were cosmetics, multifaceted mirrors, and a small black bag. In Lumian's vision, Franca's eyes bulged out, her expression painful and fierce as she tapped the phone screen with her thumb. Then, she completely collapsed, dropping her handbag on the ground. The items from her bag rolled out, and the small black bag mysteriously disappeared. After a few seconds, Lumion in the car across the street watched as Franca slowly stood up with empty eyes. He calmly said to himself and Anthony, "Contacting Zhou Mingrue at night and hinting at the existence of beyonder powers will result in being quickly kicked out of the dream. Try her inside a luxurious villa." Franca suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Her first reaction was to reach for her waist, feeling the traveler's bag about the size of a coin purse. Phew! Franca let out an unconcealed sigh of relief. At the last moment, she had proactively withdrawn before being completely kicked out of the dream. Her concern was that her personal items might be lost due to passive ejection, left behind in the dream city, and thus lost in reality as well. In that situation, she couldn't pin her hopes on Luo Shan picking up and safeguarding her belongings, or on Lumion and Jenna, who were secretly observing, finding an opportunity to retrieve the items that could potentially implicate them and subject them to the celestial worthy's scrutiny. According to the information provided by the major arcana card holders, whether she left actively or passively, her dream persona, woven with the help of the lucky coin and Madame Justice, wouldn't disappear after her consciousness left the dream. The next time she entered, she would still be that person. Of course, the current Luo Fu would revert to an NPC, following the subconscious manipulation of Mr. Fool or the Celestial Worthy, living her life according to her background settings and current social relationships, appearing normal on the surface. As for whether this Luo Fu NPC harbored hidden issues or would contact companions, potentially implicating them in being kicked out as well, the major arcana card holders were currently uncertain, as they had always acted separately in their previous entries. Based on these concerns, before actively exiting the dream, Franca struggled to take out her phone and unlock the screen. At that moment, her screen was frozen on the Information Shredder mini-program, with her finger on the Clear All Information on this phone button. This was part of the contingency plan. Throughout the meal with Zhou Mingrue, except for the brief 10 or so seconds when she showed him her WeChat name, Franca's phone screen had displayed the running Information Shredder program. In her own words, after leaving home that evening, she was prepared to wipe the database and abscond at any moment. She feared the Celestial Worthy might take the opportunity to scan her contact list, mark suspicious parts, and deal with them specifically. Franca reached into the traveler's bag, unsurprised but still delighted to find that the Beyonder characteristic and corresponding body parts extracted from the reanimated female corpse Panatia were inside, real and tangible, within reach. Correspondingly, the Pride armor had vanished, disappearing into thin air. Damn, the boundary between dream and reality has really been fooled. I can barely tell which side is the dream and which is reality. Franca was equally unsurprised by this, but still shocked. Is this the terrifying aspect of a great existence? If Mr. Fool was willing to maintain it and received certain assistance, the dream city could completely become real, as long as one didn't leave on their own. From this perspective, the real world might also be the dream of that initial being. Thankfully, it has awakened and split. Franca, having read many foreign myths before her transmigration, naturally made some associations. She got out of bed, intending to go to the bathroom to relieve herself. This was the first thing she did every morning after waking up. After a few steps, Franca suddenly stopped. She didn't feel any urge to urinate at all, and instead felt full, as if she had just eaten a good meal. Franca immediately took out a mirror and used divination to confirm the current date. Reality had also passed several days, basically consistent with the dream, though there seemed to be a slight time difference. In this bedroom, the tightly drawn curtains let in a bit of twilight. It wasn't completely dark outside yet. Is the Dream City using Backlund time? We've been in the Dream City for over a week. It's impossible not to be hungry or need to use the bathroom in reality. Damn. Does eating in the dream mean being full in reality, gaining the corresponding nutrients? Does using the bathroom in the dream equate to using it in reality? But I don't smell bad, and my pants are normal. Is this grafting the excrement at the exit to the toilet and sewers? or directly opening a door, sending it to another dimension. Right, Ludwig seemed to have said that some of the food in the Dream City was real. How could it be real? My goodness. It's really hard to distinguish between dream and reality. Franca was amazed, both shocked and amused. After about 10 seconds, her mind calmed down, and she began to think about the gains from tonight's probe. Hinting at the existence of Beyonder powers to Zhou Mingrui at night, warning him about the risks following the assassin potion, will result in being kicked out of the dream. But not immediately. There's a reaction time close to an hour. Perhaps later we can use this hour to do something, like directly telling Zhou Mingrui about the witch's transformation. But maybe just saying the word, which would result in an immediate ejection. We'll need experiments to confirm this. Also, we can't rely on the assumption that the celestial worthy's reaction time for kicking people out in this situation is always an hour. It might be that as long as Zhou Mingrui is watching, nothing unusual happens. But as soon as we say goodbye and create some distance, we're quickly kicked out. There were two influences at the time, one trying to kick me out of the dream, and one attempting to turn me into a marionette. But the speed of becoming a marionette wasn't as dramatic as described in the documents for high-sequence seer pathway beyonders, as if it was being interfered with, resulting in a tug-of-war. Mr. Fool versus the celestial worthy? If I found a way to hold on for a while before being kicked out of the dream, I might have already become a marionette. It's better to withdraw proactively to reduce potential risks. Just as Franca was thinking this, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who is it? She tensed instinctively, though her spirituality hadn't given her any warning. It's us. Two voices came from outside, one belonging to Madame Magician, the other to Madame Judgment. Franca relaxed. If it had been only Madame Magician by herself, she would have harbored some worry, as the other was a high-sequence beyonder of the apprentice pathway and could potentially be influenced or misled by that celestial worthy. But now Madame Judgment was also present. I can ask for an autograph now. I can't ask Madame Magician why her pen name in the Dream City is Salted Fish Without Dreams. Franca happily took out paper and pen, opened the door, and saw the two major arcana card holders who had already changed their clothes. Madame Magician reminded her, "You need to wait a day and a night before you can re-enter the dream." "Yes, I know." Franca nodded. This was mentioned in the documents. Dream City, Workers' Road. As some passers-by saw Franca fall to the ground and wanted to come help, Franca had already stood up, touched her neck, and bent down to pick up the items that had fallen to the ground. Only then did Luoshan come to her senses, helping to put some of the cosmetics and mirrors back into the handbag. "What happened just now?" she asked Franca, puzzled, alert, and concerned. Franca looked at Luoshan and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's an old problem. I'll be fine after a while. You never mentioned having such a condition before." Luoshan fell silent. Franca continued, "Let's not go shopping, shall we? I want to rest early." "That's not what you said earlier." Luoshan made a sound of agreement. After the two got into a rideshare car, Lumian's right hand loosened its 5 fingers, and he nodded at Anthony. Anthony started the car, drove to the intersection, and stopped again. From the shadows, Jenna emerged, walking towards the gray sedan as if she had finally waited for her rideshare. Lumian lowered the car window and, looking straight ahead, said, "Try to minimize contact with her tonight, and it's best to find an excuse not to sleep in Dequang Garden." After saying this, without waiting for Jenna's response, he raised the window, and Anthony drove the vehicle into the middle lane. Jenna's lips bore the marks of her teeth, and her clenched fists finally relaxed. After seeing Franca's abnormal situation, she knew she shouldn't go to her rescue to avoid implicating herself. But rationality was one thing and emotion was another, especially when Franca seemed on the verge of death during her struggle. It took great willpower for Jenna to control herself, clearly discerning Franca's state, and waiting for her to withdraw on her own. Dequang Garden, Building 5. Luoshan said goodbye to Franca on the 15th floor and returned to her own home. After a while, she heard the doorbell. Outside the door was Jenna, known as Jian Na in the Dream City. The moment she saw Jenna, Luo Shan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then closed it, remaining silent. Jenna looked around and said in a low voice, "Minimize contact with Luo Fu for the next 2 days, and don't discuss anything related to beyond her powers with her." Luo Shan's expression immediately relaxed, and she spoke as if she had been holding it in for a long time. "I knew something was off with Fu Fu. After we finished dinner with Zhou Mingrui, she suddenly wasn't right. First, she had a sudden illness, and then it was like she became a different person. What problem has occurred?" Jenna considered for a few seconds before saying, "You can understand it this way. Interfering with past history has limitations and comes at a cost. Otherwise, we could just go to Zhou Mingrui's house, control him directly, tell him everything in detail, then demonstrate some abilities, provide some evidence, and wouldn't that make him believe initially?" "I understand now." Luo Shan had a sudden realization. Fu Fu hinted at the existence of beyond her powers and the problem with the assassin potion tonight, and was affected by the self-correcting force of history, causing problems, her old condition flaring up. Is she now equivalent to another version of herself, similar to my previous situation? You can understand it that way. Jenna nodded, not explaining in detail. She returned to the 23rd floor and saw Franca sitting on the sofa on her phone. After some thought, she said, "I'm going to see Li Lu later. I won't be back tonight." In the identity documents, Li Lu's father was Li Ming, and his mother was Jian Na. Franca raised her head and said with a smile, "When will you bring Li Lu over to play? I can sleep on the sofa." "It depends on his father's opinion." Jenna smiled, packed her toiletries, and left the apartment. Taking the elevator to the first floor, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lumian. "Luo Shan still remembers the story we told her, remembers the help we gave her, and shows no changes at present. Franca only knows about the things in the background information, remembering only the nominal social relationships." Jenna didn't actually go to Xinhong district to find Lumian and Ludwig. Instead, she chose a nearby hotel, booked a room, and checked if she would also be kicked out. Nothing happened overnight. After waking up, she immediately returned to Dequan Garden and sat in a corner of the lobby, facing sideways towards the door leading to the interior of the residential complex. After about 10 minutes, she saw Franca. Franca was still wearing her old-fashioned black-framed glasses and dressed in a relatively conservative office lady style. Seeing this, Jenna breathed a sigh of relief, changed her sitting posture, and turned her back to Franca to avoid meeting her. The purpose of her early return to the residential complex was to confirm whether the current Luo Fu's behavior style was consistent with the previous Franca. If she had removed her disguise and changed into makeup and clothes that best highlighted her features, maximizing the charm of a witch, Jenna would have to consider finding an excuse to prevent Luo Fu from going to work, delaying her for a day. Now it seemed that the style of the Luo Fu NPC would continue as before. Tech Building, 10th floor. Franca sat down at her desk and leisurely made herself a cup of coffee. At this moment, she saw Zhou Mingrui walk in, so she smiled and said, "Are you looking for Luo Shan? She hasn't arrived yet. I thought you two would come together." Zhou Mingrui didn't hide his surprise. In his view, whether on the surface or secretly, Luo Shan and Luo Fu had a very good relationship and a special connection. They should be the type to wait for each other and go to work together. Franca smiled and said, "I asked her, and she said she had something holding her up and told me not to wait for her." "I see." Zhou Mingrui nodded and turned to walk out of the administrative department. During this period, he had been coming to ask Luo Shan about various company news more frequently than before, leading to some idle people in the administrative department spreading rumors about him and Luo Shan. Zhou Mingrui walked at a moderate pace to the entrance of the administrative department, unable to wait for Luo Fu to ask him to wait. He actually came to find Luo Fu today, not Luo Shan. He originally thought she would take this opportunity to hint at something again, but unexpectedly, Luo Fu didn't even have the thought of chatting with him casually, being polite but somewhat distant. Zhou Mingrui frowned slightly, not turning back to look again, and left the administrative department directly. "Something feels a bit off," He had just grumbled inwardly when he saw Luo Shan walking over with a pancake and a cup of 5-grain soy milk. "Good morning," Luo Shan greeted cheerfully. "Good morning," Zhou Mingrui smiled. "I just went to find you, but you hadn't arrived yet. Luo Fu said you were held up by something." Luo Shan looked around. "Want to ask me about something again?" The two chatted casually for a few sentences, each walking towards their own department's office. Suddenly, Zhou Mingrui's phone vibrated. He took it out to look, and it was a message from Luo Shan, who he had just been chatting with. "Don't talk to Luo Fu about anything today. Wait until tomorrow." The moment he saw this message, Zhou Mingrui thought the two girls' relationship had suddenly broken down, and they were trying to isolate each other by forming cliques. But after reading it carefully again, he came to a preliminary conclusion. Does Luo Shan mean that today's Luo Fu has a problem? Don't contact her, and it will be fine tomorrow? Why would there be a problem? She was still normal yesterday. Is it because of our chat last night about the vending machine, the assassin drink, and subsequent troubles? This seems a bit like when the star in the group suddenly went offline when mentioning key things. What kind of problem could it be? Who gave the problem, and why is it there today but solved tomorrow? One question after another flashed through Zhou Mingrui's mind, but he couldn't find reasonable explanations for many of them. 13th floor, Security Department. Lumian and his partner Old Xia had patrolled all floors once, finding no security risks. After sitting in a room that looked more like a rest area for security guards than an office, Lumian took out his phone. Since Franca had already left the dreamscape, she could meet with the major Arcana card holders, so he no longer needed to pass yesterday's experimental results. Along with the matter of the Associate Dean of Musha Hospital being suspected to be the matriarch of the Church of Earth Mother, Roland, through the Star Dream Provisions store. Most of the results of this experiment were within his expectations, with the only pleasant surprise being Luo Shan's memories were still there. All the memories of interacting with Franca and Jenna were still intact. This means we can cultivate dream characters. But we're not sure to what extent understanding the truth will bring anomalies to dream characters. In the future, there might be a situation where all 5 of us and even subsequent coin holders are completely kicked out of the dream, only able to observe, yet there are quite a few dream characters who have inherited our will and cause, still striving to awaken Mr. Fool, and they are part of the dream, unable to be kicked out. This is a change in thinking. It doesn't have to be outsiders, it doesn't have to be us, NPCs can also play a role. At that time, well, these dream characters won't be kicked out, but they can be killed or corrupted, just like the Oracle. When enough dream characters are killed, isn't that also a kind of stimulation for Mr. Fool? This also counts as a disaster for the Dream City, with a large number of important characters dying or falling. Demonesses and hunters, are they really meant to bring calamity? Lumian mocked himself, then selected Intis Group Grim, and opened the chat interface. He slightly raised his chin, with a rather cold expression, using voice input to send a message. "How are you doing with the recent matters?" Sitting in another chair 2 or 3 meters away, Old Xia heard this voice and these words, and suddenly shuddered, feeling that this kid Li Ming somehow seemed more like a team leader than Team Lead Su. After a few minutes, Grim replied, "Haven't found a way to make Huang Tao return to the mother's embrace yet. Without Huang Tao's cooperation and acquiescence, there are many things we can't do now. Currently, we can only use the authority of the security department to monitor Zhou Mingrui's actions. We've installed pinhole cameras and bugs at his seat, and planted a Trojan on his computer. This allows us to discover problems immediately from his browsing history, search history, and call records, and prevent them in time. A few days ago, Zhou Mingrui had thoughts of resigning and searched for specific procedures and precautions, but later he didn't do it and hasn't looked at articles or videos on this aspect again. Without Huang Tao's cooperation, we can't keep him through promotion and salary increase for now. We must solve this problem before he actually resigns. Lumian read it carefully and felt that Grim, or rather the children of the Great Mother in the Dream City, hadn't thought about how to cooperate with the Celestial Worthy to turn Zhou Mingrui into a witch for now. They were more focused on monitoring, observing, and trying to keep Zhou Mingrui staying within the Intis group where they had great influence, not resigning and leaving. It feels like what the children of the Great Mother are currently doing is maintaining balance and obtaining the latest intelligence changes at any time. This basically matches the judgment of the major arcana cards and me regarding the intentions of the evil gods. After muttering to himself for a couple of sentences, Lumion stood up and began pacing in the office. He was thinking about how to use Grimm and other children of the Mother, and also about the matter of Mr. Fool drinking the assassin potion. Frankly speaking, when he learned that the celestial worthy induced Mr. Fool to drink the assassin potion, attempting to make him gradually become a witch, change gender, and thus cause cognitive issues, Lumion felt it was a bit absurd. In his view, gods were all divine, and except for a few pathways that needed to emphasize gender, they shouldn't care whether they were male or female. Those ancient beings who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years might be even more so. Would Mr. Fool really have cognitive issues because of becoming female? Recalling that Mr. Fool required to be referred to as he rather than he, Lumion reluctantly accepted this reason. At the same time, he also suspected that the celestial worthy wanted to use the conflict of symbolically non-neighboring pathway beyonder characteristics to drive Mr. Fool mad, thus gaining the upper hand and achieving victory. The Demoness pathway was not adjacent to the Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder pathways. After killing the reanimated female corpse Panatia and learning about her mission, Lumion's internal balance leaned more towards the speculation that the celestial worthy wanted to use the conflict between non-neighboring pathways. Panatia was supposed to make Zhou Mingrue fall in love, and after he drank the witch potion and changed gender, stay by his side. Wasn't this equivalent to helping Zhou Mingrue, helping Mr. Fool stabilize his mental state? This was somewhat contradictory to the speculation of using gender change to cause cognitive issues for Mr. Fool. And if stabilizing the mental state was for Zhou Mingrue to drink higher sequence Demoness potions, accumulating more madness, it seemed more reasonable. Now, following this line of thought, Lumion had new questions. Why did it have to be the assassin potion, the Demoness pathway? As long as it was a potion from a pathway not adjacent to Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder, it could achieve the purpose. Does becoming female early on indeed have its effect, bringing mental hidden dangers? Combining this with the fact that most of our team are demonesses, and the celestial worthy specifically brought a demoness marionette into the Dream City, does this indicate that inducing Zhou Mingrue to drink the assassin potion, rather than other non-neighboring potions, has hidden reasons? Lumion immediately went through various specialties of the Demoness pathway in his mind. In just a few seconds, he thought of a term, mirror person. Becoming a witch not only changes one into a female but also creates a corresponding, fixed mirror person. From this sequence onwards, demonesses can use mirrors to create avatars and use corresponding magic. And from Lumion's current experience, mirror people were more extreme, more vicious, more sinister. What the celestial worthy actually wants is to make Mr. Fool have a mirror person, and then by doing certain things to the mirror person, or making the mirror person do certain things, achieve the goal of winning this confrontation. Confusing the real with the fake, turning the fake into real, Lumion fell into deep thought. At this moment, his phone vibrated, and the new incoming message was from Anderson Hood. A name that leaves a deep impression on you, sent a hi emoji. Want another round of fun? Hope it's more exciting than last night. Lumion replied using voice input, bringing the phone close to his mouth. Nearby, old Xia glanced at him, his eyes full of envy and longing. Young people sure have exciting lives. No wonder he has a 7-year-old child at just 22. Too bad I don't dare. Soon, Anderson replied to Lumion. You pick the place, somewhere suitable for discussing secrets. All right. Lumion didn't refuse. Let's set the time for 6 p.m. I like sunlight. Anderson sent an okay emoji. After Lumion replied, no problem, the former strongest hunter of the Fog Sea asked in text, why is your WeChat name the Idiot? Do you think you're not smart enough? Lumion chuckled. I really like tarot cards, and I think the Fool card is super cool. Calling myself Idiot is a kind of an imitation. Sometimes, people like to use high-sounding reasons to cover up their own issues. This is a phrase I've been fond of lately, and I'll share it with you too. Anderson replied, sending a bye-bye emoji. Lumion didn't respond further. After resting for a while, he and old Xia started patrolling the floors again. When they reached the 10th floor, while patrolling inside the Intis group, Lumian saw Zhou Mingrue coming out of the public restroom. As their eyes met, Lumian nodded slightly, as a greeting. Zhou Mingrue hadn't run into him these past couple of days, and since security guards patrolling the floors was indeed routine work, he didn't show any alertness and responded with a nod. As they passed each other, Lumian naturally checked the surroundings for any fire hazards. He hadn't thought about using this opportunity to hint at the existence of Beyonder powers to Zhou Mingrue during the day. Firstly, they weren't close enough to chat, and even if he tried hinting, the other party might not be willing to listen. Secondly, he needed to wait until Franca being kicked out of the dreamscape truly ended. Otherwise, it would be impossible to distinguish whether subsequent anomalies were aftereffects of last night's reminder or caused by today's probing. Seeing that Li Ming, this security guard, didn't make any strange gestures or say anything odd, Zhou Mingrue's doubts dissipated a bit more. At 6 p.m., sunlight still illuminated the small square in front of the mall, lighting up those facilities for children to play. Inside a glass-sealed cylinder, 6 sets of seats were slowly rotating. In the middle of the cylinder, various colored plastic balls were constantly being sprayed out, flying in all directions. Ludwig was using a fishing net with a handle to catch them. Lumian sat next to him like a real parent, and the adjacent set of seats belonged to Anderson. Anderson didn't have children, but he sat there at ease, occasionally raising his net to catch a ball, completely without the shame or embarrassment of an adult who had entered a children's ball pit without bringing a child. At this time, except for the 3 of them, no one else was present. Everyone else had gone home for dinner. It's very enclosed here. No one will disturb or eavesdrop, and I've checked the facility. There's no problem, Lumian said to Anderson with a smile. I originally wanted to choose the carousel, but it's not private enough, not suitable for discussing secrets. As they spoke, they followed the seats, constantly rotating around the middle of the cylinder. This effectively makes up for the childhood I lost. Anderson glanced at Ludwig, then turned to Lumian and said, Do you sometimes feel that this world is unreal? That many people are like puppets in a theater, seeming normal at first glance, but some details make you fearful? Why are you talking about this kind of thing with me and my girlfriend? Lumian countered without answering. The girlfriend referred to Jenna. Anderson smiled and said meaningfully, Because I feel that you are very real, more real than the people around us. Lumian also smiled. Yes, I sometimes feel that this world is unreal. It's like a huge dream. We seem to be making our own choices, but in fact we are being pushed and guided by the subconscious of the dream owner. When he wakes up, everything will disappear like bubbles. Amidst the music of spraying balls, the smile on Anderson's face became more evident. There's a time limit for this attraction. We can't stay here forever. Have you ever heard of the term Battle of the Gods' Ruins? Is this confirming each other's identity? Lumian glanced outside the glass cylinder and smiled as he answered Anderson's question. I've heard of it. Outside the door of this children's facility, Anthony was waiting there holding Lumian and Anderson's phones. Anderson smiled and sighed. It's indeed easier to communicate with you than with a certain someone. Some people, their brains might be spouting from their boxing gloves. Anderson continued. I've adventured the Battle of the Gods' Ruins, come into contact with some dangerous things, which caused me to undergo some changes. In sufficiently special dreams, if I receive a strong enough stimulus, I can break free from the dreaming state and maintain a certain level of clarity within the dream. Is this the reason you discovered the dream city isn't real? Lumian didn't ask Anderson this, but remained quiet. He still wasn't clear about the exact relationship between the colorful hostel and Anderson. Anderson smiled and said, That adventure was very exciting, but unfortunately, I can't write it out in certain books. After all, I'm not the protagonist. In recent years, I often dream of living in a big city like this, which makes me look forward to sleeping. In that dream, sometimes I'm a language teacher, sometimes I'm an unsuccessful painter. They should be the same person, just in different states of life. Later, the painter became mute, and his painting skills underwent a qualitative change. I was stimulated, woke up in the dream, and gained a certain level of clarity. I found that someone was actually giving me money, helping me open an art studio and even a hotel. Oh, the evil of knowledge, do such good things exist? Of course I had to accept. How could I let down their kindness? In other words, Anderson's dream manifestation was corrupted for some reason and became a real painter, which also stimulated the real Anderson, allowing his consciousness to enter the dream using his own special ability. So, this Anderson dream manifestation split, sometimes he's the cram school teacher Anderson, formerly the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, and sometimes he's the mute painter Anderson. The cram school teacher Anderson contacted us because he discovered we're also outsiders? Lumian nodded with some understanding. This was actually similar to Luoshan's state, except that the real Rose and didn't have any special dream abilities. So she couldn't come in person to fight against the power of boons and the corruption of evil gods. How was it? My story was pretty exciting, right? Give me a review. Anderson suddenly changed the subject. Lumian applauded. What about the sequel to the story? If the real Anderson doesn't actively enter the dream, the mute Anderson in the dream shouldn't affect him. Anderson shrugged and said with a smile, "Can you be 100% certain it won't have an effect?" "No," Lumian answered honestly. Anderson nodded with a look of caring for an uneducated youngling. Moreover, that dream is interesting and fun. As humans, we need to frequently change our forms of entertainment. I told Danitz in the dream to be careful of me turning into a mute at night, but unfortunately, he didn't understand my hint. If I could get some things and disguise myself as Edwina, he would probably be more proactive in using his brain to ponder what I said. You painted the mute painter in the painting? You also possess the painting skills that were qualitatively changed. Lumian asked about last night's events. Luoshan also painted another self, and after Franca helped burn it, her condition improved significantly. Is Anderson using me to adjust his own state? Anderson clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you use the same body during the day and at night? The changes in the body are common." Lumian pondered and asked, "In the dreamscape, the painter shouldn't be able to make what he paints truly come off the paper. There are too many obstacles. All abilities should be suppressed to sequence 7 level, but yesterday's Anderson could freely move around the residential district and could still speak before entering the studio." Anderson smiled and said, "Dreamscapes always have some special cases and exceptions. If the dream owner symbolizes loopholes, then his dream will inevitably have some loopholes. This is a manifestation of part of his symbolism in the dream. Unless he consciously controls it, it can't be avoided. The mute Anderson originally didn't exist. He's just another state of mind. But he's also hidden in the dream owner's thoughts and cognition. So once I paint him, he doesn't need to invade from the outside to become real. But he can't leave the studio and is very weak. Mr. Fool's manifestation once knew a mute Anderson, or imagined Anderson becoming mute." Lumian nodded slightly and asked, "So the one who led me into the studio was you yourself?" Anderson smiled obviously and said, "Of course, after I entered the studio, while you were looking at those oil paintings, I left through a pre-prepared painting and activated the mute Anderson painting. That's my studio, equivalent to a hunter's home ground. There would definitely be additional arrangements. I changed my clothes and pants afterwards. So you didn't recognize me? Why did you change your clothes and pants?" Lumian probed. Anderson smiled again. "Just kidding. Is this Anderson's style? Do all successful hunters have a tendency for pranks?" Lumian accepted Anderson's explanation. If it were him, he might do the same thing. Anderson glanced at the entertainment facility that was almost out of time. "Now it's my turn to ask, right? What do you want to do by coming here?" This didn't seem like a question, more like a confirmation. "To wake up the dream owner in the best and most humane state," Lumian answered simply. Anderson suddenly smiled. "A few days ago, a foreigner came to the cram school to visit. He was as real as you guys." "What's his name?" Lumian asked, outwardly calm. At this moment, the balls stopped spraying, and the rotation of the seats quickly slowed down until it stopped. Anderson stood up and said with a smile, "Zarathustra. Is that Zarathustra again? Did he go to the dream tutoring classes to wait for Zhou Mingrue? Or did he have another purpose?" Lumion held Ludwig's hand as they walked out of the seating area. While waiting for the staff to open the door of the amusement facility, he smiled at Anderson and asked, "Did you chat with him?" Anderson put his hands in his pockets and smiled. He said he wanted to deeply influence one person and eliminate some people. Is the one he wants to deeply influence Zhou Mingrue? And who are the ones he wants to eliminate? Why did Zarathustra talk about this with Anderson? Was one of his purposes for going to the dream tutoring classes to find Anderson, to find the mute Anderson representing the Fantasy Association? Does this symbolize the cooperation between the celestial worthy and that evil god of the Fantasy Association? Lumion walked towards the now open door, casually saying, "People like Danitz?" What he wanted to ask was whether the people Zarathustra wanted to eliminate were dream characters like Oracle Danitz, or outsiders like himself. Anderson gave a thumbs up, walking down the few steps at the entrance. At the time, I couldn't understand why they dealt with Danitz first. What role could he play? Maybe he was just lucky, and they had to first finish off the lucky one. In a situation where everyone is suppressed to sequence 7, luck is indeed very important. From Anderson's words, was the death of the Oracle done by Zarathustra and the mute Anderson together? The mute Anderson's involvement means he himself was also involved, with a chance to secretly sabotage and influence the progress of things. So, is that why we discovered the Oracle's body earlier, instead of it being sent to the morgue at Mushu Hospital according to the planned schedule, to resurrect and return? Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He felt that Anderson had used the mute dream manifestation to interfere with Zarathustra's actions, resulting in the other party only achieving the goal of eliminating Danitz, without successfully utilizing the Oracle's body. Lumion was now unsure whether Zarathustra was more Zaratul or more Loki, so he directly used the dream name to refer to him. "Damn, it was you, Anderson, who did it. No wonder you called the police immediately. This also explains why we stumbled upon the death of the Oracle. It wasn't a coincidence." Lumion cursed inwardly for a couple of sentences, passing by Anthony without retrieving his phone. Anderson did the same. Taking advantage of the few people playing in the small square, he looked at the displayed on the mall's big screen and asked a question one would typically ask during a stroll. "What do you want to do by opening the colorful hostel? As soon as you come in, someone hands you a sum of money, hands you a hotel that's still under renovation, would you refuse? When faced with sugar-coated bullets, isn't it a normal choice to eat the sugar coating and throw back the bullet?" Anderson smiled and asked in return. "But many times, the sugar coating can also be poisonous, or you might not have time to throw back the bullet. You wouldn't want it if someone forcibly put a child in your belly. Would you? The temporary child of God of the Great Mother, Lumion, spoke from experience." Anderson was stunned for a second, then smiled and said, "If it's really put in, you have to keep it even if you don't want to. If you can't get rid of it later, you can only cultivate a good father-son or father-daughter relationship." Lumion changed the question. "What does the behind-the-scenes hand that made those people give you money and the hotel want to do?" Anderson turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Isn't that why I've come to find you?" Lumion's thoughts raced, vaguely understanding the meaning in Anderson's words. One of the goals of that evil god of the Fantasy Association was to hinder the celestial worthy and maintain the balance of the dream. It was precisely because Anderson grasped this key point that he actively contacted Lumion and others, speaking so plainly. Anderson looked ahead again, walking towards the food-gathering area behind the mall. "I saw a funny saying online before. The saying goes, 'I'm afraid of my brother suffering, but I also don't want my brother owning a Range Rover.'" "That's interesting." Lumion felt Anderson didn't need to hint so obviously. He could understand completely. Anderson continued, "A hotel always has guests, coming from different places." At this point, he suddenly pointed at the spray painting on a shop sign. Paintings are complex. They are both information and a door to a fantasy realm. If a complete and real order can be established in the world within the painting, wouldn't it become an almost real world? Is this hinting at something? Hinting at the possible goals of that evil god of the Fantasy Association? Lumion lacked key information and could only roughly understand what Anderson was saying, unable to figure out the true meaning of these words. Based on the knowledge he currently possessed, he felt that the evil god of the Fantasy Association also wanted to occupy more pathways, just like the Great Mother and the Mother Tree of Desire. What he had his eye on were the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways that symbolize information, the Apprentice pathway that represented the concept of door, alternate worlds, and space itself, as well as the Lawyer and Arbiter pathways that could give the world within paintings a real order. While Lumion was thinking, Anderson pointed at a shop and laughed. "I told you the world would have loopholes. Look over there." Lumion looked over and found it was a small shop named Lone Delights, mainly selling sweet iced tea and desi pies. How could Lone have anything considered a delight? "This is definitely a loophole," Anderson said with a mocking expression. Lumion nodded. Yes. On this matter, the two Intisions easily reached a consensus. And Ludwig started to clamor. "I want to eat." In an apartment on Rue du Chapeau Noir in Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, which Nikki Ye sat in front of her dressing mirror, carefully and meticulously drawing her eyebrows and applying powder in the light of the gas wall lamp. Suddenly, behind her, near the chair by the window, a figure appeared. It was Franca in a relaxed posture. Franca quietly watched Nikki Ye without making a sound. After discussing with Madame Magician and Madame Judgment about why she was kicked out of the dream and the issue with the Associate Dean of Mushu Hospital, she rested for a day. Before returning to the dream, she specifically came to see her subordinate to ask about her recent progress. She couldn't be the kind of superior who disappeared completely after arranging a task, showing no concern and effectively going missing. After about 10 seconds, Nikki Ye finally noticed and subtly adjusted the direction of her dressing mirror. Seeing it was her immediate superior, she quietly sighed in relief and turned around. "Good evening, ma'am." "Good evening. How have you been lately?" Franca didn't directly ask about the Emperor Party. She hadn't contacted 007 yet, because 007 was recently undergoing special training, seemingly with hope of obtaining a spot to become a demigod. Nicaea's expression changed several times, showing some struggle and pain, and with a bit of a might-as-well attitude, she said, "I've become Gruiz's mistress." Gruiz was one of the confidants of Louis Gustave, the leader of the Emperor Party. "This progress is a bit fast. You haven't been a witch for long, haven't you?" Franca didn't ask about Nicaea's current feelings, and asked calmly, "Did Gruiz say anything?" Seeing that her superior didn't inquire about her journey and actual experience of becoming a mistress, Nicaea's inner conflict, embarrassment, and irritation subsided considerably. She recalled and said, "He said Louis has been troubled lately, seeming very irritable. The reason seems to be that he can't contact some important figure." "Which important figure?" Franca asked. Gruiz doesn't know either, only that there is such an important figure that gives Louis a lot of confidence. Nikki Ye shook her head. Unable to contact the mirrored Emperor Roselle? Franca suddenly had such a thought. She nodded slightly. Find a way to figure out who that important figure is, and grasp the substantial movements of the Emperor Party. After saying this, her figure quickly faded and disappeared from the chair. Nikki Ye quietly watched the lady leave, raised her right hand, and slowly caressed from her cheek to her lips. Franca directly returned to that luxurious villa, without going to report to the Demoness of Black that she had fully digested the affliction potion. Let alone whether the Demoness sect would reward her with the despair potion in a situation where she hadn't made new achievements. Even if they would, she couldn't possibly really perform the ritual, so it was better to stall for now. After dinner, close to midnight, Franca stood up and walked towards her room. The slightly short Madame Judgment escorted her to the room while instructing. For the second return to the dream, operating under the previous identity, the current experience is that there won't be much difference from the first time. But by the third time, we found that some attempts that wouldn't have gotten us kicked out of the dream before will also result in being kicked out, as if we've been simply marked by that celestial worthy. So, you need to pay attention now to whether there are subtle changes compared to last time, to determine whether becoming an object of attention starts from the second entry into the dream or the third. Also, don't make any radical probes in the next few days. You've just been kicked out and need to wait a while. I'll be careful. Franca remembered that this had been mentioned in the documents. After going upstairs and reaching the door, Madam Judgment further said, "We can't give you many things to take into the dream, because we've used them in the dream and they've also been marked. If you want to make money, there's another way. Have one person apply for a job at the Hall Film Company, a subsidiary of the Hall Group. Although Miss Justice can't enter the dream anymore, as a Dreamweaver and Major Arcana card holder, she can still exert a little influence on the dream." "Understood," Franca responded with a smile. "Thank you all." She then entered the room, lay down on the bed again, and gripped the lucky coin in her palm. She had tried yesterday. If she didn't put the lucky coin beside her, she would just fall asleep normally and dream normally, occasionally flashing fragments of the dream city, like sights and sounds from Luo Fu. Franca closed her eyes and regulated her breathing. Dequang Garden, room 2303. Jenna accompanied Luo Fu as they watched TV in the living room, occasionally scrolling through her phone. The two conversed very little. Suddenly, she noticed Luo Fu turn her body and say with bright eyes, "I'm back again." Jenna didn't respond immediately, because Luo Fu and Franca had very similar personalities. Franca then picked up her phone and said to Jenna, "Quick, quick, send me another copy of the information shredder." Hearing information shredder, Jenna finally confirmed that it was really Franca who had returned. At this moment, Franca unlocked her screen and found that WeChat had already been re-downloaded by Luo Fu, and Jenna, Luo Shan, and several employees from the administrative department had been re-added, but not the idiot, and Rueda, or Li Lu. After a quick glance, Franca hurriedly tapped into her WeChat wallet. Her expression suddenly froze. "The money, my money, it's gone." Jenna's pupils dilated as she quickly leaned over, discovering that Franca's WeChat wallet balance was 0 yuan. "It didn't delete all the information on my phone, including the money in my online wallet, did it?" Franca hurriedly downloaded a banking app again, taking some time to complete the login and check her balance. She let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Thank goodness the bulk of it is still there. That gave me such a fright." After her exclamation, she explained to Jenna, "The money in my bank account is still there." Jenna glanced at her bank card balance and asked thoughtfully, "How much money did you originally have in your WeChat wallet?" 138 yuan, Franca answered smoothly. "I had over 300 yuan in Alipay too." The Alipay app had already been downloaded back by Luo Fu. She tapped in to check and found there was still over 100 yuan. Franca flipped through the transactions and finally confirmed that this 100 plus yuan was later transferred from the bank card by Luo Fu, with some spent on takeout orders. The previous 300 plus yuan had indeed vanished into thin air. Jenna amusingly pressed her hand to her chest and said, "You only lost about 500 yuan, but you acted like you lost all 120,000 plus. You scared me to death." The 60,000 earned from selling items was currently with Jenna, and she had transferred half to Lumian and Anthony. "Don't say such unlucky things. 500 yuan is a lot. It's enough for us to buy so many things at the wholesale market." Franca thought for a moment and said, "I need to transfer some to Lumian and Anthony. We should each keep some separately, in case it all gets exposed at once. I've realized that this is like a game. When you get kicked out of the dream, you might drop equipment and money, and you might not even be able to pick it back up. We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. The money in the bank card is still there, but what was on the phone is gone." Jenna pondered and said, "Because at that time you only cleared the phone information with one click, not the bank card information? The loss of money should be an issue with the information shredder, right?" Franca nodded slowly. "This mini-program is really powerful. I suspect it even deleted the corresponding information and backup information on the servers. Only in this way could it deal with mystical photos and prevent our chat records from being found." At this point, Franca frowned slightly and said, "I asked Madam Magician and Madam Judgment. They know every high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, but none of them is called Stiano." Anthony's feeling at that time must have been correct. Stiano should have a close connection with the Church of Steam. Jenna also showed a puzzled expression. They seem to have suspects. They said they would tell us through the Star Dream Provisions store after confirmation. Franca suddenly looked around, pointed at the ceiling, and said in a lowered voice, "Could it be that one? Only a mini-program made by him could be so powerful, and besides, he can enter with real consciousness." Maybe. Jenna's voice also became low. As a native of Trier, she had received religious education since childhood, and still had considerable awe for deities. She now wondered if she would one day encounter the eternal blazing sun she once believed in within this dream city. And if the eternal blazing sun entered, what would the corresponding dream manifestation look like? In the brief silence, Franca re-added Lumion and the others, completing the distribution of assets. She and Jenna kept 90,000, while Lumion and Anthony got 90,000. Then, she and Jenna exchanged their feelings about her being kicked out of the dream and the details they discovered after she returned to reality. She didn't edit all of this into a message to send to Lumion, planning to find an opportunity to meet face-to-face tomorrow to talk in person. This was out of concern that sensitive information might bring about anomalies if sent out and not deleted with the information shredder in time. Madame Judgment had said to behave and be careful for these few days. Chatting until almost 1 a.m., Franca stretched. Fortunately, Luo Fu didn't spend money recklessly. Otherwise, I'd be heartbroken. All right, let's wash up and go to sleep. We still need to get up early for work tomorrow. Oh, you can check if Hall Film Company is hiring recently and apply. It matches your profession. The corners of Jenna's mouth turned up in a smile. Have you forgotten that tomorrow is Sunday? Oh, right. Franca was stunned for a moment. Going back and forth between the dream and reality has confused me. Originally, Luo Fu should have the day off today. But because the group had important matters with VIPs, she worked an extra day. Well, tomorrow I have to take Ludwig to tutoring class again. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment. Lumion wasn't supervising Ludwig's studies. After receiving Franca's gift and deleting the transfer information, he continued using his phone to search for keywords like Intis Group and VIP. What are you looking up? Do you need help? Anthony asked from the side of the table. Not for now, Lumion answered without raising his head. I'm collecting information related to Zarathustra, but I can't directly search using that name. Without waiting for Anthony to ask further, he added on his own. I want to know which hotel Zarathustra is staying at and what his recent itinerary is. You're planning to. Anthony keenly grasped Lumion's intention. Lumion raised his head, revealing a bright smile. Yes, to take him out. There's no reason for us to always passively respond to and dismantle the moves of the celestial worthy's subordinates. We can also be more proactive, infiltrate, assassinate, eliminate, make the hidden dangers disappear before they emerge. Now that we're all at Sequence 7, it's not impossible for us to win. And from our battle with the reanimated female corpse, we know that as long as we don't let the enemy escape, aren't recorded by surveillance, and there are no witnesses, the celestial worthy can't locate us. Anthony nodded, indicating that Lumion's line of thinking was not wrong. He just warned, even if suppressed to Sequence 7, that individual's essence is still that of an angel. He's bound to have some mysterious, special, and bizarre abilities, and he's also skilled at using substitutes. He won't be easy to kill. Moreover, there might be other subordinates of the celestial worthy around him. I know, Lumion nodded with a smile. Even if only left with Sequence 7 strength, some of Zarathustra's beyonder powers will still be very bizarre and terrifying. We need to consider this before taking action. After collecting intelligence on Zarathustra for a while, Lumion used the information shredder to delete the search records and used pen, paper, and his brain to organize the information. After repeatedly reviewing the compiled data for a long time, he planned to find an opportunity to scout the location after accompanying Ludwig to tutoring class tomorrow. For the rest of the time, he took out the new ice board he had made and, for the umpteenth time, scrutinized the information on each dream character and the preliminary findings from their team's observations and interactions with these characters. The next day, at dream tutoring classes, Lumion escorted the slowly moving Ludwig to the door of the beginner English class. Anderson glanced at him and greeted, "Want to join for some enlightenment?" No need. I'd rather learn painting, Lumian replied simply, pushing Ludwig towards Anderson. Anderson didn't speak to him further, taking Ludwig's hand and walking back into the classroom. Lumian sat down opposite, patiently waiting just like last time. Before long, he saw Zhou Mingrue again. Zhou Mingrue was wearing a white t-shirt with patterns, looking much more youthful and sunny than when he was at work. Zhou Mingrue wasn't surprised at all to see him here, as if he had been mentally prepared. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Lumian didn't engage in small talk, only politely responding. More contact, less closeness to lower the target's vigilance. Moreover, Franca's probing last night had quite good results, successfully making Zhou Mingrue wary of the aftermath of the assassin beverage. Now he needed to give him some time to digest such bombshell news. From this perspective, Franca being kicked out of the dream this time was worth it. After watching Zhou Mingrue turn into the classroom, Lumian withdrew his gaze and started using his phone. At this moment, he suddenly had a premonition and raised his head, looking towards the front desk of the tutoring center. He saw Principal AI Nana, wearing a white long dress, accompanying an elderly man inside. Behind them were several employees of dream tutoring classes and unfamiliar faces Lumian hadn't seen before. Lumian's gaze fell on the elderly man, noticing he was wearing a black formal suit. His hair completely white, with long and dense white whiskers on his face, and blue eyes so deep they were almost without light. Lumian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen a portrait of this elderly man before. Zarathustra. He's come to dream tutoring classes again? Lumian quietly stood up, retreating along with other parents to avoid this group of people. AI Nana led Zarathustra to stop at the door of the business English class, introducing the relevant situation. Zarathustra's gaze subsequently turned towards those students. At this point, Lumian had already retreated to the depths of the corridor, stopping next to the fire alarm, and glanced up at the surveillance camera that could capture this area. He watched Zarathustra from the corner of his eye. If the other party made any unusual movements or tried to talk to Zhou Mingrue, he would first knock out the surveillance camera from a blind spot, then punch the fire alarm to make the scene chaotic, causing everyone to rush out of dream tutoring classes. During this process, he would play the role of a panicked parent, constantly obstructing Zarathustra's various actions while carrying Ludwig. Using the cover of the parents in front, Lumian discreetly observed Zarathustra's every move. After listening to AI Nana's introduction for a few minutes, Zarathustra nodded, left the door of the business English class, and turned to look at the other training classes currently in session. He didn't do anything. Lumian was puzzled, but remained vigilant. It wasn't until Zarathustra finished touring dream tutoring classes and AI Nana escorted him and his entourage out, returning to teach the business English class, that Lumian sat back in his original seat and silently said to himself, he's leaving just like that? Was he simply here to recognize Zhou Mingrue, complete the initial contact? Or did he secretly do something that I didn't notice? For example, has he already controlled Ms. AI? Or discreetly used some ability to achieve his predetermined goal from just a few meters away? After thinking it through, Lumian picked up his phone and sent a message to Jenna. Ask Luo Shan to remind the target via WeChat to pay attention to his condition today, not to drink water he brought to the tutoring class, and to buy new water later. This was to indirectly and subtly remind Zhou Mingrue, and at the same time, it was an experiment to see if hints conveyed through dream characters during the day would bring any anomalies to themselves. A few minutes later, Zhou Mingrue, who was listening attentively to the lecture, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took out his phone, lowered his head, unlocked the screen, and saw a message from Luo Shan. Remember to examine yourself 3 times a day, and don't drink water you've brought outside. What does this mean? I can't make head or tail of the message. It's puzzling. Zhou Mingrue first grumbled to himself, then perceived the hidden reminder. He hadn't yet fully determined whether Luo Shan was good or bad, whether she had more good intentions or bad intentions towards him. But the hint to frequently examine his own condition and not drink the current water wouldn't cause any harm even if he followed it. In such matters, it's better to believe something existed than to doubt its existence. Zhou Mingrue replied with an okay, and stuffed the phone back into his pocket, raising his head again. He didn't look at the bottle of mineral water he had placed on the table again. Outside the classroom, Lumian once again scrutinized Zaratulstra's recent behavior. He just looked at Zhou Mingrue from a few meters away for a while, without trying to get closer. Whether or not he did anything secretly, this behavior makes me feel that he doesn't dare to deeply engage with Zhou Mingrue, to do some things in front of that person. Combined with Franca's morning description of the feeling of being kicked out of the dream and the overt and covert struggles in the lottery incident, it can be seen that Mr. Fool has a certain control over the dream, at least not much weaker than the celestial worthy. In this situation, if Zaratustra stimulates him and his identity is discovered or locked onto, he is likely to be made into a marionette or kicked out of the dream. In the Dream City, it's not just us who need to be careful. The celestial worthy's subordinates also have to follow the same rules. Thinking of this, Lumian's train of thought became much clearer. He stood up and began pacing in the corridor, thinking about the details of some issues while waiting for the possible consequences of indirectly reminding Zhou Mingrue. Walking to the end of the passageway, he casually glanced outside through the window. He suddenly saw that across the street, Zaratustra walked out of the building accompanied by a young girl, followed by his entourage and many unfamiliar faces. Lumian was very familiar with the appearance of that young girl. The major arcana card holder, the Hermit, Queen of Stars Catlia. In the Dream City, Ma'am Hermit's role is Huang Jujia, roommate of Miss Bernie Huang, and because she lost a bet, she always calls Bernie Huang Dad. Mr. Fool's subconscious weaving of relationships is quite interesting. Huang Jujia's family runs Star Tutoring Classes, which is a competitor to Dream Tutoring Classes. So she used high remuneration to ask Zhou Mingrue to enroll in Dream Tutoring Classes to scout the enemy. Is Zaratustra putting on a full show by examining Dream Tutoring Classes competitors as well? Or does he want to do something to Ma'am Hermit's dream manifestation? Speaking of which, the dried mushrooms that prevented Zhou Mingrue from drinking the instigator beverage came from Huang Jujia, grown by the biology teacher Li Keiji at Star Tutoring Classes, whose prototype is the legendary druid Frank Li. No wonder those dried mushrooms had supernatural properties. In Mr. Fool's subconscious, any mushroom products sent by Frank Li might be problematic. Lumian stood at the window, watching until Zaratustra got into a black business car, with Huang Jujia and others waving goodbye at the roadside, before preparing to walk back to the outside of the beginner English class. Suddenly, he heard a wee-woo sound. It was an ambulance, stopping at the entrance of Star Tutoring Classes. Not only nurses but also police officers jumped out. What happened? Was it brought by Zaratustra? Lumian stopped in his tracks and continued observing from afar. Before long, the police and nurses brought out a person from Star Tutoring Classes. The person was wearing a white shirt and olive green overalls, with longish brown hair and dense body hair. His hands were handcuffed behind his back, and his legs and body were tightly bound. This person was carried out and stuffed into the ambulance. Lumian recognized this person. He was Li Keiji, the biology teacher at Star Tutoring Classes, corresponding to the prototype character legendary druid Frank Li. Why was he arrested? And arrested using an ambulance? Did he cause problems with the mushrooms? Or is this the problem brought by Zaratustra? Is he trying to eliminate Frank Li's dream manifestation to prevent some mushroom from ruining his plans next time? Lumian quickly took out his phone and scrolled through local news and videos. In just a few minutes, he saw related posts. Guys, can you believe it? I just went to take some biology tutoring, and the teacher was arrested as a mentally ill terrorist. Is studying biology so dangerous? The teacher had said earlier that if we did well on this test, he would give us a bag of new mushroom strains. After scrolling through several similar videos, Lumian roughly confirmed that Frank Li had been arrested by the Celestial Worthies side on some pretext, first to be treated for mental issues, then to deal with other matters. However, judging from the description in the latest issue of The Great Adventurer and the situation with Zhou Mingrue's bag of dried mushrooms, the probability that the mushrooms grown at Li Keiji's home are harmless is very, very low. What's this called? It seems to be endangering public safety by dangerous means. Arresting him seems reasonable. Just as Lumian thought of this, he received a message. It was from Intis Group Grim. There's a matter that requires your personal attention. What matter requires the child of God to handle personally? Lumion used voice input to reply, "Is it urgent?" "Not too urgent," Grimm quickly replied. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and replied, "Then wait until I've finished with the child." In front of the mother goddess's believers, it was better to show more of the glory of motherhood, to make them more certain of one's identity. "All right, please attend to your matters first," Grimm replied quite humbly, completely unlike the security director of the Intis group, while Lumion was just a mere security guard. Lumion took this opportunity to inform Jenna about the Zarathustra matter and Frank Lee's fate. When the business English class and beginner English class ended one after another, Lumion politely said goodbye to Zhou Mingrue, took Ludwig, left dream tutoring classes, and got into the gray sedan driven by Anthony. Only then did he send a message to Intis Group Grimm. Time and place. Just a dozen seconds later, Grimm responded, "I'll wait for you at the entrance of Mushu Hospital." Mushu Hospital. Lumion frowned slightly. Under the blazing sunlight, Lumion saw Grimm standing in the shade of a tree. The security director of the Intis group had changed into a light-colored striped shirt and was wearing sunglasses, disguising himself quite well. "What's the matter?" Lumion walked past Grimm, heading straight into Mushu Hospital. Grimm followed behind him to the side, saying with a smile in his voice, "You'll know when you see it. This should be one of the purposes Mother wanted you to come here for. The way you're talking, it feels like you've dug a trap in front and are waiting for me to fall in." Lumion nodded slightly, not asking further. Wouldn't asking too much reveal that there's actually no connection between me and the Great Mother? Grimm quickened his pace, overtaking him, and led the way in front. He led Lumion around the main building to a 3-story building behind it, surrounded by high walls, with a lawn and garden. "This is the psychiatric ward," Grimm introduced, verifying his identity with the security guard and passing through the iron gate. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. The two quickly entered the building, and just as they climbed to the second floor under the nurse's guidance, they heard a patient banging on the iron door and shouting, "Let me out! I'm not sick. I only lost after fighting with 2 supreme beings to the edge of the universe. And you caught me. I'm not sick. This is my marionette. This is my paper figurine. Look, I have them all with me. I'm not crazy. I've divined it. There's no danger, really no danger. That voice is normal, haven't you heard it? Let me out. Let me out." Lumion raised his right eyebrow. Which seer pathway beyonder is this? At least a marionettist. Lumion immediately associated this with the marionettist who hadn't intervened when they killed the reanimated female corpse, and thought of the madman found in the garbage dump near Moon Plaza the next morning, who had been sent to the hospital. Is this the marionettist who went mad? So he was sent to the psychiatric ward of Mushu Hospital. What voice did he hear? Did that cause him to go mad? As Lumion pondered, his footsteps didn't stop. He followed behind the nurse and Grimm all the way to the end of an empty corridor. The nurse stood at the door of the deepest ward and said to Grimm and Lumion, "The patient is inside. You can look at him through the window, but don't reach your hands in." After saying this, she turned and left, without providing any further warnings. After watching the nurse disappear at the stairwell, Grimm smiled at Lumion and said, "Child of God, Leakage is inside." Leakage. Frankly, although Lumion had already anticipated this, he was still shocked.